Hey folks, fWhip here, and welcome to my hardcore Minecraft world, where I absolutely love to build. I've survived more than 6,000 days building a massive medieval fantasy world without dying, including the largest project I've ever attempted. This mega city project, I've now spent over 1,000 days in-game on this single build. Today, I'm excited to share the journey of how this city developed. Please leave a like and be sure to subscribe. And if you don't have the time to watch this entire movie, just leave it running in the background as it helps me out a ton. Thank you for joining me on this crazy journey. Now let's get rocking as we've got a flippin' city to build. First up, to make progress on the city, I want to fix the wheat farm, as it's really close to working, but it's extremely loud and extremely slow. We've got 49 wheat. Let's turn that off. So instead, I want to make a hopper clock. Now, if I put a stack of kelp inside of here, that should activate it. Kelp goes over, and it trades back. For this machine, apparently we only need one note from the note block every so often. So it should turn on, go for a little while, and then turn back off. Next, I need to get some bees to add inside of each layer of the farm to help the wheat grow faster. For the purpose of bee breeding, I would like to create a small shack right down here. Let's level it off a touch more with some dirt. Next, for the foundation, something like this should work. Turning it into a tiny greenhouse with some glass walls. Then we can solidify a touch. And something like this should work out pretty well. Putting some campfires on any of the sides so that the bees don't hurt us. A lantern out front. With coarse dirt in for the floor, I want to spend some time connecting this up to the main road. And a tiny path like this should do it. Now, these 4 beehives all have bees inside of them. These 4, on the other hand, are empty. We just need to keep breeding until we can get a ton, and it's kind of cramped in here. It should be fine. I can grab some bone meal and get a ton of flowers. Now I just need to wait for the bees to jump out. Oh, there they all are. Hi, everybody. Take a flower. No, no, no. You saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everything is fine. I'm just gonna, for no reason at all, extinguish these campfires. I've now got a ton of bees in here. The sun is setting, so hopefully they'll go into the hive soon. This should be enough. More beehives. We'll take the bottom 8 as we know they're full. So is my inventory. Now with it still being nighttime, I need to jump into every single one of these, adding some alliums to the corners and one of the beehives up here, and we're good. All of the beehives are now in, and I'm a little worried as I got a stack of wheat from it, so I don't think these are working. While breeding the bees, I also realized that this system is much more complex than it needs to be, and make it so much less brain numbing, with just a redstone line going to each of the note blocks. So it only goes once. Hopefully this thing's working a little bit better now. Oh, that's so much more peaceful sounding. Next up, it's time for everybody's favorite part, planting a field. However, I did just notice the carrot farmer is dead, so I need a new one. But first, the field. Adding another field to this world brings us up to 21 fields of farmland, and it's starting to look really good. Now, asking you all to subscribe right now would be a little weird, wouldn't it? It's almost like the intro just ended and I did that. No, it'd be so weird of me. I'm not a sellout, of course. Now look at this carrot field. In addition to this, I want to add a small pumpkin patch right over here, as I don't have one anywhere in the world yet. So a little something right back here should be great. This is looking pretty good. We just gotta wait for the pumpkins to grow. And because I can't be stopped, I'm gonna build a small farmhouse right over here. One final step, waxing all of the copper, and the farmhouse is complete. Look at it. Oh, it's so cute. I'm really happy I took the time to do that. Now back to the last field fix for the day, moving a villager into the carrot farm. First off, I started by digging out a new tunnel so I didn't need to build one in the air again, and laid down a new rail track to get the villagers into the new field as quickly as possible, and if I need any replacements again in the future. But this should be everything we need up here, then a quick trip down to send a villager off. And we've got one villager left. Perfect. Off you go, buddy. Our new carrot farmer. Welcome home, buddy. You're gonna do great. There haven't been like 6 farmers also in here that have died. You'll be fine. Building, let alone planning, a massive city in Minecraft takes a lot of brain power, which I can't even say brain power. So today we're focusing on the northern gatehouse and the land leading up to it. This needs to be a pretty grand and large entrance into the city. So starting with 2 massive bases, we can work our way up. I want to add some towers onto the corners to break up from the current boxy look we have, which we can just send these all the way up. Both towers are in on the side and it's taking shape. Next, I'm thinking the archway itself is going to be about this tall, and then we bring it forward. Now that is starting to feel like a gatehouse. So from there, I spent some time adding in more of the stone to get the rough outline of our gatehouse in place. So next, I want to plan the road connecting back down to the ground. This should be a good start, and it's got a nice curve to it, but we're going into a city, so I don't think having a coarse dirt road is the right idea. For this, first up, I'm gonna need cobblestone, regular stone, stone brick, then some rooted dirt, which I'm almost out, and regular dirt. And finally, to merge those two sets together, lots of packed mud. Entering the city, I want to start with stone and cobblestone at the top, which then merges down into the packed mud bricks as we work towards rooted dirt and regular dirt in as well. And those work really well leading back into the coarse dirt I use in every other pathway around this world currently. Now the gate itself won't be stone, this is just for the plan. Like I want to use the top of deep slate down here at the base, which I am already really liking. I want to get terraforming so this doesn't look like it's floating any longer, but first I should probably extend the walls all the way out to the mountain and to the tree. Sorry, Wheatfield, I think you gotta go. Adding the trim in front of the wall here as well, and this should work. Next, we need a lot of dirt. And I have 1 box and some change. On the mountainside, I want to make it a little bit smoother so we can have space to include a building like a stables or something, but still having a bit of a harsh drop off right in front of the wall. The first side is now done and ready for building, and from here I want to make the other side a lot steeper and descending down into the valley. Connecting the ground to the ground is a later fWhip problem, and man, that guy hates me. Now I want to focus on building up the gatehouse as well as designing the walls. Taking some inspiration from the mud brick castle for the block palette, I need to gather up a ton more mud. But first, my wings are pretty busted, so I need to make a quick trip into the end and fly my way over to the Enderman farm. Next up, we are off to the swamp, where my goal is going to be to gather up 2 shulker boxes of mud. Two shulkers of mud. In the mess of shulkers, I have a granite and brick shulker box. The last item I need is brown mushroom block, which we can get a bunch here in the forest. And this should do it. I've got plenty of brown mushroom blocks to work with now. I've got a good amount of wheat so we can craft up a ton of packed mud and a bunch of bricks. Getting started on the build, we include some stairs here, then frame it all in with some trapdoors. The recessed line back here, I want to fill in with a bunch of brick, few terracotta, and granite. I'm going to leave a stone here in the center because I've got an idea for something fun to add in. Starting on the gatehouse structure itself, I want to bring in a bunch of packed mud brick, as well as brown mushroom block to be the main structure of this building. This is looking really good. From here, I want to tackle the upper battlements, where yes, I want to use diorite, a strip of regular, then we finish with polished on top. Oh, I love that. That looks really good. Now, next up for the towers, I'm gonna need something we don't have. So I flew over to the jungle and chopped down a bunch of trees. From here, I want the corner towers to pop out a bit, but still stay within the general color palette, which is where the jungle comes in. First one is now done, and it pops out really well against the mud. And there, both towers are now finished. Next up for the roof, I'd like to start out with some spruce on the corners and some deep slate tile for the rest. And I think that'll work for number 1, with number 2 being the same roof as well. From here, I want to build out the outer walls to the side a touch so I have a better idea of what this looks like. For the top, I want to build in some diorite too. The bricks at the top is working really well over here. Time to bring the second side up. With the walls in on both sides now, I thought we could build out some flags using oxidized copper and prismarine. Topping with some anvils and trapdoors, we got some big ol' fancy flags. From here, since I already know what I want to do with the walls, I'm just gonna get them built up. Next up from here, I want to take a bunch of spruce logs, craft spruce planks for a lot of stairs, because it is time to work on this guy. Fell all the way down. At the top, I want to use a familiar roof pattern that we've done on our starter base, adding a trim out of spruce wood. Moving on to the roof itself, I'd like to bring in some cobbled deep slate. Next up, I'd like to grab some sandstone, a little sand. This should do it for the walls of the top, starting by taking off the bottom bit, where I can add in some spruce down here instead, then stripping it all down. With all the stone removed, we can add in a little sandstone, and I think that'll do for some texturing. Next, replacing the floor in the ramparts with just some more packed mud, and we can add a little bit more detail to this face. And there we go. This is looking much better out here now. The front of the gatehouse is looking great, and I am loving the style. The back, however, I can't hide it any longer. Starting out with the top, I want to finish building out the little house up here. Adding in the packed mud base floor, then building out the sandstone structure before adding in an additional simple railing along the back walkway. Since we more have to worry about intruders from the front here, the back of the gatehouse doesn't need to be as intense. And if anything, we somehow lose the gatehouse to the pillagers, we don't want them to have full-on arrow slits when they're firing down upon us. The bottom of the build still remains. Thankfully, though, we've got most of the front here that we can base it off of. But with that done, we can come on the inside now and add in some polished granite down here at the base. And I'm thinking we just use some brick, a little granite tossed in, and some terracotta all the way up at the tippity top. There are 2 blocks I still need to replace on the gatehouse itself before we can call the exterior done. That and that. This is going to require 2 lodestones. Each of these requires a netherite ingot. Now I've got plenty of sand, and I can use the gas farm for gunpowder to craft TNT. And we're off to the nether. Back into the old netherite mines. I'm gonna spend 1 hour mining netherite and see how many I can get. One hour later, and we've got ourselves 25 ancient debris. Next, for a quick trip over to the gold farm or rotten flesh farm. But we got all the gold we need. Now, for the first time in way too long, we can use the netherite forge to create netherite scraps, which we can use to create netherite ingots. Next, into the villager trading hall to get some chiseled stone bricks, and we have 2 lodestones that are gonna go right up here. That looks so good with a little bit of a bonus of 4 netherite ingots. Moving focus back to the wall itself, I want to first and foremost make it much skinnier. Probably only 2 blocks tall on the top, so we can move that wall back a few. With that done, I added in all of the blocks along the back edge to finish off the build, leaving only the 2 towers at either side left to build. And I've got all of the stone cleaned up along the edge too. The deep slate trim and everything, however, we'll figure it out when we start working on the town, because there is still plenty left to do out on the front. This city is meant to be a big wow statement. Everything about it is going to be a little over the top, especially when it comes to the entrance. Kudos to the wandering trader for some small drip leaf, but we can finally empty out some of these azalea leaves. Lastly, over to the flower farm for some azure bluets. Adding even further to the shulker monster, where first we actually need a little gate in here. And something decorative like this, I think, is going to work out really well. A little thin, but I think we'll leave it. It'll be okay. Next, we pepper in a little bit of coarse dirt. Otherwise, it looks a little artificial. From here, maybe some mangrove roots. After that, we bring in all of the azalea leaves with some flowering and regulars. Now dotting in some azure bluets in the middle to give that really big pop of flowery color. Lastly, a little bit of bone meal for some tall grass. The idea is this is so lush that nobody has attacked it in a very long time, and nature has kind of taken over. Or it's so fertile from the blood of our enemies. No, it couldn't be. We're peace-loving people here. With the first section nailed down, I continued to doing that over on the other side of the wall to bring it up to par. A gatehouse really only serves a purpose if people are trying to walk through the area, which means I need a road to show people actually are traveling through this area. It looks like I am going to need a bridge going over this massive hole, which will get sorted it in a minute. Because right now the road is going to disappear around the mountain, over the bridge, and just kind of over there. But I also want to connect to the river village down here. So we can curve a road coming down the mountain like this. A beautiful path through the countryside, and it's going to look so good, but I'm running into one small problem. I need to link it to the road here, and there's a carrot field in the way. Well, that's not a carrot field anymore. But I think if I shorten up the field along here, this pains me to take away from a field though. I should have just enough space to sneak a path through. Quite literally, just enough. From here, I expanded the roads, adding in slabs and making them all wide enough for carts to travel down. Next, I want to clean up some of these steeper faces and add in some rocks. That's looking much better here for the first section. Now for this one. The entire upper road is now finished up, which leaves just this location down here. And unfortunately, it overhangs. We'll just add a little ledge. That'll be fine. Just this little retaining wall right back here remains, and I thought it would be nice to add in something other than just stone. We're right next to the village, so being a little bit stronger probably makes sense. Back to the 2 towers on the walls. I'm gonna need a lot more mud brick, because this is not gonna cut it. Good thing I have a lot of wheat fields so I can gather up some wheat and craft some more packed mud. Well, the next field in the box is ready to go, but now I can craft plenty more packed mud. Right, let's get building. Leaving some gaps in the sides of these towers, I want to extend out some turrets. And that should do perfect. Second one is now in place as well. Something tells me there's somebody under the road, which I think is my cue to leave, as I need to gather a ton more spruce wood to build the top of these towers. Spruce tree patch is replanted, and we've got plenty of spruce to work with. I jumped into finishing up the top of the towers, inspired by what you'd find in Age of Empires as a simple top, but to not draw away from the gatehouse itself. This is looking fantastic over here, but now it's time to move all the shulker boxes, as I want to build a small stables and inn outside the city for travelers. Okay, the shulkers did not move very far, but I've been thinking about this for a while and already built and deleted so many things. First, to not interrupt the sightline of our gatehouse. Originally, I had a big building here, so I tore it down, and I'm thinking instead we do a nice carrot field. And then we build the inn all the way back over here. Next to that, we can throw a stables building right back in here for some horses. With a few details added in for the stables, it is finished up. Next up, we can tackle the inn. Changed out the front for some jungle, and I like it even more. Then we could do a nice little flower bed to attract the travelers. A lot of colors in here is going to draw people in. And of course, a big old chimney smoking away. I know I'm working on the inn, but wouldn't a little well right out here just look so good? The answer is yes. The answer is very much yes, especially when you put water inside it. But okay, maybe a second floor and a roof on this is needed. This build is so fun. Going back to the build style I started this world with 2,000 days later, and expanding to a new region makes me really excited to move forward on this project. But there we go, the gatehouse, the walls, and now a stables and inn in the front are finished. I still have plenty of work to do out here, but I've run out of time for this video. Otherwise, if I keep working on this video, my wedding that hopefully happened a few days ago should have went through, or it's really awkward right now. Hopefully there's a happy post on Twitter, right? Yay for working ahead! With a storage room built into the upper levels and so much more detail to go around the entire space. But I'm running into a lore problem. In order to get the stones from the quarry back into the city, currently a wagon would have to go all the way down to the river town, back up the hill over to the main gate. Or I get some gunpowder and make a bunch of TNT. Like this bare spot on the wall right here is perfect. If I take some TNT, just dot it along here, now I just dig down and put a bunch of TNT in. Oh, damn it. Ooh! Oh, get me out of there! Well, let's see how the first two work. Oh, no, bad spot. Oh, I blew up my rocks. But at least we know it's gonna work. Rocks are temporary, pathway is forever. One more time here, and this should do it. Yes, look at it. Oh, we have a path. Next up, with all of the resources that I got from the destruction, I can use it all as a way to plot out the pathway and see how natural of a slope we can get from here towards there. I then exploded a bit more of the rock away, then brought in a load of dirt back and worked a gradient going from dirt all the way up to stone bricks, using packed mud in between, then cleaning up the walls of the new path to make it appear like it's in the quarry. Those walls are all now textured up as well, but currently it's a wide open pathway into the definite city, the big city back here. So we need a little gate and gatehouse to block it off. However, even with all these rocks, I am out of deep slate again. Time to go mining. I might as well try for a few more diamonds down here while we're at it. 14 more diamonds and a load more cobbled deep slate. But it's time to use a bunch of this stuff to create a lot of deep slate. Before I can get building, I need a lot more jungle wood. Somehow I'm always out of this stuff. Okay, emergency side mission, burb. There's a second burb back there. I haven't added any burbs to the burb. Third burb, 3 burbs for the burb tree. First burb, love me, yes. Second burb, third burb, no, that's my burb. Third burb, you 3 sit here, let me get 1 more tree down. That should be plenty jungle wood. Come on, burbies, let's go home. Oh no, they're knocking all the other burbs off. Sit back down. I hate this bird. I have so much regret bringing this bird home. From there, I went back to crafting all the wooden materials I need for the new build, before running down into the dwarven village to trade for a bunch of lanterns. Everything else I had ready to go here inside of the stone storage room, so this should be everything. For this, I want to keep the same idea from the first gatehouse, so they look like they belong together. So we have our first gate entrance right here, and a second one behind it right there. Inside of it, I don't want to leave the stone in here, so I'm going to replace it all with jungle planks and some strip logs. Inside for the gate itself, we can bring in a few spruce slabs, extend all of the chiseled bricks across, and for this gate, we can just use some acacia trapdoors, so I can at least still kind of fly through it. Yeah. Finishing up the front of the gatehouse, this is heavily inspired by the Eyrie in Game of Thrones, with the quarry being a bit deeper, but coming around to the back, I want to take some walls and levers here to give it a little bit more of a pop. And from here, I can pretty much just copy everything from the front for this section to the back, with a little bit of an overhang. We're just gonna ignore the inside of this mess for now. But look at it! We've got a gatehouse! With the gatehouse finished, the city quarry is now completed. And I have so many stone supplies inside of the new storage room to build up our city. And finally, you can stop yelling at me about the shulker mess that was in front of my house. It's still here, but much smaller. I know I said I was going to transform this village today, but what if instead we just build on top of it? As in placing blocks and covering it in absolute complete darkness. Okay, I can at least put some torches underneath to keep it safe down here. That should do it. There we go, as good as day. We have the main street in right here, but for the side streets, I want to break away from the gray stones. So before we can complete those, I need to gather a lot of materials. First up is wheat, which means it's time to plant another field. In every episode, I plant a new field inside of my hardcore Minecraft world, trying to see just how many I can plant before the inevitable demise. Be sure to subscribe so you can see just how much of this world I can cover in farmland before it's too late. Only 9.5 stacks of wheat. Less than half of what I hoped for. But we have a snazzy new wheat field. Yeah. Before I can jump into building the roads, I need a lot of rooted dirt. So I flew around the world looking for azalea trees to dig down and gather all of the rooted dirt below, leading into the lush caves, which meant traveling over 5,000 blocks away from home just to find some hidden in a taiga village. Did I just raid an entire taiga village of all of its spruce trapdoors? Yes. Yes, I did. At this point, I've got a rough idea what I want the side roads to look like around the city, with all this newly crafted packed mud and a bunch of different types of dirt blocks. I want to start with this little strip here and just kind of see what happens. Okay, I like this, especially with the coarse dirt on the outsides. Next up, I want to go up a block. The only slab I currently have is these mud brick slabs, so I think some jungle could also work in here. And up another block so we don't run into that issue too often. From here, I decided to spend a while tracing out the roads and how they would play between the buildings. I created a rough outline by taking a screenshot from above and drawing on it in paint, which helped me a lot with adding in all of these roads. Today, my plan is to focus on a small section of the city, only looking at these planners right here back to the front gate, which I think is about 10 buildings. I've still got some roads to build on the mountainside. Well, this mountainside. Yay for no flat terrain. Floating roads? Check. With the roads completed, I spent about 20 hours planning out the build in creative mode to get a better idea of how to do this. And man, I'm wishing I was a creative YouTuber right about now, as hardcore survival adds a huge level of difficulty as I need to gather all of the materials by hand. And I am addicted to spruce trapdoors. Well, any trapdoor. So I spent a few hours gathering up spruce logs from a mega taiga, clearing out an entire birch forest, and lastly opening up the canopy of the dark oak forest. All to restock the lumber storage room. Man, I still need even more blocks to build this city. First up here, flying off to the mesa and finding a notch shovel along the way. Nice. I did get lost, but I found a new village and it has hay bales, which means more pecked mud. Finally made it to the mesa where I want to get a load of terracotta to build with. And here we have 2 full sugar boxes. Quickly stopping in the end to clear up my elytra and pickaxe. I think it's time to figure out the first building in the city. Right inside of the gates, I think it's very important to have a storage building of sorts. So let's get started here. Stacking up some tough blocks here to create a stronger base. I want to leave a few large entrances to get into the first floor. Something more like this. From there, I'd like to build some big doors to hide the lack of interior and villagers in boxes. Before I can finish off the base, I need to grab some stone brick stairs and stone bricks to add as a divider across the top here. Next, as a little detail around the back, I want to take some spruce fences and just add it as a small buffer. Before tackling the next floor, I thought a huge chimney in the center would look fantastic in a wall to kind of hold everything together on the building. From there, I added a staircase to the gate side of the building, and we have some new flooring on top as well. Before some zombies spawn in here and kill our villagers, let's add some torches. Well, lanterns. I've also built a little market stall out here selling blueberries and potatoes. Yeah, and a small shed back here just for some supplies of whoever's working in the back alley. That's a little well, but now we must go up. But of course, starting with the safety railing. Using some sand and sandstone, I started 1/2 of the second level and using some birch to top it off for a small 3rd-story attic, then adding in a ceiling texture out of spruce for the inner side. As next, the larger front section and using jungle wood and some white terracotta to finish off the other half. Walking through the front gate now, I am really loving this, especially the beautiful mess of sugar boxes over here. But we have 2 different roof sections. I'd like the smaller one to be made out of cut copper, which I have plenty here, and I've got a crazy stupid idea for the larger one, but first let's tackle the simple one. Just filling in the blanks on this roof here with some wax cut copper. This is starting to look really good, but now for the stupid idea. It could also turn out really cool. What if I use raw copper blocks as a building material, as well as some blocks of raw iron, where we can make a tiny gradient going from the copper to wax exposed copper to raw iron. I think that could be really cool. The first building inside the city walls is now completed. The carriage or cart parking facilities and villager house. Here's your pro fWhip builder tip of the day for the low price of listening to me asking you to subscribe. Tell a story with your buildings. I just built a spot to store carts, which means we need a stables back here to house the animals that pulled the carts, and a tavern over here to house the people traveling into the city on the carts. So please subscribe. Tackling the stables first, I want to flatten this area to start out with a good dirt floor, where I think ground level is going to be about right here. I think the middle is going to be made out of a lot of rooted dirt. This should work for the back section, thinking that this will be a wall maybe, and then out here I want a little outdoorsy stable section. And from here I think I want some bricks to build up the structure. Running into the dwarven cave, I traded with the masons for tons of bricks and dripstone blocks before getting right into the build. Where I think it'll be bricks over here, then hidden against the back, we just use some dripstone. Small doorway right here out into some horse stables, and then above the dripstone, we just bring in more of the brick. With that started, I added in a corral space along the back and spent another good while finishing off the general shape for the stables. Apparently, I've left some aged copper over here so we can axe it down and use this for the roof. One last quick step as I ran out of jungle logs. Again. Taking all the blocks I just gathered, we can start working on a little bit of a hanging out bit right over here with some jungle. And then here we can strip it all down. Then as some shutters, we can just put in a few ladders and cap ourselves off with a little overhanging spruce stair roof. Okay, pause everything before the roof. I've got a fun idea right here. Flying into the sheep farm, I can grab myself some cyan and light blue wool. Everything over here is so warm toned that what if we introduce a few cool colors with some banners hanging here to kind of block the sight line through the road. Ooh, I like that. And maybe a little hay bale hanging out there going up to the hayloft. But with that, I got the roof in and decided to add in an extra market stall along this back alley just to decorate things even further. Down the side street, I cleared out the coarse dirt in here and hit a water source behind that dirt. Putting the dirt back down, we can turn this into a little bit of farmland and plant some carrots for a tiny city garden. Just a little something like this should look really cool once it grows up. I can't stop detailing. Help! I'm just placing blocks. I can't help it. Look at it. Wheelbarrow. Okay, we're done. The street's done. Look at it. It's beautiful. To the tavern. Okay, maybe just a tiny little bit more detailing. Just a few glowberries and some lichen. Okay, maybe just one more little shrine. It's just a little guy. Detail brain satisfied, I jumped into working on the tavern, trading with the villagers for some glass, then breaking down some coal ore because I've run out of fuel, to smelt some stone into smooth stone, and some more smooth sandstone. While those are cooking down, I want to add some height into the city with a tower sticking out of the corner of the tavern, drawing travelers to the entrance. Continuing on with our little story here, I want the tavern to be very approachable. So large windows here at the front, showing our non-existent interior, should work out really well. From here, I added a sticky outy bit onto the front with tons of windows, kind of mimicking the lower level floor, and added some bushes and its own little roof made out of spruce. Then jumping around to the back, adding in some sand and sandstone for the walls with a few windows and shutters before moving to the top and adding in a really simple spruce stair roof for the back. From here, I want to have some fun with a little bit of color. So I have some cyan terracotta we can bring in for a wall here, and some light blue terracotta over on this side. Before we get up to the roof, let's make a big old chimney here out of some deep slate bricks. Use soul-fire campfires and trapdoors with the little topper, and we're all set. Adding on the roof to the tavern means we now have 3 fully completed exterior buildings with this bright acacia roof going in. Taking a moment to look at where we started today. Now 2,300 days into this world, and I am very happy with the result of the city project so far. But a lot of work is still left before I can remove the shulker monster. So let's knock one of those off the list here real quick by building a more open concept building that I want to use as a grocery store when I eventually, probably never, but there's about a 2% chance of it happening, build the interiors of these buildings. Let me know in the comments if you think it's worth doing that. One half of Main Street is ready to go. So far, food and housing for the general population is sorted for this part of the city, but people would look pretty silly running around here all naked. Nothing against it. If you want to go for a naked mile, do it. But to finish off Main Street over here, I'd like to build a tailor's shop. Yep, we're off to a great start. But I have run out of mangrove wood, so it's off to the swamp for me. This just happened to overlap with Minecraft Live, so I spent a while streaming and chatting about the new 1.20 update, which honestly, I'm really excited for, especially the hanging signs. And we've got plenty of mangrove to work with, but what about you? What are you hoping to see in Minecraft 1.20? Before starting the next build, I do want to take some time to lay out a little bit of copper to let it age down. Okay, we are very much in the ugly stage of this build, but it's fine. It's a work in progress. Now for some working and progressing, I think I want to use some terracotta, little white terracotta, granite, and diorite. Maybe we start off here instead with a little bit of a base with dripstone as a lower foundation, and we work diorite with these buttons on every other going all the way up. Got some windows in there, but something like that is pretty cool for the texture. Here we now also have a fancy front door where I'm thinking the entire inside space is going to be dark oak planks to the floor. And back to the door where we don't need that sign anymore, but instead I started with some mangrove here. Maybe we bring some of these guys around and finish framing it with some cobble deep slate, and then we kind of create an arch at the top and brick walls. You know what? I actually really like that. And we can duplicate it and hide the mangrove all the way around the back. With the front done, I finished off the other walls, introducing some jungle planks into the build palette for fun. That's legitimately the only reason. I just thought it was cool. No lore here, just a good block. Buildings without roofs look a little bit awkward, so let's get to work on this. First, I'm adding in a ceiling out of oak stairs and planks. All of our copper has aged down nicely, so we can gather it all up and slap it on top, just like that. Now, all of the Main Street buildings inside of the city gate are finished. Things are really looking grand throughout here, but there's still so much more I can do. It's time to move our way up the side of the mountain, where having ordinary houses doesn't seem like a great fit for the city, as it'd be very expensive to own 2 buildings. So instead, I want every building to have its own purpose. Like this one right here, I want to be an explorer's guild. Then over here, a new business, we can have a library of sorts. But I'll be honest, I've run out of creative and interesting things to say while building because I've been doing a lot of building. So let's build. Spending another 4 hours in-game building my little heart out, this upper section of the city is really starting to come together with the addition of the Explorers Guild, which I'm actually kind of excited to design something for, an interior for it, sometime in the future. I think it could be fun because it's a bit larger. Then moving on to the library, I had a really fun idea for this one. To reach peak book reading vibes, I wanted to build a small greenhouse at the top. Fill it with a bunch of plants so people can grab a book and curl up in there on the couch while getting some sun. This build also has a little bit of a light/dark contrast just to have some fun in here, so we have the white blocks on one and a much darker tone build on the other. Hey look, interesting content right up here. I know! The Explorers Guild and our library are now in place. But the street in front, well, it's a little bland. Kind of started decorating over here, but I figured this was something very interesting and fun to talk about. Sorry, I'm definitely not going insane. Yeah. Let's decorate. First up, I'd like to fill the void right over here with a sort of market stall where we can use some dark prismarine and swap in some regular prismarine bricks in between and carry this down. For this one, I'm thinking we go with the route of being a flower stand. Starting off with a little bit of a framework like this, and then we throw some flower pots on, and this person sells tulips. And something like that should do it. A few more crates around, we got our flower stand, and I realize we're selling tulips in here. Do I need to build another field? No. Next episode. For now, we can scratch the field itch by planting another little garden in here. So we hide some water sources in the walls and hoe it all down. Might look a little weird when this thing's fully grown up. Ow. But I'm thinking wheat back here could be really cool. Lastly, we do need a small tool shed for this spot where a little guy like this should work. Yeah, I like that. But maybe also we have a little archway leading into it, add a little wagon out front, and it is ready. And of course, I got to spend all of my wood here making a few more chests. Next, because the staircase doesn't really go anywhere for now into the side of the mountain, I added these banners up here so it kind of blocks it. At least, just kidding, the tower does. But if you happen to be in this I missed a button. If you happen to be in this one spot right here, it kind of maybe blocks it. Yeah, worth it. At the current end of Main Street, I want to open up into a grand plaza. So I built these garden beds originally here to add some trees and flowers. I would like to take a play out of Scar's book here and grab some coral fans. Getting started over here, to do this, you gotta clear all the way around the edge and come back in with a little bit of extra dirt below. Once that's done, you just come back on top and fill in everywhere you want to put a coral fan with a little bit of water. And then top slabs right in here. From there, the coral won't die because it's touching water. Next up, I'm thinking some big ol' azalea cypressy type tree things are in order. Trees are in place, and in the center, I decided to add in a few of the alliums too, just to get some more color. And once it's not the village church, it's gonna look so much better here. But before we get to that, we've got 4 more buildings to make over here. I'm thinking a big old bakery back here. We're gonna have a pottery of sorts over here. In the center, I'm thinking since we got 2 levels, we could do a big carpenter's workshop at the bottom and maybe something else on the top if you have any ideas. And over here, a big old toolsmith of sorts. Now, this episode has been extremely buildy, like 99.99% building. Do you enjoy this video format? Let me know in the comments. Getting right into the next building where I found something new to talk about, sightlines. So to start off this build, I'm building a large bell tower out of packed mud and brown mushroom blocks, giving a point of reference to help people walking around to know where they are in the city. But down here in the villager cave for just a moment, as I really hope these guys trade bells. Yes, perfect. And we can place this bell right over here. Now I want to walk up these stairs and be able to clearly see the bell in the tower at the end of the street. Focusing on that for now, let's get some walls in place so we can see what the alleyway will look like. Okay, the first tourists are here in the city and it's not open yet. But there we have the first building. I'm thinking we bring a little bit of a jet out there. Maybe the bottom will come out too for a big doorway. And this is meant to be the bakery, so I wanted a big window to see inside. Now for this section here, I'm gonna need some deep slate and some acacia. I'm thinking an overpass connecting the tower and the building together will be a great way to restrict the sight line, but still make the player want to explore even further. Starting right here, and then we can come up to the top, use some spruce, and take it all the way across. And the perfect spot for a covered walkway on top. Building late into the night, but there we go. No, it's not mob proof. Ah! Overpass in place, I went back to building out the different structures along this upper section, trying to add in the walls first before too much of the detail so I can get a good idea of what I'll be able to see when I'm walking down the pathway. Working on all of the buildings at the same time, jumping between them, and the vision is really starting to come together. Over here at our toolsmith, I want to add in a big old chimney back here for the future forge underneath. Now for the roof itself, I'm thinking an ode back to our original starter house. We'll use some cobbled deep slate. There we have it, one more big boy finished up inside the city. For this big old window into the bakery, I would love to make it pop here with this yellow glass. And a little bit of an awning using oak trapdoors. Then I'm thinking a little bit of outdoor seating right in here. Maybe a few little plants back in the corner. And I've also got this little green patch down here, which could look nice with a few more flowers. Now, if we actually had some buildings, people might want to hang out here. So we can start off on the top of the potter's workshop with a little bit of a balcony sticking all the way out here, maybe. Then here we can bring up even further with some more of our sand and sandstone mix. I added mangrove planks for the roof of the bakery, so over here I think we're gonna use some acacia. A little pop here on the front with some crimson, and we've got the upper entrance finished. Now over here, I'm thinking we bring in some dark oak, strip it all the way down, and in the back, we throw in a nice door. Border it off with even more spruce because I can't be stopped. And then up here, we do another one of those little sticky outy bits, introducing some of our oak. We can do little flower pots out here on the front again, and some oak trapdoors, which I can use to get myself up. Mangrove stairs to fill in the blank. And there we go. But maybe right here as a sign going into the bakery, we could just put some prismarine. Kind of blocks everything behind it, but I also like that because it contrasts so much, it makes me want to walk over there. Looking out into no man's land, we've also got this side finished. But there's one more thing I need to finish off the bakery. Gotta get that cake. Cake. All of our buildings are finished up here, and now I've got to figure out what I want to do with this final spot. I've been building for 6 hours straight, so I need a moment here before I jump back into yet another build. So I ran around the city, placing in some glow lichen and glow berries on the buildings to help add in some more greenery. And while walking around, I realized I forgot to detail this area outside of the big ol' ivy. So I think we start with a well right over here. With that, we can put a little seating right over here. Really, guys? Really? Come on, please. No, not now. Not now. Okay, just take out your banner, boy. Thank you. Stupid pillagers. From here, I thought it'd be really cool to bring some like hanging plants across the top, and we can sleep on the bench for now. But now we had chains, a few flowers in here, and then some ferns, which I can find right over here in the taiga. Toss these guys in, and perfect. Next, I got a little water, and we can do this. And of course, the tavern needs its own little garden where they're growing beetroot, magic spore blossom above, and a little hedge around it. From here, I think it would look a lot better to border our central path with some moss, few more decorative flowers added in, and big boys back there, and I think that is perfect. With the garden done, it's time to tackle the last house in this first section of the city. Remember, the goal of this project is to create a city that connects all the way down beyond the river at the bottom of the mountain. But one house at a time, I want to start with some mangrove logs, some dripstone block, and maybe a little polished granite. With 2 different street levels to work with here, I want to use the bottom as a workshop with a bunch of dripstone walls going around the edge. Now for the lower entrance down here, it needs to be big. Maybe not that big. Maybe more like this big. And something like this for a door behind. And that should do it. First floor isn't going to be super detailed, but this wall's very boring over here. I've been wanting to introduce some funky blocks into the build so far, just to keep it fresh and interesting. So this time, what if we did some soil? Yeah, I like it. Workshop level is ready to go, so I hopped my way up top and used some stripped mangrove logs for the wall, then added in a little extra of that soil to the top section. Adding in the front door for the second level now, and all that remains is the roof, which I need even more copper. And I believe I still have a decent amount. Final roof is now going on, completing every single building within this first section of the city. Coming back to what I was talking about with sight lines earlier, when you walk along this path, you get the glimpse of the tower up there, making you want to walk further, and you get the grand reveal of the bell tower, leading to the other grand reveal of the final spots we have to decorate. Time for trees! Not that tree. I'm talking about this tree and this tree. Over 150 days spent in-game building the city already. Accomplishing so much in that time, but also so little looking at how much is left on this insane project. With all of these buildings, my creativity is tapped. And that's where I need your help. Leave a comment down below with some names for all of these different shops we've created today. If you want to be absolutely amazing, give me a story about the people that live inside of them. It's a fantasy world, so go crazy. This build has taken so much time, and with tons of detail crammed into tiny corners, I don't have the ability to show it all off here. Working my way downtown, walking slowly through the city where I want to spend a few hours building. I was recently in Italy for my honeymoon, and I love the Plaza in Siena. Naturally, here's a picture of me and my wife eating gelato there. First, I need space to build, as the mountain here is a little in the way. Hey Stu, ready to go. With that, I got to work clearing out a good amount of space at the end of the road to build up the plaza and future town hall, with one very broken pickaxe later. My goal was to build this entire section, but with only 2.5 hours remaining, ain't nobody got time for that. We can still work on creating the plaza floor for now though. Starting with a half circle here out of stone, and oh, my pickaxe. Right, I should fix this. And I'd like some more skulls to decorate with beacons so we can repair it here. Much better. And we've got 14 skulls. 15 skulls. I would like to use bricks and polished andesite for the plaza floor, where I've got plenty of andesite and no bricks. But I've got stonemasons we can use to try out. Stonemason, buy brick, craft brick, block, make slab. Starting by bordering this half circle we made here with polished andesite. Perfect. I want to slope this down so we go from a full block to a slab layer for a few, and back to full blocks. But like the Plaza in Siena, I want to add some lines striping out to the corners so it's just not boring in the middle. Dividing this up into a bunch of hopefully equal sized shapes. With the slices in place, I decided to use bricks for the floor to bring in the warm tone representing this city quarter. Adding some glow lichen in along should help to spawn proof this. From what I can tell, the entire brick area is now spawn proof. The outside, however, not so much, so beacon lamp. And to look at amazement in this beautiful landscape, benches. And that looks great this way. And that's the only way we're gonna see it from for now. I'm not even gonna turn around. Just gonna walk on out of here. Today's journey begins with a lovely green hill, where I've already spent over an hour clearing out this mountain to create space for my mansion, using a large amount of the space for a plaza in front. And I've got so much stone in here now, and I'd really like some smooth stone to work with. Flying down into the cave, I can toss a shulker of stone into the super smelter. With the magic of editing, I now have a shulker of smooth stone for a small sidewalk here in front of my mansion. Going for aesthetics here, I want to use some deep slate and polished deep slate to create a trim around the base of my mansion, where I've run into a small problem and I need to move a mountain to fix it. Back at it again here with the beacon. Spending another hour clearing out the mountain space behind my mansion so I can actually fit the build in here, leaving a big future fWhip problem of this gross wall, and maybe a even larger shulker monster. Current fWhip problem of 2 very broken pickaxes. Quick break from building, we can repair all the pickaxes. This is currently just purely gray, so I need a few little planters and some street lights here in front. Perfect. Next up, the mansion. Starting to pillar up here in the middle, I want to create a grand bell tower to see easily from around the city, leaving space for a grand doorway here in the center. Right here in the center, though, I'd like to include a big old window made out of cyan and light blue. The window's a wee bit flat, so we can fix it with some more smooth sandstone. Much better. Breaking the tower into multiple layers, I started stacking each of them up on top of each other, sticking with a warmer block palette, but introducing some fun light blue accent colors. Now this tower is inspired by some build I found on Pinterest, but it kept linking me to cooking websites, so I couldn't find the original person who built it. So if you recognize it, please leave a comment down below. Not only is this a bell or soul lantern tower, but it's also a clock tower. Where in this world, it's always 3 o'clock. And 3 o'clock means it's time to figure out what I'm putting up here. And well, I've got an idea. But first, it's time to plant a field. Maybe you have shulker boxes. No, actual field. Before I risk everything to finish decorating this tower, episode 26 brings the 26th field into this hardcore Minecraft world. 2,785 days survived so far, and so much has been accomplished on this journey. Now having survived over a year IRL, I never expected to get this far. Double check that you're subscribed so you don't miss out on this adventure. Now for something I put off for a very long time. In order to finish the top of this tower, I need a shrieker from the deep dark. It's time to risk this entire world, finding the deep dark for the very first time. But a quick side mission here as I'm almost out of rockets. Down into the monolith, where we have gunpowder. Self-harvested gunpowder. Much better. The deep dark was introduced in Minecraft 1.19. I started this world in 1.18, meaning the chunks have already been explored around my base, so they can't have the deep dark biome. I have to explore a very long way away from home, where I'm trying to find some very tall mountains, and this is kind of the opposite. Oh, these chunks seem to be a little rough loading in here. What have we found? We found gold and some creepers. Trying to find my way all the way down to see if we can't find any deep dark underneath the mountain. That's not gonna get me anywhere. Oh, this is looking promising. Nope. Maybe this cave wants to go down. Cool spider. This is a little interesting. It's a bit interesting. Ooh, we're going down though. Deep slate, this could be good. I haven't went mining in this world like this in forever. This actually feels kind of nice. It's kind of nice just running around. Excuse me. I got my very first deep slate copper ore. Only nearly 2,800 days in this world. Nope. Buddy, you've had better days, buddy. You've had better days. Maybe get out of the water. There you go. Good job. What? Diamonds? Look at that. Oh my gosh, there's 6 of them. And gravel. Of course there's gravel, but there's more diamonds. Look how many there are. I just found 17 deep slate diamonds like nothing. Wait, why is there a deep slate brick here? Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Oh, okay. We are in an ancient city now. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, I wasn't expecting that at all. There's no skulk here. Why is there no skulk here? There's diamond pants though. And more diamond. No plural. Okay, there it is. Deep dark does exist. Okay, now I'm scared. Why am I happy about? I shouldn't be happy about that. I'm terrified. I see a shrieker. That is all I need. Okay, do we go for it? I think I gotta go for it. And we found all the biomes. Okay, there we go. Nice. And we're being a sneaky. Ooh, skeleton head. Oh, no, it went off. Okay, we have two more. Two more before the warden. Two more before. Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. Don't mind if I do, Mr. Skeleton Head. Oh, look at the diamond hoe. Oh, this is fantastic. Swift Sneak 1. That's amazing. Oh, I love this so much. Oh, we're getting so much loot today. Wait, that's a catalyst. I can make Skulk at Home. Skulk at Home doesn't try and kill you like Skulk in the world. I think I can do this. Nope, I cannot do it. I cannot not do it at all. Okay. One more of the warden spawns. I'm not scared. And I think I slide right in here. Ooh, we got a chest. Efficiency 5 and books. Another chest with more skulk and another diamond hoe. And I'm in. Oh, there's a warden. Oh no, there's a warden. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, buddy. You just stay over there, all right? Oh no, there he is. Oh no. Oh no. Don't come this way. Don't come this way. You stay over there, okay? You just stay. I'm just gonna go loot this little room. He seems to be sticking around over there and not walking this way. Okay, he's gone. We're safe. Back to looting. I've never pressed the shift key so hard in my life. More diamond hoes. We're getting so many hoes. Other side. Wait, that's amazing. For this next chest right over here, I think we swoop in, break it with the axe, pick everything up, and look at it later. Let's go. And we run. Go, 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 go. Okay, the warden spawned. It's still dark. Where is he? He should be over there, and I should be safe. Yes. Look at it bobbing up and down. We got Swift Sneak 3. I just need 3 more disc fragments and a few more echo shards so we can make the last items. Oh, I just heard one go off. Okay, let's do this again. Oh, hi, warden. I see a chest. A lot of chests. Loot them all. Loot them all. Oh, I think 2 wardens just spawned. Everything's so dark. I'm not having a good time. Hi, buddy. Okay, we got our echo shards. I just need disc fragments. A safe chest near the exit. This should have a lot of stuff. Swift Sneak 2. Amazing. He's adorable. Hi, buddy. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Okay, we're swooping in, we're picking up, and we're leaving. Like instantly leaving. Did I get it? Still no more. Come on now. There's 1, 2 more remain. Okay, there's only 1 shrieker up here. Nope, nope, there's 2. Never mind, there's 2. Okay, no plan. Next chest, here we go. Please get a few more. And I'm out. I'm out right now. Oh, I can't see anything. I don't know where I am. I don't know. Oh, there's my torch. Safety torch. Anything? Nothing? And nothing good. The warden down here is really angry. It appears to be skulk free on this side. Maybe we can get lucky. I've looted nearly every chest inside of this city, and I am still 2 disc fragments shy. But that's been far too many close calls. Let's find our way out of here. Behold my stuff. It's a lot of diamond hoes. Right, we can take one of these guys, make a compass that will hopefully never work inside of this world. Yep, keep spinning. Just keep spinning. Most importantly, we can take the Skulk Shrieker and toss it right here, which looks so good. There are a lot of fun shapes on this tower. It's time to add even more fun shapes to this build, but I need a lot of materials to make that happen. As always, starting by laying down some copper to oxidize, crafting up tons of granite materials, getting loads of emeralds to trade with the stonemasons for brick blocks, dyeing terracotta to orange terracotta, breaking bamboo for sticks to craft a lot of fences, and here we have everything for the walls of the mansion. Let's start by framing out the build by alternating brick and granite on the corner, and maybe for the upper floor we bring in terracotta, repeating the same thing for the front. I want to create some big windows here that we can border with some copper. Here we can divide the floors with a little bit of a polished granite stair. Then we repeat a second window, ending with something like this. This part is done, and I worked on filling in the rest of this first side to see the shape in place. Underneath the windows, I'd like to add in a little bit of a flower planter with some azalea on the first and second level. For the roofline, I want to make it a little gothic, adding in some spiky bits. Yep, that's looking good. Sticking with a sandstone idea from the main tower window, we can carry that in right down here. Ditto for the second floor. Glass is now in place, and I've extended a little white terracotta around the side here that we can just reinforce with a few jungle signs across the top. This build is meant to be symmetrical. With the one front side finished, I set off repeating this to the other. Now tackling the end bits over here, I want to first carry the white terracotta up to make it even. Now for the end, this is where I want to bring in a pop of color. Dripstone blocks to the base, and then we bring in the orange terracotta coming all the way up, leaving space for a few windows in here, looking at the beautiful rock. Trimming out the windows here again with some sandstone for a little bit of a pop. But as this is a bigger one, I want to break up the middle here with a little pillar and some bushes in the front. Adding in some glass here for the windows, and that'll do. And you guessed it, repeating this to the other side too. But wait, subscribe now, and there's more. The entire back is the same, but wait for it, again, less windows. Starting from a Minecraft mountain, I have now carved out a great mansion from the stone. Just a bit of a convertible mansion. For the roof, I want to make a strong contrast. Taking some cobbled deep slate, I can craft deep slate tiles. Starting with some stairs, slowly working our way up, and making the arch even taller as it goes. Where I think we work from a slope like this to the top. I just have to bring it all the way around. To break up the roof, I'd like to leave a few spots, like a big 2x2 gap right in here, to add in a chimney just to break up the big old tile wall. This is looking pretty good, but it could use some more love. For starters, iron bars across the top points, making the build a tiny bit more gothic. Yep, that's helping a lot. Then these open spaces, we can take some of our andesite skeletons, using droppers to the top of the chimney, then a few soulfire campfires, and that should do it. Of course, with a second on the far side. Now this is starting to look like a mansion. And the inside, no. Okay. The spiders and creepers on the mansion. They'll never expect me coming in from the side. Aha! Oh no. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Mr. Enderman. We can be friends, I swear. I hit the ground. Almost died to tall grass. Okay, we're fine. I really need to torch this up as I want to get my beacon back. Ooh, no. Just don't look at the shy, tall guy in the corner. Nobody knows he's the best Minecraft block picker-upper in the world. Moving to the back of the mansion, to create my ideal life of luxury, it's time to build some massive gardens, sloping somehow up this way. And I guess I've got a lot more of the mountain to remove. Okay, maybe a little bit of a better idea here. What if I start by building a retaining wall and then I work my way up from there? Yeah, that should be a good first layer. And for this, I just need to get the coarse dirt to this layer for the garden. To work with the shape of the mountain so we're not completely blowing it up. Again, I want to make multiple terraces for the garden layers. Came down to grab a little bit more tuff and got some diamonds. Setting up the beacon yet again and clearing out multiple layers for the garden to take shape into the mountainside, where I think I now have enough materials to build my own mountain. A good way to plan this out is to use some signs. I know, genius, right? A tree over here, a pond, a fountain in the wall, a statue on this layer. The tree of Gondor calls for leaves. Nope, here I think I want to start with some cypress trees, and I actually have the blocks on me. And that should be a good height for the base. And, ooh, trader, anything? Ooh, rooted dirt. I'll be right back. Emergency emeralds. Thank you. Now I can just go through the process of adding leaves in here with some moss and tall grass to give it a little bit more texture. Trees in place, and next up I want a little bit of a trellis right along the front. A bit inspired by something you might find in like a Mediterranean garden. Hopefully it doesn't block. No, that should be good. A little bit more depth with them, some slabbies and some glowberries hanging down, and that should do it. To finish the upper section, I added in some peonies, 2 small statues, kinda, mossy carpet for more green, a few small flowers, and some benches out of campfires. This is looking really good up here, but my pickaxe is super dead. Before adding anything more to the garden, I should probably fix it and get some more garden lights in the process. Taking a quick trip out to the end, I've got some skellies to kill. Well, I did that. I have withers to kill. There we go. Before installing my new lamps, I want to add in the rest of the details, which starts by moving my shulker mess. Don't tell Pearl, because right here we add a pond. Digging down just a touch, I want to grab some dark prismarine to fill in the base, and no, maybe dark prismarine for the sides too. Grabbing a little bit of water and a quick trip to the swamp for some lily pads, where I should need just a few of them. That should be plenty. With the water in, I want to add a few lily pads around the corners, and maybe a big one right here with a flower for a bubble coral fan. Little walls on the corners, and that'll do. Next, I just need to add a little bit more green to this section, because it is kind of supposed to be a garden. This is a good start. I think I want to make the actual walking paths a little brighter with some rooted dirt. Yeah, that works a lot better. Trying to make this look extremely manicured, I'm thinking a small tree that's almost like a little too perfect looking could help a lot. Beyond that, I think taking out this back section of dirt and replacing it with fancy stripy grass using moss and grass blocks will help complete the illusion that this is a really fancy spot to hang out. A little workstation over here, and I probably need a door so we can have a proper entrance inside, including a second door on the upper level as well, with a little seating area underneath a canopy of leaves. Adding a few beacon lamps around the garden, building a new fountain into the walls of the garden to create some depth, and adding in a new fancy feature to the mansion, with a lodestone here at the center, and a few benches around the edge, plus a big old birch in the corner. From there, I removed more of the coarse dirt to replace this with a rooted dirt path around the garden for the other attractions. While doing that, I kept coming back to this spot, and I want to tear it out to build up a little shrine of sorts with something a little like this. And now the tree of fWhip calls for aid, starting with a little bit of a raised platform. Next, I need a little bit of water to fill in around the edges and cover that with mossy cobble slabs, where hopefully I have a little bit of coral to act as some really colorful plants, all to accompany a miniature version of the Giga Tree growing in the mansion garden. Walking up to this, I need a bit more of a wow, which might be possible using some pillars. This was working a little better leading up to the tree. Maybe we'd line with some azaleas, low lichen on top for lighting, and flowers? Still missing something, but you know what? Candles could look really good here. Oh, and I've got a ton of orange dye. 2, 3, and 4. That adds a little bit more of a subtle color, and I like that a lot. This dead space over here, I want to turn into another lawn. Striping grass and moss blocks going all the way across. Looking perfectly fancy. Time to clean up the absolute mess of shulker boxes, where I started from a default mountainside, fancying up the mansion to include this beautiful garden area with multiple water features, custom trees, and just so much color. I need more custom trees, specifically at the corner of the front of the mansion. Using some big plant potters on both sides, because it's the best Minecraft tree, I'd like to use some birch logs. This one for now is just gonna go into the side of the wall, I guess. I'm missing a little space here. Or wonky and sticking out forwards. That should be a pretty good height, just needs some branches. As I work up the courage to tackle the rest of that flat face, we'll improve the tree, but that'll do for now. One more to go. There we have it, my Minecraft mansion to live a life of luxury in this hardcore world. First up here on the mansion, I need a floor. For a base color, I'm thinking we go with some spruce wood. Woo! Maybe I also need torches. I'm just gonna close the door. With that, I just need to fill in everything else along this place with all of our spruce planks. With that in place, instead of a giant room, I need to grab some dirt. Now planning out the rooms and breaking up the space into something a little more manageable. But for some reason, my brain told me to put the door to the garden up here. We'll figure this out in a sec. As first, I need to get a staircase leading up to the second floor. And for this one, I'm just gonna use some spruce planks as well to get things set in place. Now I know the total amount of space I have to work with, and we can start on the grand hall by fixing up the door. Then oak planks going around it, little like that. For now, I think it's gonna work. Next up, replacing the dirt outline back here with polished granite going all the way around. Afterwards, piling up sand with smooth sandstone going all the way to the top. To the top, I've got a new idea I want to try. With the base walls in place, I added in a trim around the top so it was something more than bare walls up to the ceiling. Speaking of the ceiling, I want to tear it out to build a grand chandelier, or 2 of them, where I can now tear up the floor torches and the floorboards themselves with money mangrove roots and brown carpet to go around. Working in the last few detail bits around the grand hall, including a mosaic at the end for a pop of color and a ton of flower pots around. This first room is now ready to go. Now to access the gardens. I'd like to build a slab staircase going all the way up to this next layer. Around the edge of this, we can just add in a few bits of spruce. I built some simple decorations in this hallway with lots of plant life to easily tell you're entering the garden. 2 sections are now finished up. Next, I want to transform this room into a dining room. To contrast the warm colors over here, I want some bluey turquoisey colors for the walls with some warped wood and prismarine brick. The walls and ceiling are in place, and then from here we can use a little bit of acacia, maybe smooth red sandstone, and acacia trapdoors for the table. Or maybe I just do this, because underneath I think would be really cool to fill it in with skulk. A few chairs on either side, but not on fire, as I want the fireplace to actually be right over here, just as a way to keep things warm. With this final addition as a centerpiece, the dining room is now finished, alongside the great hall, entrance to the gardens, and an extra little back hallway. Remember, this is where we started today, without even a floor. At the far end of the hallway, I'm thinking we transform this into a kitchen, starting by tearing out the floor and using an alternating pattern of smooth stone and stone. Comboing it with the fireplace from the dining room, we can build out our own new cooking area right in here. Campfire hidden underneath, smoker right here, and we've got ourselves a cooking station. For a kitchen, we need a lot of counter space, storage for food and equipment, and even a little herb garden to help produce some spices for cooking to bring the whole atmosphere together. When walking in, this instantly feels like a kitchen, and I'm super happy with it. Now, 3 rooms left to go on the far side. Step 1, walls to divide the rooms up, sandstone to keep it on theme, but I also want to have a fun one in the back with some stripped crimson logs, where we'll have a few meeting rooms back in here and over here, and an office to show the mansion was really transformed into a town hall. Taking a few spruce signs, we can finish the hallway with a simple bench, where I sleep the night, where we wake up with a new conference room. If I could, yes, just get the painting in place. Look at it, it's beautiful, except I would like to change the floor out to some deep slate, complete with a door. Perfect. Getting a nice breath outside inside the villager trading hall cave. I need to get a little bit of redstone here, because I've got an idea I want to try. Look at all the work we've done. Yeah, you can see everything. There's a plant in the window. Look at it. Tearing out this wall I just built up, I want to move it over a block and get rid of this one, as I've really enjoyed working with the wallpapers just to make the rooms feel a little different from each other. A little something like this. And with that, we've now filled a little space with another office. I am going to admit something that I don't want to admit. I have a problem, and it's right here behind me. All of these shulkers are so unorganized. I don't know how to find anything. Help! But I got a cool new office. Yeah, look at it. Shulkers can't get me in here. If I just keep building, eventually all of the blocks will be placed down, and it'll be fixed, right? I think? Or maybe I'm just really hoping. That's a nice little table. First installing a door, and as a final step in here, we need to fix up the ceiling, where I want to bring some oak slabs going all the way around like this, and then we just raise up the center. That should do it. Except maybe a table here could be nice. For the most important part of today's episode, I need to build a new field in this hardcore world. However, I have so many fields and no mills to process the wheat. So I don't go insane only building interiors today. I want to construct a windmill at each one of these pillars. Next, I need a lot of materials, so I first ran over to the birch forest to chop down a bunch of trees for trapdoors, then to the mangrove swamp for mud, stopping at the wheat farm, then crafting the mud into packed mud, and it's not a fWhip build without spruce in it, so throwing a lot of stuffs together. And this here should be just about everything we need, starting with a base of some mud and polished deep slate on top. Next, I'm gonna grab all of this packed mud, some spruce trapdoors, fences, terracotta mushroom blocks, campfires, and those. On the inside, I want to create these little archways, just like this. Then in the front, I need a larger entrance to get inside. Perfect. With that, I finished the base of the windmill, adding a lot of mud going all the way up and adding in a few more windows. A big old pillar of spruce up the center, composters around the edge, and adding in an oak plank floor for the second level, along with walls out of oak for 3 of the sides. The windmill blade's gonna stick out here eventually, but we'll sort it out in a bit. The final side I want to leave as an opening for a lift with a little something like that. Raising the roof with some deep slate and spruce to make it fit in with the existing builds in the area. Now for the important part, the windmill itself on the front of the building looking fantastic. Last step for now is adding in a little bit of coarse dirt inside for the floor. For now, the first windmill is finished up in the farmland. Just 2 more windmills to go right down the road over here. Ah! Where'd you come from? Sticking with mostly the same build for the next, but trying to make it feel unique, so I added a ladder up to the top from the outside instead of the lift, which now has a super fancy little interior space down below. Up the ladder, we can go to the top with a little bit of a workstation up here for the mill itself. Number 1 also now has interior space in here too, with an inside ladder leading all the way up. And oh my gosh, look at that! Suddenly a 3rd windmill! Oh gosh, how did that get there, huh? We can just assemble the little mill here in the bottom, or torch, piston, composter, and stairs going around. Got a little terraforming to do here so we can actually now use this lift. I am kind of doing an episode on interiors here, so I should probably finish decorating this thing. One more step after adding in the details to the buildings. This is episode 1000, so I'm being extra. And I want to bring a stream coming down the mountain through here into our lake. Just a little guy. Carving out a small channel for the water to cascade down the side of the mountain, I added in coarse and rooted dirt along the edge of the stream bed before bringing the water and cascading, of course, down the mountainside. I'm bringing in some flowers, sugarcane, dark oak saplings, and mangrove leaves for greenery along the edge of the stream too, just to make it a little more lush. Next, crafting some spruce fences and getting spruce leaves out of the leaf box. I want to decorate the land with a few smaller trees to help the windmills feel taller sitting on the mountainside. I'm definitely not putting off building interiors, so hey look, bone meal, we can get even more grass and keep decorating the outside. Yeah, just a little bit more time spent over here, maybe a touch right back in here. You know, not having tall grass right here behind the windmill, somebody's gonna notice it, so I gotta do it. Somebody's gonna notice it, and I've run out of bone meal. Dang it. Okay, no more distractions. I started today with nearly nothing in front of the city gates. Now we're finally getting somewhere with these brand new windmills. With my wind farm built, we're eco-friendly now, but I also need to be eating friendly and plant a field. Get it? Because it's food. If that joke didn't make you want to subscribe, maybe the fact that I've posted 1,000 videos on YouTube will. Double check that you're subscribed to my channel, as YouTube might have unsubscribed you randomly, which would be sad. Over 60% of the people watching right now are not even subscribed. With that out of the way, we now have 27 fields inside this world. With the first floor of the mansion done, I need a break to tackle some of the smaller interiors, like the grocery store next with a basalt floor. Trying to channel my inner trader fWhip here. The most important thing to sell is candles and succulents. Of course, with some more shelving around the entire space, quite literally farm to table. I need a seed, a few potatoes, and some carrots. For a small produce stand back here, we can just do some carrots, potatoes, and then hidden up in the corner, a wheat with a big old tub of blueberries to sell. Back here, I want a big table so we can display some goods like sea pickles, some more produce on display up here, big leafy green plant. I don't know why the grocery store is overgrown, but that's the way it's going. And a register. Lastly, growing all of the produce so it looks nice. The grocery store is now completed, but it's just a front, as I want to go underneath and build a pumpkin and melon farm, starting by digging out a large enough space to contain 2 of the farms. I've run out of redstone, so I went into the villager trading hall to visit the clerics and trade for some more, then grabbing cobblestone from the quarry and running into the nether for quartz from the piglin bartering farm, all to craft over a stack of observers with an equal number of pistons to match. Next, I need a minecart track running underneath for a hopper minecart with powered rails in the middle to keep it moving, and a way to bounce it back at the end. Grabbing some of the dirt we cleared out, a slab in the middle, and we make room for farmland. Now for the important part, pumpkin seeds and melon seeds. I have a pumpkin farm down here, but I have yet to plant a melon field in this entire world. Because who would plant a giant field of melons? They seem kind of useless, right? Off to the jungle I go to find some melons. Melons? Melons? Where are you? Melons! Melons! Ah, melons! Much better. Planting all the seeds in alternating rows and adding in some lights so they grow more efficiently. As I'm definitely going to be down here all the time, I want to add in some lime glass along the front as a way to see inside. First farm is now done, and here goes number 2. With 2 of these farms, I'm gonna need a good amount of storage down here, which means a lot of chests and a bunch of hoppers. 5 chests across, going up 3 tall. I need to run hoppers along the back to be able to unload everything into it, and somehow get 2 minecart unloading systems in here. I think I can squeeze the first one in right here. I think. Okay, it looks like it works. No, it does not work. That should work. It's coming back, and now we're talking. And off goes the second. With the farm done, I set off to detail the area a touch and installed an access point from the grocery store to get into the storage room, where the grocery store is about 10 times noisier now. But finally, 2,943 days into this world, I have easy access to pumpkins and melons. Just gotta wait for the little guys to grow, and this farm's gonna be producing like crazy. Moving next door in the city, working from the stone, cobblestone through the deep slate, we can just fill in the rest of the floor with this. From here, I want to to bring the walls all the way down and fill them in just to give ourselves a good amount of space. With the floors in, I also need a ceiling, and dark oak slabs with stripped dark oak logs should do it. I should put a torch up here, otherwise it's going to be very dangerous. This workshop is going to be for building wagons, so I want to start with a bunch of storage space back here on some racks. A bit like this that we can use for a load of storage, using oak trap doors to make it look like we have some extra wheels lying around, and when in doubt, more barrels and other stuff. Next, building a wagon that looks like it's being repaired or just being constructed right now, and I think it'll line up. Yes, we can make it look like it's being held up by the chains. A few more tweaks and this here works for the shop. Get it? Okay, moving on to targeting the main street buildings next. I've decided to focus on the first floors, as it's really the only thing I can see when I'm walking around down here. Looking in the windows like a creep, I can at least kind of see the grocery store. The second floor, not at all. Here we have the tailor shop that still needs a name. I want to make it warm and inviting on the inside, so here we have mangrovey logs. I want to divide this up in a few smaller rooms, with some stripped mangrove logs going up the sides. Just kidding, as I think red terracotta instead of strip logs might look a little cleaner. To keep it open air though, we could extend some fences across and trapdoors on top. Yeah, that looks a lot better. To walk up to the second floor that I'm never gonna go to, we can install a little staircase. To contrast the warm tones, I want to add in a big carpet here in the front, with cyan, light blue, and cyan kind of bordering it as you come in, and a cool copper desk right back here. I want to have a big old like fitting room back in this point, where this is meant to be a mirror, and I need to grab the most useless block in Minecraft to fill it in. Blocks of diamond. Outside of building a beacon, these things are pretty worthless, so we might as well decorate with them. Inside, I want to have a bunch of plants, so we can start with some azaleas right over here. Maybe that can sit up here too. And I am gonna need some light in here, so soul lanterns. They don't give off a huge light level, so we're gonna need quite a few of them. Adding in some pearlescent frog lights on the side and moss blocks with azaleas on top, we can create a cool display box where I need some armor stands later, but the front should be more or less ready to go. A little storage under the staircase, and back here can be a bit of a workstation. Chairs for people to sit in, barrels for storage, and a grindstone. Don't know why a tailor would need it, but maybe they do. I should have some smooth stone right here and sticks to craft armor stands. Now I can't make any cloth-based clothing, but if I visit the Hogland farm here in the Nether, I might have leather? No, not at all. Absolutely none. Come on, piggies, into the pit with you. Hopefully we have some leather ready. Almost enough. We'll make it work. Crafting up a few pieces. We'll see how many I can get out of all of this leather. Oh, perfect. 2 whole sets. 1 out of purple and light blue. Whip has wares if you have coin. But you might want to spend that more at the tavern once we decorate the inside. Starting by boxing in the space by creating a wall for the kitchen and using dark oak for the ceiling. This deep slate leads to a chimney, which means the tavern can have a nice fireplace. Much better. Next up, a place for people to sit and eat at tables, where we can introduce a little bit of warped wood and create some cool little booths. Perfect. And I think on the way to the kitchen, I could squeeze in a few more back here. We got to fill this space as much as we can, so big table in here. This can just be made out of some slabs. We can put like a plate here and a flower pot cup thing there. Next, I have to run over to the farmers, grabbing a few emeralds along the way, as all perfect Minecraft tables need a cake. Right there. I added a staircase to the second floor if we want to do anything with it in the future, and then right over here I want to include a lectern and a sign to make a little welcome station. Well, stair and then signs, some coat racks, and storage barrel. I like barrels, okay? I like barrels. You know what? I'm gonna put some more barrels back here and you can't stop me. Oh my gosh, she's switching up with beehives. Ah! Just kidding. Barrels. For the chef to work their magic, let's put a campfire down here and 2 smokers on top. Finally, a light in the corner and a few herbs on display, and then a cake being ready to go out. Now it's kind of bare as we walk inside, so I've got to find something to do in here, but it's really skinny hallway, so maybe some paintings, but also gotta set the vibe. Maybe like a cool little carpet as you walk in. And we make one of those fun stations where a lot of people's just artwork is on display for sale. Yeah, that's kind of fun. With the first floor of the tavern completed, next up is something a bit different. I want to focus on detailing the stables over here for the rest of the good animals to have a home in the city. easy. Starting by first removing all of these little end bits to where we can add some bigger dividers with our spruce, and then making it so the animals can't just walk out the side. We can do a few slabs on top and then just fences back here with some trapdoors above. Yeah, that's looking pretty good so far. And I would like a way to get up to that second floor if we do want to use it in the future. So I'm thinking right about here, we just take some stairs up. Then we can do something a little fun with right there underneath. And maybe this corner, because it's a little cramped, is just some storage. The actual stalls for animals, I want to add in some jungle doors so that they can see through. So it doesn't feel like a quiet little box of happy thoughts. Happy thoughts, not a dark little box of sorrows. Whoever's staying in this one will forever be hungry, as we can put some hay bales down here. Then on this side, I think it's almost like a tack room with some extra storage. That I think is going to work out pretty well. Ground torches, not acceptable. I love lamp too much. Then it looks like I never finished carrying that detail along the edge, so we can bring in a little bit more of these. And I think I might strip these down as it's a little too dark. You know what? I like that. That looks pretty good. We'll get animals out here soon, but first this back area needs some love. I really need to get a well inside the city or some form of water. I keep having to walk all the way out here, but it does look pretty good coming back inside. Now in the back, I'd like to create a water trough so we can also show the animals some more love. Perfect. Then we can kind of divide this a little bit in case we have extra animals that need to stay outside. There's a little bit of a dividing wall here now. Now, as we all know, animals tend to be a little stinky. So over here, I'd like a place to store manure. To represent this, I got muddy mangrove roots and soil, which we can clear out all of this. Oh, there's the farm I just built. This should work with maybe a little fungusy something growing on it. We'll just move on to over here where I want to have some warp roots, and then maybe some of these guys just dotted around like some stuff is kind of growing back here. But overall, the stables is pretty ready to go. Next up, I'm gonna need a few leads, as there's this wandering trader llama up on the hill that I really want to bring with me into the stables. He's been here for a long time. Oh, he has a friend. I feel like it actually makes a lot of sense to have wandering trader llamas inside the city stables that's designed for people to just stay over for a little while. Please don't die. Please don't die on the berries. Please don't die. You're professionals. Look at you. You must traveled a lot. Nope, you're dying on the berries. You're not supposed to do that. I need name ideas for these llamas down in the comments below, and I think it makes sense if they're a pair. Once again, back into the villager trading hall we go. So I need golden carrots. 1 for a snack, 2 for a visit to breed a new mule. Come with me, little guy. There we go. I really should make a lot easier pathway to get over to the city for my starter base. I have to walk all the way down the mountain and back up. On top of the mule, I've decided I want to obtain all of the rideable mobs inside of Minecraft. Checking the box on the mule here. Next up, we need a horse, we need a donkey, and we need a skeleton horse, which requires a thunderstorm. Let's focus on the easy ones and see if a thunderstorm wants to roll in. Oh, here's some horses. Perfect. Horse of the mountain, I need you to come with me. Oh, no, no, no. Don't come with me. Don't come with me. Not this way. It's not smart. You're a professional. You live on the mountain. You know what you're doing. There we go. The horse is now acquired as well. I think to make this a lot easier, I'm going to need to find some saddles. And the end rating loot barrel supplies. Oh, it started raining. Is this... I don't think it's a thunderstorm. Okay, let's focus on finding a donkey to bring home. I've also just now realized I also need to bring a pig home, because technically you can put a saddle on a pig, which I might have an extra pig hanging out back in here. Yes, there he is. Look at him. Come with me, my porky friend. Ham sandwich has been brought home, and I think the perfect place for him is going to be to hang out here, just kind of attached to this. Back to finding the donkey. Target acquired. Donkey, you have been located. I'm here to save you. Okay, we've got our donkey. Give him a saddle, and we ride on back to the city. Only one mob remains at this point that I want to bring back here. Let's throw this guy in a stall, and we can just lock him in. But I need the skeleton horse. Another one that I could bring back would be a strider, but I do feel kind of mean bringing him here with no lava, and I'm not putting lava in the city quite yet. There hasn't been a thunderstorm for quite a while in this world, so I'm hopeful one's gonna happen somewhat soon, and I think this is a really good spot to hopefully get some skeleton horse spawns. I will just wait until we have a thunderstorm. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that thunderstorm? It's here. Oh, it's finally here. I think I just need to start fighting things, and then maybe we'll get something. I think I'm gonna need my chest piece for this one. There hasn't been a thunderstrike in... Whoa, speak of the devil. There it is. There it is. We have one. I have to get really close here. He's gonna explode. No, 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 no. We can't kill the horses. Okay, we got one. We got one. We got one. Nope, we killed the horse. We specifically killed the horse. We have 3 horses. Yes, 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 yes. I need to go sleep instantly. This is the first time I've ever had skeleton horses in a Minecraft world. Oh, they're so cool. Hello, my new friends. Oh, they're already tamed. That's amazing. Look at him. Just don't look at the arrows in my face. The battle is over, and welcome to your new home, my skeleton friend. I believe this... Nope, that's the baby mule. It's been a while since I've been here. I thought he would have grown. Piggy's over here. You can hang out here with him. I swear, it's great. You're gonna love it. The other 2 skeleton horse friends that survived the battle, I'm just gonna let them roam free. And if you have any ideas on what we can do with the other skeleton horses, let me know. All of the interiors on Main Street are now finished up, except the villager cart storage area, which will come later, as I'm ready to finish off the mansion interior. Starting by walking up the stairs to the 2nd floor, where we have nothing. To make it a little bit of a safer place to work so we don't fall down in the middle, I should probably put a little railing. Little stripping later, and that should do it. Next, I'm gonna need some terracotta and a little bit of cactus. Oh, I already smelted some. Yay! All to craft cyan terracotta. From here, I'm gonna need some warped wood from the lumber mill, but I'm all out. That's a problem, which can be solved by a quick trip into the nether to find ourselves a warped forest somewhere in this mess. Yoink. Perfect, here we go. This tree should be enough. Yep. That should be plenty. How to find my way out of here. Ah, the perimeter. Perfect. With all the warp goodies squared away, I'm gonna tap into the Witherose supply here for some black dye for a quick trip to the Guardian farm. And there was plenty here and no shards. All right, a quick AFK session at the Guardian farm later. Taking the prismarine shards, we can craft dark prismarine. One final step for the walls. I need to take all of this concrete powder and turn it into concrete. All of these materials are going into the walls and ceilings inside of the mansion for the 2nd floor central room, some storage closets, and most importantly, my bedroom. The main room in here is looking great. We've still got that half left to go, but over here inside of my bedroom, which is very massive, I thought we could instead use some mangrove planks for the roof. It might be busy. I was gonna say it might be easier to build from up top, but I don't know. Let's just go the old-fashioned way. Much better. For these larger gaps, I'm thinking we just use mangrove logs and strip them down. To make it safer up here, let's throw in some torches too. And you know what? I might do that inside of here as well. This will give it a little bit more texture and help it feel, I think, a touch more completed. This is starting to feel a little bit more like a bedroom in here. Just a few places that still need to get patched in. A closet with a mud floor, a bedroom with a stripped mangrove floor, and a back office with an acacia floor. We can move to the other side where I've kind of started planning things out with the main carpet here in the center, then 2 rooms on either side. I'm thinking a display case here at the end. On top of the copper, we can bring in acacia planks and then stacking up logs going all the way up with the border of some more planks on top. Of course, stripping the logs all the way down. There's not much space here in the hallway, so I'm thinking we just extend some dripstone blocks all the way back. Oak trapdoors going back down, so it's just not quite as flat, with some soul lanterns to light it up. For the left room, I want to take some jungle slabs in here and trapdoors to connect across. Above the jungle, though, I think some pink terracotta could be kind of a fun color to incorporate. Now, for the end room over here, I want to take some oak slabs and just work them up to the top. But you know what? What if we just flatten it across here? Then I don't have to add any more copper. Just like that, we now have an extra room, which might need a torch for now. In here, I want to create some display cases that will fill out shortly with massive armor stands. But for a fun floor, I thought the warped nylium I gathered up when I was getting the logs earlier could be kind of fun. We'll get frog lights in here soon for the base of these cases, but for now, we can throw in dark oak trapdoors. This room, I want to turn into a bit of a kid's room, just like this. Now, across the hallway, I want to dedicate this room to the number 1000, as this is my 1000th video on YouTube, mostly because I wasn't really sure what else to put in here, so this will have to do. A big 1000. A few final touches in here with a little bit of greenery and some storage. Moss blocks in here with some azaleas on top. Maybe the one in the window is a big old bushy guy. And trapdoors to frame them in. And I can just sit in this chair and stare at the big old 1000. Greenery is a big aspect of my builds and my life IRL, so I want to add a ton of plants throughout this 2nd floor. Really quickly, coming back to the 1000 room, I want to try putting a giant painting up here. Like that. I love it. Oh, the pig face is perfect. Now, moving on to some weirder details, this room is kind of about flexing. So I wanted to put a few things on display, like a beacon and some wither skeleton skulls. I only have one extra beacon right now, so eventually I'll get a second in here. And these are all gonna be armor sets on armor stands with a netherite one in the middle. But before we get to that grind, let's finish out this central area. Like some lily of the valleys and randomly a skulk shrieker. This is about showing my conquests. So we could put a second here with a little table thingy and a crystal. Ooh, this room is starting to come together. An additional thing is maybe we do some benches with the light blue bed and a second right here. Now for the little supply closet in here, we could put beehives, barrels, maybe a chest, extra flower pot, and that should do it. We're not really gonna go in there that often. Now a very important detail, however, sea pickle and another wither skelly skull. Inside of my bedroom, I've been kind of working on a 4-poster bed as I've went along, and I think I finally got an idea. We can use some more of our dark oak slabs and bring them all the way across like this, kind of giving it its own roof. Then connect the lower part with some trap doors. And because I have them light blue beds in the middle, this little corner over here is kind of going to represent enchanting, so I want an enchanting table in there. But first we can finish off this with some barrels, maybe some more right there. And up top, I'm thinking we just do 4 solo chests. This is trying to be my closet. And since there's no roof in it, I've got dark oak slabs at the ready. This deep slate leads up to the main chimney for this side of the house. So let's just connect ourselves in here and have it look like it's going through the floor. Maybe more like that, because the kitchen is right below us, so it does need a way for that smoke to get up. This little room back here, we can throw a jungle door in, and I like that. And then some barrels along there, and I think just some chests up top. And there's again no roof. I do have oak slabs and I do have roof. Now for some of the finer details, where I'm gonna need a lot of sticks for 5 armor stands. When destroying the village underneath us, I did loot a book that's just been sitting in the shulker, so I've got a great use for it. It's time to dive into a lot of these diamonds and a little netherite, as I'm gonna need 2 new diamond swords and 5 sets of diamond armor and a new enchanting table, where this is gonna get real expensive. Especially as for the full flex, I want to take one of them and turn it into a set of netherite armor with 2 swords for some reason. This is my super fancy mansion after all, so it's got to live up to the part. Quick stop in the bedroom to drop off the enchanting table and a spare ender chest in my office. Armor stands at the ready. Netherite here in the center. Then thinking we take the 2 swords and point them right back in the middle. Nope, not my totem. I would like that, please. There we go. Now the diamond armor can go right here, but I'll be honest, just another set of diamond there in the corner sounds kind of weird to me. So unfortunately, these 2 chest pieces are gonna go to waste. Tying the mansion back into the rest of the things I've accomplished in this world, I think a set of gold armor on both sides helps tie that in, kind of showing the crazy gold farm that we have here too, but everything leads up into the netherite in the middle. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? Now, anytime I walk down the hallway or just around, I can just see the netherite armor at the end. Ooh, that's looking good. One final treat for those of you that have stuck through this interior building extravaganza. I reward you with another interior. The blacksmith is no longer a mess of dirt behind mangrove trapdoors. And instead, we have a double smith inside that is in need of a great story from the comments. Interiors are a huge building struggle for me, so this video has been a challenge and has taken well over 2 weeks to record. Now, like all fWhip builds, this is gonna start with a lot of digging, and I'm gonna need a beacon to make that happen. With that done, I want to first expand the main river to allow for larger boats to move through. Wait a second here. How did I miss that waterfall up here? That is beautiful. Look at that thing. Okay, small distraction time. I think this is going to work as a really cool canal coming through the city to divide up the houses and create even more space other than just buildings in here. That should work for digging out the entire canal coming all the way up to the mountain, but I do want to turn this into like a small lake in here so it doesn't, go into the caves. This time I was nice and let the animals out instead of burying them underneath the landscape, so I think that's a pretty good win. From here, the water is going to cascade down the mountain to reach the main river, where I'm working on placing in a few retaining walls so that I can have the city raised up a little bit above the water's edge. I do like the idea of having another waterfall right here just before it reaches the main river, but maybe instead of being like 8 blocks tall, we just go to here. If I do this correctly, I might be able to even slowly drop it down to meet the water's edge. You know what? That's close enough. That'll be fine right here. Grabbing a little bit more dirt, and we'd expand the little riverbed area. Oh, hi there, buddy. Yeah, thank you. Maybe I should light up all of this because I am creating a lot of mob spaces. Oh, no. Woo! It's fine. Everything's fine. You know what? That's a future fWhip problem. Back to the project at hand, as it's already a distraction. Plus, if the mobs are spawning down there, they're less likely to spawn inside the city, which is a win. Now I just need to send the water all the way down, and this should be pretty perfect. We've got a lot more terraforming to do, but I'm really happy with this so far. This is already a fWhip certified video. We've cleared out a bunch of terrain and done a random little side project. But now let's get back to the industrial district. To make this a real industrial district, I want a system that's going to convert dirt into mud. If you didn't know, you can place a block of dirt down, get a water bottle, and turn it into mud. This is a micro farm by Il Mango that doesn't require too many materials, so I quickly got them all together. I think I want to build this a bit into the hill here so it's easy to hide a structure around. Before we can test it out, I need two more things. First being a ton of glass bottles. A little bit more than that. Quick trip down into the villager cave. Ow. I can grab some emeralds in here to run up to the next level and visit all of my librarians. Glass, please. Got a few extras here, but that should do it. With these, I can fill the dispenser in the back and the hopper back here. The next item is a little bit more difficult to get. This is going to require a trip over to the monolith to grab a little bit of gunpowder, which I can use to craft TNT, as I need a new netherite shovel. Taking a quick trip, hopefully down into the nether, we can just start a new netherite tunnel off of the edge of the quarry. With that, it's time to see how much ancient debris I can get with 2 stacks of TNT. Oh, how did I miss one all the way out here? I will take that. Not the luckiest run, but we did get 11 more ancient debris, which is more than I needed. Excuse you, my tunnel, but it's time to get on out of here. Headed over to the netherite forge, we can smelt all of this stuff down, and I already had a ton extra. Huh. Oh well, now I just have even more. To share how stupidly OP toolsmith villagers are, we can bring our emeralds over here and get a brand new diamond shovel, a mending book, and unbreaking 3. I need a grindstone where the only one I can find is up here. To get rid of the efficiency on the shovel, upgrade this to a netherite shovel and throw our mending and unbreaking 3 on it. Finally, we're ready to test this out. Dirt goes in the offhand, chest piece on just to be safe. If I place this here and then break it a few times, we get mud. And there we go. Now it seems to be working pretty well. Okay, maybe not totally perfect, but not half bad. Okay, so that wasn't working too well, so I made a regular diamond shovel now this time. Oh, I broke the glass. But that seems to be working much better now. At least a little bit better. It's fine. You can go up there. Right, with this machine sorted, it's time to hide the structure in the first building in the industrial district. I'm gonna need a floor level for the building to sit on, so let's get some coarse dirt, maybe a little more, some packed mud and packed mud bricks, and since we're here, some polished andesite slabs and stone brick slabs. I'm gonna completely texture this wall here soon, but for now, let's just throw a little topper on. Now from here, I'd actually like the road to be right underneath, with coarse dirt to border, and then we can work our way in with a little bit of our packed mud. That'll hopefully look like some tire tracks or just area where people are moving more consistently. There we go. This is starting to get the vibe that I'm going for in the road over here. We're gonna have a second layer for the street to be coming all the way up here behind the building, but we can throw this guy in a little later. Hey, would you look at that? Day 3,400. Woo! Nope, not hitting the ground. Area is prepped for building, and now I need blocks to build the dang thing, which is going to require a ton of different materials, so I raided my storage room for as much as I could get my hands on before needing to run out into the world and gather some more blocks. I've got nearly everything ready to go in these boxes, except some hanging roots, which I can get right here, and this should be more than enough. I've got to convert all of this light gray concrete powder to light gray concrete, which I can do super quickly right here in the little pot. Now the next one, which I think is going to be a theme in today's episode, I need a lot of cobble deep slate. Each region I build in the city, I want to theme off of a certain colored roof, and I thought darker colors like deep slate and blackstone could be great here. All of this cobble deep slate and 0 diamonds, but they are useless, so it's fine. Time to get building. Now this is everything I need. I think I want to divide this up into 2 different parts, with dripstone and spruce for the base over here. Some more dripstone on this side, wrapping all the way back. And then from here, I'm thinking just some jungle, working up into some mud and mud bricks to be darker. That's looking pretty good. Then here on the inside, I want to make a giant door, starting with a little something like this. And then we can bring in some trapdoors in the middle as a divider and some giant door handles and flip those back closed. Moving back to the left building, I'm trying to make this section of the city look very, very dirty and grimy. So I went with a ton of different gray blocks to pull off this look. We'll throw the roof on here shortly, but first I want to build a small roof in the form of an awning using some quartz and diorite. Just trust me on this. It should look pretty good in the end. I hope. I hope. Jumping over to the far side of the build though, I want to extend out an awning. And by awning, I mean balcony. We can carry some spruce up on the corners right here. And then for a pop of color, I'm thinking acacia trapdoors for the railing itself. Before we bring a covering on the balcony, I should probably build the walls on the rest of the actual building. But for this, I want to work from the light gray terracotta into white terracotta, leaving space for plenty of windows where I think for the first time ever, I want to make a 2x2 window with big old glass along the back. From the white terracotta, we can move into a little bit of birch and then stripped birch going all the way up. And now it's time to put the dark prismarine balcony cover on. And then I moved on to building out the roofs, one out of cobble deep slate and the other out of deep slate tiles. With that out of the way, I want to add in the chimney campfires. Soul campfire with a brick wall on top and spruce trapdoors going around. This is going to really help the place feel a lot more alive as it just adds a subtle amount of movement, which is making this build look really, really cool. Except we can see through it. For this open space on the back, I thought we could use another spruce section to add a door to an upper street level. And for some simple street details, a cart carrying mud on the lower level, where this is really starting to feel good, minus the shulker monster, but I need to keep adding more of the workman's quarters industrial vibe. And I'm in the water, which did give me an idea for texturing the retaining wall with a ton of grime built into it, so I just decided to run with it and see what I could do. And I gotta say, this is looking really cool for just one building and a wall. Now seems like a perfect time to plant a field and to remind you to subscribe if you haven't already. I've now survived just over 3,400 days in hardcore Minecraft and I've loved every minute of it, but I am nearly at 1.4 million subscribers on YouTube, so please subscribe to help me reach that milestone as we jump down into the valley under the first castle in this world to plant a new carrot field. Which I'll be honest, the more time I spend down here, the more time I want to come back and improve the area a bit further. But that will have to come later, as all of the mud I have is fantastic, but the item I really want is packed mud, which is where my Alley powered wheat farm is going to come in handy today. Look at all that wheat, and it's so full. So full. I'm going to need to craft down a ton of planks into chests to make a bunch of hoppers on top of that. I want to bring the wheat all the way up here to the surface level and build a storage barn around it so it's a lot more accessible than flying down into the cave. This should be enough storage to last us a good while. And then for any overflow we might have, I think I can throw a hopper in here, composter on top of it with another hopper, and this can kind of just snake its way along. For now, we can just surround this with a bunch of mangrove planks along the back. Then from here, I want a pipe that's going to be coming all the way in. A quick test here is if we put some ice inside and break it down, the water should flow to there. Perfect. Quickly running inside the cave over to where we have our setup with the Alley farm. We can set up a little system inside of here to dispense all of the wheat that we already have into a water stream and bring it up to the surface. I'll add that last redstone when it's ready to go, otherwise we're gonna lose a lot of the wheat. From here, we just need to create a water track that's gonna carry the stuff all the way over. I forgot to break the ice. Water column is nearly ready to go. I just need to throw some kelp in so it becomes full blocks. Getting rid of the last bit of kelp, and we shoot back up with one final step here, adding in the redstone dust, and there goes the wheat. Nope, the wheat stopped. Why'd you stop, wheat? There goes the wheat, which is all now starting to arrive at the top, meaning the system is complete. Next up, we should probably build something around this, right? Trying to keep the structure a little on the smaller side, we can make it about this far in. For the base, let's use some granite and mix in a bunch of bricks. A few spruce fences as some supports, and we can transition into the next layer here, which is also gonna be where our roof starts. For the inside, I wanna throw in mushroom stem and a little window. From there, I filled out the trim on the front of the roof. For the front of the build, I want to do something a little different and have two large doorways to get inside, using spruce wood as a trim. And for a fun element to divide from the roof, let's add in some composters. Make sure it stays mob safe on the inside. We can also add in some spruce doors and trap doors. With the front sorted, I moved around to add in the walls and roof on the main barn structure. But you know me, I can't just have a single shape for a build over here, so I want to build a small grain silo attached to the right side. This is looking really good here, but this grass has got to go. But before we get to that, the inside is even worse. So I think we can bring in some oak slabs right along here on both sides, and then just bring it up by a slab in the middle with the little lamp. Next up, we really got to replace this grass floor, and I'm thinking just coarse dirt itself can do the trick. And yes, I will go all the way back. That alone helped a lot. I just need to get my doors back on. Okay, in the time I built this entire thing, the wheat is still flowing in from the farm down below. I decided to hang around for a bit longer, add in a few more details for ourselves, and the inside is a little bit more decorated, and now all of the wheat is moved over. Check this out. We've got over 4 double chests of wheat. Now, this wasn't just some side project. No. This is extremely important, as a main goal I have in this world is to connect everything with a road. The wheat field is already on the road network that comes all the way down here into the quarry, which itself leads into the side city gate. So if I grab a little bit of cobblestone and some slabs, I now have the ability to connect my auto wheat farm to my auto mud farm with a brand new road. This curve right in here should work out for us, and then I can use a bridge to transition over into the industrial district. We're not focusing on this section today, fWhip. We're not focusing on it. Just focus on getting in the road and then go to the industrial district. Stay on task. You can do it. 1 wide is a wee bit small for carts to travel along, so I expanded it by 3 blocks on both sides. Now I just need to replace most of the cobblestone to add in different blocks because mass cobblestone looks very 2013. From here, I want a bridge going all the way across to the other side, and I think some cobbled deep slate can work out as a great transition material. Probably all the way over here. This seems wide enough to get some carts through. Using some bricks for pillars on the 4 corners, topped with a little bit of polished granite. Now for the not so subtle flex on the outside, let's use some beacons to actually light this up. That's a good little pop, right? That's what it would be. Now to add in a few more details to the front of this guy, we can start with an archway out of polished granite to make it a little bit more reinforced. And then to give it a little bit of depth, maybe incorporating a few mud stairs. More polished granite worked into the top, and on these flatter sections, just a few soul lanterns. And I think that's pretty good, which means I just need to repeat it around to the backside. This is starting to look really good for a little bridge, but unfortunately, it can't be water under the bridge. Get it, because it's water on a bridge. This looks really bad in here. Yeah, so that's what I meant to say, is it looks really bad, and I want to spend a little bit of time fixing it up because it's very ugly on the inside. We can get rid of the little land sticking out here, so it feels like some more water is moving underneath, and it is a little bit more substantial. Quickly taking some spruce logs and crafting spruce trap doors. We can make a really subtle archway down here with some spruce slabs on the sides, and then we just add in our trap doors all the way across it in the middle, which looks pretty good, and why did that scare me so much? Okay, so now that we've got the bridge in place, I need to think about the industrial district buildings, which will help guide me on where I need to build the roads, with a few residential buildings and shops on the lower level, some storage warehouses down by the docks, and moving them up into the mountain will get us some brick production with a bunch of kilns and workstations. But back to the roads for now, where we're gonna bring in a few temporary blocks and try and work our way down here to the dock front I've already made the road for. Along this way, it's actually gonna go down to a wooden dock level closer to the water. The main line is gonna run back along here, where it's gonna go up a little bit before coming down this direction, and boy, oh boy, I got a lot of terraforming to do. I'm gonna fill this in behind the second retaining wall just so I don't have to later. For now, the main road in the residential area is ready to go. And now back to these gross hills I need to figure out. I think we can bring in a retaining wall right back here, which can work its way over something like this. But I do need to reserve enough space on the top for the road to go through to connect into the next building platform. And I don't want this to be flat at all, so we can start slowly sloping it downwards to connect over there. I spent a lot of time mumbling to myself as I started working out the inner details of this thing and just breaking blocks, replacing them, and working through the whole process of just trial and error. There's no right way to do this thing. I'm trying to figure out ways to create more functional working space that isn't just about raising up some buildings and adding some roofs over it. So down here next to the mud farm, I'm thinking we just create a flatter raised section so it's not at ground level, that we can do a few little like workshops, a little work yard, I don't know, things. Stuff that looks like somebody works and lives in here, you know, that's That's the vibe. A vibe that's gonna need to be cleaned up a lot. Outside of that, I do have a lot more of the pathways worked out here, which is starting to look really good. Where I'm trying to create more of blobs of textures instead of just randomizing them, and I think it's giving the result that I was really hoping for. Adding the little retaining wall in back here, and we've got another road leading up here. It's starting to turn into one of those builds that I feel like I'm doing more for me than for making a fun video out of it. With a few finer details added in, it's time to move back into making buildings. But I think this just looks really neat. Jumping up to the one place that I haven't managed to actually build a road to, let's work on a new redstone farm. I need a machine that's going to convert dirt to mud again. I didn't have a single piece of pointed dripstone at my home to show an example of what I wanted to share, but nearly 4,000 blocks away from spawn, inside of this mesa, there should be a dripstone cave somewhere. Yes, perfect, there it is. Just need a few of these guys. This should be plenty, and now if we take a piece of mud and put a pointed dripstone underneath it, eventually this will dry into clay. Flying back home, and my elytra is nearly dead, and so is my shovel. So time for a quick stop at the Wither Skeleton Farm. Much better, and 42 free skulls to walls. Look where you're flying in the nether, fWhip. Look where you're flying, but I got 42 more wither skeleton skulls. Now for this farm, I'm gonna need to get a bunch of pointed dripstone blocks, and by that I mean the very pointy square block that is a cube. I guess cubes have sharp corners, so they are kind of pointy. Outside of that, I also need some pistons, redstone torches, 2 craft repeaters, dispensers, and some trapdoors. Starting by creating a bit of a piston pushing machine over here, redstone torch underneath, and a piston right there. We can set a repeater over here with a redstone dust that can come around. And now anytime I place a block here, that pushes it. Perfect. Statics wise, we do that. We'll need a dispenser to be able to turn this into some mud. Copying the machine that I already built before over in that building, swooping down to grab a little bit of water, we can fill that in back here. I need one more. Ignore the missing hearts, my landing was extremely graceful. Now to build our drying rack. This will be the max piston pushing limit right there, so we can hook in all of our new pistons, another little torch, and create a system that loops all the way back around here, or we're supposed to. I'm being a redstone professional, leave me alone. Professional. To turn this into a drying rack, we need to fill this entire lower section here with our dripstone blocks, where I think we're gonna push it out 12 blocks. Otherwise, this factory building is going to be massive. Hooking up a little bit of a light gray glazed terracotta back here, that should stop the pistons from being able to push it any farther. Or no, that won't work at all, actually. That's a dumb idea. Obsidian will work, though. This can be a little decoration. Now for a little test here, this should push all the way over, and perfect. Scuba fWhip mode, I just need to place in pointed dripstone underneath all of these blocks. One final step. I need a lot more emeralds to buy a ton of glass. Again. Final step, we just gotta load up a bunch of water bottles here and drop them in the system. The system seems to hold about a stack and a half of dirt right now, which isn't half bad for some free clay when I need it. And a good amount is already converted, and it just finished filling in. Enough of this redstone stuff. Time to hide it all behind a nice building. But creepers keep on creeping out of this cave, so it's time to seal it in. I also outlined what I think we can do for the shape of the building on this inner line of dirt. Then if I need to remove all the dripstone down here, it'd be nice to have a bit of a working space. But now blocks to actually build this thing. First, a bunch of deep slate materials for the roofs, a quick trip into the nether to grab some blackstone from the piglins. I'm gonna need a lot of spruce wood and oh no. Okay, new plant somewhere in here. Saplings, so many saplings. This is all gonna be covered up eventually, so we can just put them down here and not have to worry about the pods all spreading everywhere. I'll get everything else together and hopefully these will all be grown up. That should be plenty. Quick stop over at the wheat storage to get a few stacks, where I can grab the mud that I did earlier and turn it into packed mud. A little diorite to relate back to the other side of the city. 2 more quick stops. The first being digging into the tree to get a little more glow lichen. Next to the librarians to buy lamps. And none of my trees have grown. Oh well, good thing I have a wither skelly farm. Please? Please? Please. There we go. The final step here just requires a lot of spruce, as always. Right into the build, though, I want a mangrove section over here with some planks on the bottom, moving into some strip mangrove log, moving up. And we can do some fun windows out of yellow and orange stained glass. Not everything in the industrial area is dead, so let's do a few leaves down below and some trapdoors for shutters. Working my way back up to the top, though, we can grab ourselves some copper and use this to create the roof. This isn't the full height of the build, so the main structure is going to be coming up with some weathered stones. For a front face, then along the side here, I thought we could bring in some spruce planks and cut open some holes for windows, like this. For the main building roof itself, I want to bring in some deep slate, which will stretch its way all across here. For the next layer though, I am apparently addicted to windows, so let's put even more in. But these are out of glass instead of trapdoors again, so it's different. To make it different from the roof, let's try some polished blackstone. Before we throw in the mini roof, the main roof line is gonna be probably out to here, flattening out just a touch at the top. Then here we can just pop it up a touch with our blackstone. And there goes the entire front of the roof, which is looking interesting now. Interesting is good, right? I think so. We'll run with it for now. Going on with the theme of smaller buildings, adding up to a larger factory building, I'm breaking away from the stone structure with some extra visual interest. Next, I want to add in a new smaller building over to the side to finish hiding the clay farm itself with a simple black stone roof on top, where I think this is actually looking really good so far with just one more corner to fill in. And for that, I want to add in a large bell tower in here to allow for the factory to ring in the workday. Then I decided to copy over the bell tower design from the original city bell towers that I had already built to complete it. And now this is starting to look really, really good. Except for the fact that, you know, well, it's still floating over here, but I'm thinking eventually we'll have a stone wall just coming down to ground level in here, but I want to get the ground situated before we figure out how steep that needs to be. I want to continue focusing on the upper industrial area first, and I know I've already built the mud farm, but it's not 100% working. I can't figure it out. So I ran back over to the swamp to get a lot more mud to bring back home. This should do it on the mud for now. Now I even found a wandering trader who had mud, chests, and packed mud, little micro blocks. These are gonna be so perfect. He's gonna stay on the boat in case I want his other stuff. Next, another quick stop back over at the wheat farm to grab even more wheat. For, of course, more packed mud. This place up here is going to be containing a bunch of kilns for brick making and whatever else they need to be producing up here, cooking down, all that good stuff. So I think a small little retaining wall or safety wall right here to block out people from being able to get inside is going to be a good idea. Grab some coarse dirt, and I think right here we can start the actual floor level, as I don't think grass is really going to fit it since, you know, it's kind of a dirty area. And carts are going to be moving all over the place, so we can start incorporating a lot of our mud brick pathways. I've been building for like 6 hours today, so my brain is a mush. That's why. Here's a small path that's going to connect ourselves back up into the factory from where we're going to have our new entrance that I think will be at about this level going all the way across. We start working the slabs down instead of the previous stone line. It can be a little bit more gradual, and then we work our way up into the mountain. Sticking with the 3 high, and then we go into our polished granite slabs on top. I just want to work it all the way up. Okay, maybe a little bit more up here since it's kind of steep. Some regular dirt on the outside, and this should clean it up a good amount. For now, I'll just bring the road all the way down to this layer, and then we'll figure out how to swoop it along back here down to there. But maybe since I'm thinking about it right now, over here we can have a flatter section that can be for some carts that are waiting to go in to be loaded. And this should work for now, just to get the idea in. As I slowly build yet another mob spawner into the terrain. Now we can move in. Nope, gotta fix it. Oh no, I'm out of grass. I can't be distracted anymore. Okay, inside we go. Back inside, I'm building a circular road going around to create a loop for carts and to leave some space for some more structures, which is where the first kiln is gonna come in. Then I think we can start with a base right like this, working into a little entrance right in here to be able to put bricks in and out, adding a little front entrance in here. This thing's inspired by one of my friends, Vigo Man, so I did want to give him a shout out on that. But bringing in a little bit of fantasy technology elements like what we got in the dwarves. We have some sort of like an exhaust system here as we're building the kiln up. But quickly coming inside for the kiln itself, I wanted to bring in a bunch of details like some bricks that are cooking down in here, and I thought a fun thing to add would be like some burning toast, raw copper as something like in the process of smelting, and just pile up a few more bricks and slabs around, which from the outside looks like a few things are cooking in here hidden in the smoke. But I need to stack this thing up much further into the sky. All the way up here now, I do want the smoke to go all the way up, so shift clicking a hay bale into the composters. That should give a good amount all the way up to here, which we can top with a few walls and slabs on top. But what will be perfect is adding 4 more of them around here. Down in the Dwarven Cave now, I need to pick up up a few more campfires, which we can get as a quick trip over to the fisherman. That should do, a full stack. I'm gonna need a lot more copper for this one, so let's craft down a little bit of raw copper, throw it into the super smelter, and get to work on de-aging this copper all the way down to stage 2. First one's already finished up. I don't quite have enough aged copper here, so I'm gonna create my own mini David strolling down the mountainside. The rest I already had, thankfully, so I flew around building up the other 4 brick kilns for this upper section. Except I am still missing a few bits of copper. But while those finish aging down, I want to build some covered work areas to stay out of the sun. I want to use some spruce wood on the outdoor workstations as I cover, and working in a few oak trapdoors to allow for smoke or heat to not get trapped in the top. We'll detail out everything later on, but first I want to get the structures in place, with the first storage shed coming in here out of birch, diorite, and some white concrete with a few spruce elements on the front, then working in some composters and dark oak on for the roof. Jumping to the back, I did build out a second storage building for some fuel, which I'm using blocks of coal and blackstone to build a huge pile of coal inside. This is a work zone after all, so I think we'll need to add in a ton of carts transporting materials around the entire zone. But with all those beginning elements done, I wanted to create a cooling area for all of the bricks that are coming out of the kilns. And yes, I did add even more carts to the brickworks. With some more details added in, this is really starting to look completed, and I love it so very much. But it's going to be time to move down the hill and focus on the rest of the district. But first, we have pots and little vases and flower pots. If only we had the 1.20 flower pots, that'd be really cool in here, but you know, it's fine. I'll just wait for a little bit longer. We've got a well over here, and the factory building itself still is absolutely disgusting on the inside, but it has clay, and I just think that's neat. Now for the moment you've all been begging for. It's time to build a storage room for dirt. Just types of dirt and other blocks, I guess, like mud, gravel, maybe sand. First step though, we need a ton of oak planks to craft chests. For this, I want to store dirt, grass, coarse dirt, rooted dirt, but I have none, gravel, sand, packed mud, and muddy roots. Let's start by digging this back a little bit into the hill so we can hide it in the mountainside. First up, before we put in all of our chests, let's bring in a little spruce along the back edge. I'm thinking we go 4 tall and double chests all the way across. I want to put some markers along the front of this of what items are going to be stored, but I need to make sure that the grass doesn't grow over, so this needs to be packed mud. Dark oak pillars on the side, and then I laid out all of the blocks I want to sort inside of these chests with a little copper in front to separate it. Now, instead of grass blocks, I did put moss in here, otherwise it's going to grow over my dirt, and I like my dirt. We're just going to borrow this rooted dirt to finish the storage. Nobody's going to know. Much better. I had these little archways in front, and I think it's a good decoration. We can still easily get all of the chests, which is fantastic. And then up here, I want to bring in a little bit of strip mangrove moving all the way across. Then we can extend out a few of these little guys. Doesn't line up perfectly, but maybe we just cover this out to here and connect these pillars into the ground. Then we can use as some big entry doorways to get into this storage warehouse. Here above the chest so we can't see the top, let's just fill this in with regular slabs, which really closes it all in. Now we can finally head back over to the starter house and look at all of this stuff. That's terracotta, that doesn't go there. I forgot a spot for clay. Oh no. Maybe we only need 1 spot for gravel. That should be fine. I also forgot podzol, but that's in here now. You don't have to leave the angry comments. I know I found it. Unless I forgot something else, then leave the angry comments. That's fine. Look how many shulkers we freed up now. These are all empty. We've already done so much resource gathering today. So look, as the building magically appears in front of you. I definitely didn't spend the last 2 hours getting materials together after I'd already spent an hour moving materials into the storage room itself. Wow, would you look at that? We got a new building over here. Oh my gosh. Need to get a floor down there with a roadway, but maybe first we just get a few glowberries. Definitely one over here to help keep mobs away. And glow lichen. Perfectly glowing during the night now. And now with the addition of actually having a road in here, this is going to be accessible. And much better. Just ignore the floating blocks. That is a future fWhip problem. So you've heard of first warehouse, but have you heard of second warehouse? On the lower level here, I think it's about time we can add in another one. Industrial places need a lot of storage for stuff, right? Yeah, makes sense, I think. I don't know. But as always, I need more spruce logs, because I'm already down to 14. And much better. I'm sure I'm gonna need more, so let's put some of our saplings right back down. Over at the build now, I want to start with some large archways stretching across to create a more open air warehouse. Running some spruce stairs all the way across the front here, and I can start inching my way up to the max height, which I think about here is gonna do it. And then slabs across the middle. Taking our way back into the hill a touch. Let's bring in some polished granite for a base and clear the rest of this out. Top of the polished granite, I want to bring in a few bricks and some regular granite to look a little bit more aged. Bit like that. Up to the storage room, grabbing a tiny bit of sand. To contrast all of our bricks, I wanted to bring a little bit of this in just for that extra pop of color. And we can bend the stairs coming back down the other side. Blend it a little bit better. Let's use some trapdoors. Hello, llamas. Would you like to work in the industrial district, move things around? Yeah, I know you would. Okay, just come with me. Don't kill each other. There has to be a fence down here somewhere. Please. Anywhere. Where's a fence? Ow. Have fun. Have fun until you calm down. At least the warehouse is looking pretty good so far. Really, guys? Really? You're shooting across the river to try and hit me? Come on now. That's a little sad. That's a little desperate. Since the roof is going to be working into the landscape here, we can actually remove these and bring in a little bit of stone so we can build a bit of a barrier for carts to not really fall on top of the roof. This should work, and then we can just fill in the backside with some coarse dirt. To stick on theme for the roof itself, let's grab some cobbled deep slate and make deep slate tile stairs. Sticking on theme, I'm adding in a deep slate tile roof with some windows to break up the shape. Now, for very important lore reasons, the warehouse is just waiting for goods to come in, not that I just don't want to do the interior right now. It's very important that the warehouse remains empty for the foreseeable future until I can find a reason to do it. Before we jump up the hill again, I'm completing the little workstation here before I forget about it again as a small blacksmith forge for making tools. And randomly a little chicken coop over here where I need to find some chickens. Let's grab a few seeds and hope something's still alive over here. Nope, that's a pig. That's a pig. A chicken. No, don't run with. Oh, I should probably put the sword away. Okay, now follow me. I'm so far away. Egg. Maybe that could be our second chicken. All right, buddy, it is the middle of the night, but we gotta make it home. We're so close. You stay here. I gotta take out of a few problems. Okay, come here now, chicken. Buddy, come on. Get across the river. I have spent way too long getting you over here. Please. No creepers? Okay, you get it. Nope. This way. Just check it. I hate mobs. Get in here. Do you get a child? No, I kind of forgot that I actually have, a chicken farm over here for eggs. And that's the amount it's produced in 3,500 days in a world. Okay, maybe I actually need a new chicken farm. He's in the coop. Look at him. He's cute. Yay. Have a child. Maybe have a child. You got a child. Looking back at where I started today, it's crazy to think I already have a mud farm, a clay farm built into a huge brickworks up the mountain, and 2 warehouses along the docks that will store all of my double dirt. Oh, I guess I never finished the road here. Oops. We'll fix that up real quick like nobody noticed. I know it's an industrial area, but it doesn't mean we can't have a few trees. Gotta offset that pollution, Where did my chickens go? I see you down there, sir. The llamas don't seem to be attacking me anymore. That's good. Where's the other chicken? You know what? You can work the blacksmith now. Just don't leave, okay? Or don't die in the magma. Speaking of animals that are just so easy to work with, up here, I need to add in another building. As we have the brickworks and a bunch of carts to move around, I thought we could throw in a small stables building with 3 stalls? 3 stalls should be good. Bring a little bit of mangrove in here. I wanted to go with something rather simple up here, so I'm just adding in a few random details throughout to make it all work and just give it a little pop of color here with the mangrove, but otherwise blending into the environment pretty well with our spruce. There we go, a little different, but I like it. Let's go find some royal steeds. I really want to make a giant horse stables pasture somewhere in the world, but for now, let's just get a few saddles and see who's on top of the mountain, because for some reason, they're always up here. Ah, mountain horse, I need you. First horse is secured. Number 2, and there goes number 3. Okay, I grabbed a 4th horse, which I want to hook in right here, so he's hanging out by the cart. And hopefully that lead doesn't break. Everything I can think of for the brickworks is pretty much ready to go, except we probably need some people to work it, and they need homes. Am I really just making my own city builder game in Minecraft over here? What's wrong with me? Well, one thing is I'm nearly out of rockets, and my electrosome was broken. First up, quick stop at the sugarcane farm to make a little bit of paper. Find my way down the mountain over to the monolith, where I am running out of gunpowder. We'll have to chill at the gas farm a little later on, but for now, I at least have rockets. We can tackle 2 stones with 1 bird here on the next step by grabbing some emeralds to trade with the stonemasons, as I'm gonna need a lot of bricks for these next builds. And there we go, the wings are all better and we got some bricks. I still want to give each building inside of the city a purpose outside of just residential, so over here I think we can theme this after being a smithy. So along the street right here, there'll be a little entrance to get inside of like a smith's workshop on the base, but to get up to the 2nd floor where we'll have the residential section, I want to bring in a little dark oak slab walkway, and then for a small railing, it's gonna be a little wonk, but oak trapdoors will be fine. I'm sure they'll be fine. Totally fine. Yeah. Hey, at least you can still walk up it. And we can put a door right here. As a bit of a division though, moving up, the base is going to be out of brick. And then from there, I want to move into more terracotta, jungle planks, and stripped jungle logs. To represent this being a smithy, we can extend a little street sign out here and just slap an anvil on. For the doorway into the workshop, we want to do something a little bit bigger. So I'm thinking spruce trapdoors, dark oak at the base, and we just make a really, really tall, big dark oak door. Big door. Back into the granite base over here, we can work in a little bit of dripstone itself and continue on with this new theme of texture variation that I'm doing that is trying to be more intentional about where things are going in. I don't know, it's fancy words for trying to make shading, I guess. That's looking pretty good for the base over here. To transition into the terracotta, I don't want it just to be bland and boring, so let's work in a bit of a balcony across here. I think this will actually work out pretty well. As a breakpoint to move into the next layer, I want to work in a small covering on the balcony here and a little soul lantern for light. You know what though? I've got a bit of an idea that we can do here in the balcony. Let's take some scaffolding and grab some flower pots, and they can have a little flower garden on their balcony. Quick trip over to the flower village to grab a few. Azure bluets, white tulips, and pink tulips should do. For something a little like this should work. With that done, I move forward on finishing off the walls to the buildings and added in a large chimney on the back for some smithy vibes. For a little extra detail here, I staggered out the campfires to reduce the smoke so there's a little bit more variation. And we can throw some glass in here for the window, going with the light gray so it's a little bit more opaque. But from there, it's roofing time. Wandering traders confuse me so much. They just appear at the weirdest times. But the building is now done and it's looking really good. Moving right along to the next buildings where you'd think in all of these shulkers, I'd have what I need. No, don't be silly. Of course, none of it's here. Raided my way through the storage room and guess what? We have even more shulkers. And just like that, you can watch as a massive building appears before your very eyes inside of the city industrial district with this Minecraft YouTuber magic of off-camera material collecting, because I didn't want to put in any more clips of me opening chests to find stuff because we've done that so much already today. But we can hide in a nice little field over here in the corner for a little city garden carrot patch. People gotta eat, so I think these are gonna be some perfect little decoration options to fill in some spaces. Because shulker boxes, they're a vibe, but they're not the vibe I want. Now, I'm not too sure what I want to do with the back quite yet, so I've left it blank for now. But hey, you know, at least it has a wall. For one final detail in here before we really get into the street life, I wanted to bring in another market stall, using a little bit of mossy cobblestone, diorite slabs, and smooth quartz slabs. And something like that should work out. But what do I put in here? Let alone put over there. Would you look at that? We're at day 3,503. We've been doing this for well over 170 days. Okay, let's build a meet. I can't even word. Okay, let's build a dock. Yeah. I want to grab a ton of oak logs for this. Then taking spruce logs, we can craft into planks for a bunch of slabs, a few trapdoors, and stairs. But more slabs. So many slabs. I want to start with designing a really simple docks down here along the water. That's going to be split on 2 different levels for larger vessels to dock at the higher dock. For docking, just ignore the fact that this river literally goes nowhere. That's a future fWhip problem. But current fWhip needs to focus on placing in spruce slabs for the entire lower dock. And that is starting to look much, much better. As an additional add, I want to add a few small staircases for people to get up and down, where we can do some trapdoors and spruce fences as a form of a support. Taking the same idea, I built the second dock and added in some ladders to get out of the water if I do fall in, which will definitely be used a lot in the future, as again, we're coming over to the wheat farm to grab even more wheat. Over to the dirt storage building to grab some mud and craft ourselves packed mud. With that, we can start clearing this land out over here and figure out some way we can curve a road all the way down. Looks like this is actually gonna work out really well. It's a bit smaller, but it'll be okay. Now we've just got to rebuild out some of these retaining walls so it looks a little bit more put together. I think we can extend the stone all the way out here around so it can be a little bit more supportive. I might expand the city up here further, so I don't think I'll put in a retaining wall for now. We can just kind of smooth it out a little bit. The grass will regrow here, so that should be totally fine, and I think it's about time. This lava has been scaring me for far too long. Little bit of texture added in here instead of the cobblestone. We can do a little acacia log and tough, and that should do the trick. We're currently in stage 1 of this section of the city, so the finer details are gonna have to come in the next episode. Except I really want to situate the builds in the environment a little bit more, which means we can build in some custom trees. Like this little oak tree here next to the storage building, which is looking pretty good. Oh, I forgot my bed. Next, I want to build some spruce trees up here along the mountainside, which means I'm gonna need a lot of spruce leaves. Leaves are all gone, but this is looking a little ugly up here, so let's chop down the logs too. Thankfully, spruce is very easy to get, and it's time to make some trees in the morning. Somehow, this is the first time I've built some large custom spruce trees in this world, and we're now 3,500 days into the series, which is kind of crazy, but here we are adding in 5 new ones behind the storage room, which really helps it fit a lot into these builds. And for those of you that have stuck around till now, let's update the world map to see everything new. Buying some new maps from the cartographers, and picking up some glass panes to preserve everything. From there, I'm taking 7 maps at a time to make sure I don't miss anything, and started flying around the spawn region to update every little thing I've created around here that adds up to the awesome hardcore survival base we have so far. Next, I need to take all these guys again and copy them to make 2 copies of each. With that done, next up I'm taking a single copy of each of them to use the glass pane and lock it in place. This will forever preserve the copy on the wall. And this is looking really good with everything coming together. There we go. Episode 32 locks it in, and our new section of the city over here is nearly as big as the first one, and that is looking so good seeing it all coming together. Soon they'll be connected. With the industrial district build from the last episode, I created this canal, except it's a bit too small. To make it really show up once all the buildings are in place, I want to first redirect the upper section to allow for even more building space, and then expand it by another 2 or 3 blocks to let the water have more of a presence in the build. Next up, I just need to extend these walls back here where we're bringing the river back in, and the pig died. Oh no. On top of that, I do want to change out the entire bottom of the canal here away from the stone and into some dirt. And this is looking pretty good now. Next up, we need to fix the retaining wall. First, we can start with a little bit of stone and then throw some polished andesite on top. We're right here to fix the little overhang I'd created last time. We can just throw that in. Probably be easiest just to start out with a ton of stone laid out here. Mimicking a little bit of what we did on the harbor wall, I want to include a little bit of stone brick, mossy stone bricks, and then we'll work in our mossy cobblestone, and a tiny bit of moss. I absolutely hate building while floating in the water since it puts me in the swimming animation constantly, but you know, it was worth it for the canal. It looks so much better now. One more swim through this entire place, as I first need to add in swimming again. I need to add in a lot of kelp, which we can create little bunches of, and I need to make sure it's not under the flowing water, and in between we can add in a ton of seagrass. Now that's looking much better. Next thing I need to fix up is, well, the clay farm is floating. Since we are talking about it, let's fill this up one more time. How did this all break? I haven't done anything. Oh no. I'm breaking even more. Oh gosh. Chicken, don't look at me like that. I have to drink all these bottles of water. I'm gonna be so hydrated. You could help. You could help, chicken. We can just put those back in there. And now, please. Why aren't you working? Ignore the fact that most of that's clay already, but I think I've fixed it. Yes, it is working. Look at that, chicken. Look at that. We're making mud. You just pushed me out of the way from making chicken. Right, much better. Oh, that was a headache. And we fixed it because I'm a very hydrated professional. Right, back to focusing on the cliff and no more distractions. I'm gonna need light gray concrete powder, light gray wool, which I'm almost out of. A quick round visiting all the sheepies. That's at least a little better. Next, some acacia logs, more stone, and tough blocks. Quick trip into the mines to grab a few extra tough blocks. We found diamonds! Now for the cliff building, I'm trying to use the acacia and tuff as darker colors than the light grays as highlights to add in some extra depth to our stone cliff. First corner is now completed, and I like it a lot. So let's get rocking and complete the rest of the cliff around the corner, where I'm really glad I took the time to do this right, instead of just slapping some stone on and moving on. Now this stone over here is for an eventual build. I thought adding in some sort of cold storage could help add a city element into the natural landscape. And now we definitely have space for a new building back here, which is going to be fantastic. Before I get too carried away with the previous build, it's time to focus on the copper factory, which is going to need some land to sit on. So I've got to get the rest of these spruce trees out of the way. Oh, bleh. Sad. No Minecrafter likes an accidental strippage. Oh. Quickly running up to the lumber mill to drop off all of these sprucey logs. And next down to the harbor to load up on a bunch of grass blocks, as it's time to do a little terraforming and level out this entire space. Where yes, you can all rejoice, I am going to be trying to double dirt this as much as I can. Starting by outlining the road to give it a bit more substance, as I need to go up from here. Next, I want to pick a few points like this one and extend the grass blocks out to the far side with something like that. This is for a factory that needs a larger, flatter space, so I'm not adding in anything too crazy here. I might have made a mistake. I made a mistake. All right, this little section here is now filled in. Okay, let's tackle this and make a few torches. No, my dirt. I just put it there. Everything's fine. Put lights down, the bad things will go away. I'm gonna be smart and light up this whole section I'm planning on building over right now. Yeah, that's probably good to do. That should make things a lot safer down here. Yeah, no damage at all. Except this stupid guy. I really just needed a way back up. I don't have my elytra on. And I fell back down. Take two. No, take three. First try. Yeah. Just like absolutely nothing happened, I finished leveling off the terrain. And now for the fun part. This definitely isn't large enough for the factory. We've got a good amount of depth, but I want to send it farther over here. I plan to build an interior for this, so we need a lot of extra space to work with, and I think that's gonna mean bringing the cliff all the way back. If we don't use this space, I'll just do some terraforming like we did over there and it'll be totally fine. But this will help connect us all the way over into the gate, which is going to be really cool. If I just level off this top section, we should be able to get a good idea of how much more space we're creating here. That definitely, that's a lot more space. Okay, hopefully this works. Step one, we build the beacon. For some haste too. Getting right into it, I worked from the top of the hill going down to level it out as much as I can for the future factory location. There goes almost all of the dirt, and that is one very dead shovel. And just like that, the stone is now also gone. But most importantly, I've now placed over 100,000 dirt in this hardcore world. Okay, but for real, I really need to repair these tools. It's kind of stressing me out, which means it's time for a stop at the Wither Skelly farm. Nope, I saw you. You're not blowing up my farm today. Nailed it. With everything fixed up, it's time to plant a field. Today we're doing something a little different. I want to plant a field of azure bluets, which first is going to require transforming the soil into some coarse dirt so it doesn't have the grass sitting under the flowers. Surrounding the plot of land with some oak leaves, asking you to subscribe. Wait, no, that comes next. Planting all of the flowers in, and now be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on any future uploads. Back over pretty close to world spawn now, and this is looking really good. Back over to the build today, I want to finish off the canal with a watermill right back here. Grabbing a ton of materials for this, I want to add in some fun new colors into the area, as if this structure is a lot older than the industrial district itself, revolving mostly around wooden blocks for the build. The jungle logs, I do want to go ahead and strip them down and use this all for the roof. I've recently realized that I'm pretty much only using stripped logs now, and I never really even build out of the unstripped logs. I just love how much cleaner these things look. For one final pop of color, let's grab a little terracotta here and craft some yellow terracotta. Okay, let's start with a little bit of brick here along the water's edge, coming up probably 4 blocks, and then we can use a little dripstone for some texturing. I want to have the building jut out back along to this side. Before we get to that though, I want to have the next floor jutting out here with some stripped dark oak logs and trapdoors in between. Bringing those up the sides. Then for the wall itself, let's use some smooth sandstone. which looks pretty good. Then right out here, let's extend a small balcony out with some spruce slabs, surrounding it with our acacia trapdoors. Look at the cute little balcony over the canal. Now on top of this sandstone here, I want to add in my typical divider, and then we're going to bring in the yellow terracotta for that fun pop of color. Working up with the roof line, I'm thinking we can use our dark oak fence gates and open all of them. But right here, we can do a little window. Test site is figured out, so I ran around filling out the rest of the walls up to the roof, which we do now need to raise. And this is going to be done with jungle planks along the bottom edge, working into strip jungle logs and strip jungle wood. To make this appear a little bit more reinforced, I'm thinking we take a bit of spruce along the outsides as if it's like holding this roof down. And I think that's looking pretty good, except for this random gap. Here, I want to add in a small little spruce shed for a small space for the person who might own the mill to live inside, which needs to probably be about that size. Then to keep things simple, let's just use a little bit of jungle slab action. Now for the most important detail of the building, otherwise it's just a house, I extended a log across the canal to create the water wheel. Grass doesn't work too well out here for the road in front, but something like this works great to contrast against the building. There are two ways to get copper in Minecraft. Number one is to mine it out of the ground, and number two is to kill a drowned zombie, which is actually most easily done in the end dimension. So realistically, I can't build a factory to produce copper over here in the city, but I can build a factory that ages copper for building. So let's get a ton of empty shulker boxes, as I've got to do a lot of digging. My goal is going to be to age 4 stacks of copper blocks at once, and each block needs to be a minimum of 4 blocks away from every other copper block. I am definitely going to need a beacon to set this up. Okay, so each row needs to be this long. Now I just need to dig this line all the way down here for the same length. Using the crimson planks as a guideline of where I'm going to be placing all of the copper blocks on top of, it's really easy to actually block this entire thing out. 2 of the outside lines are in place, so the first big dig is underway to clear out the entire top layer. First layer is now dug out, and the copper blocks would sit right here. But I want to try something. Making a quick trip into the nether, as I'm going to need to get a few frog lights. And I'm here. Ochre should be okay. And back we go. Mob spawning is definitely going to be a problem down here if I'm not careful. So I actually want to replace all the planks that we just put in with our frog lights. Now, I know adding in a copper block is going to cover the light source, but that's okay for now. With our copper block sitting right there, we need to come down 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks, and the next will sit right here, meaning a frog light will go under that, which means it's time to tear down another 3 blocks in the hole. I have some raw copper that's ready to be smelted down. Ow. Ow. Which we can toss into the super smelter. And while that stuff all smelts down, I want to run over to the librarians and trade for a ton of glass. In between each layer going down, I want to add in a floor of glass so I can easily tell what is or isn't aged. And I'm out of glass. This is gonna require a lot of materials. With that, the glass floor is now in place, and I've got 2 stacks of copper we can load into the system. And there we go, just about halfway done. With that ready to go, I went into my deep, not so dark pit of a copper aging box and finished digging down the entire space. Super dead pickaxe later, we can now add in the bottom 2 stacks of blocks of copper, and a lot of the top ones have already aged down. Except I do want to allow for more easy future expansion of this thing if we do need it, so I've got to dig this all down another block. Ah! Ah, of course this is a slime chunk. The little ones can live. With that dug all the way down now, we can grab a bunch of glass and fill it all back in. The floor is now entirely shrink wrapped, and I can go... That's stone. That's copper. I can go around and add in all of the last bits of copper to age down. There we go, 4 stacks of copper, all aging down pretty slowly. I mean, no, this definitely didn't take me and my little slime friends like an hour to dig the entire hole that the top section is almost all aged down. No, we just hanging out for a few minutes, yeah. Oh, sorry. First step here, I want to create a staircase that's going to take me from the bottom level up to the top level. And I think a 3 wide walkway should be pretty perfect for that. And I went too high. I do love when the math going from the outside edge perfectly into the middle. To keep it simple, let's just throw in stone brick stairs for a easy way to walk up. This is intended to be just super functional for now, but I can at least clean up the edges so we're only seeing stone, which kind of helps a bit. Now, if we bring ourselves back this way a little bit farther, I got a little lost in here, so after thinking about it for a while, I decided to just create a looping staircase up to the top for an easy way to walk in and out of the copper box. Looks like we have broken above ground, underground, so we're getting close to the top, which I think it means it's time to actually refocus on building the factory. Before I get out of here, let's be sure to gather up the beacon and fill this in like we were never here. Just don't think about the giant secret hole we have underground now. I forgot the stupid stone. Like we were never there. Well, all that copper ages down, I need a ton of materials to create this factory. First off, running over to the dark oak forest to strip down a ton of logs. And a good while later, I now have all of the wood materials we're gonna need out of the lumber mill. Next, dropping down into the quarry, I have an empty box that I need to fill with rocks, as I want basalt, bricks, granite, polished andesite stairs, as well as a ton of deep slate materials. Unfortunately, out of dripstone blocks, so down into the villager cave to where my emeralds are gone. There's always emeralds in the librarian stand, which we can use to buy dripstone blocks. To add a little more texture in, I do want to bring in a little bit of concrete. Continuing along with this epic resource gathering journey, I also need some prismarine, endstone, and stone bricks. Now if I can find some cocoa beans somewhere, there we go. We can make some brown stained glass and glass panes. That's the first time I've crafted this. I'm as surprised as you are. Last few details, I'm gonna want some wither skelly skulls, lightning rods, iron bars, a daylight sensor, and a bunch of other stuff. And this right here is everything I'm going to be needing. Except, well, the copper, where hopefully all of this is aged down. You know what? I do need the other stages too, so it'll be fine. That right there is all the copper I'm gonna need. And in the meantime, let's grab more raw copper to throw in the super smelter. I love this thing. It's already coming back. Thankfully, now this is everything we need. Right into the build, I want to divide this up into multiple structures, where the first here is going to be for loaded carts that are ready to leave to distribute the copper to their final destination. Working in some mushroom block, jungle planks, a window right here for something like this. And I think the building's going to come up to about here, with some composters stretching across. I want to run spruce slabs up the side for a roof trim. Along the back of the build, I want it to almost look like garage doors, so I want to use some basalt behind archways here for a darker contrast on the entire side. Inside the factory, I want some large entrance archways in here, using spruce stairs and trapdoors to create the big arch. This will give a lot of clearance for moving materials around. Carrying the composters along the front because it looks nice. And then I want to throw in a few oak trapdoors here as little windows. But then we can run our slabs along the top. Things are a little flat currently, so maybe we bring a few of our spruce trapdoors here and fence gates going up. Well, fences. This is going to lead into another larger structure across here, but before we get into that, let's throw the roof on here. To finish the back of this warehouse, I wanted to add in some large canisters that would do some cool factory things that I definitely know what the technical term for these are. Moving on to the front here, I want to create a division wall to keep us off of the main street so we can create a bit of a work yard. Doesn't need to just be solid blocks though, so we can add in a few walls on top, fences from there, and trapdoors to run the distance. Something like that should work out really well, and we can extend it a little bit on the other side with the entrance in the middle. Which leads to the second building in the back where I thought a diorite focused building could be a cool contrast against the mud building we just created. Now behind all of these structures, I do want an area for copper forges, which means I need a way to get back there. And if you guessed a large archway, you are, in fact, correct. With something a little like this. We've got 3 archways to lead out in multiple directions, and I added in a basalt wall back here, where we are gonna have a second floor that I think we can bring in some stripped spruce logs and slabs. which is looking pretty good now. So I should probably finish off the rest of the walls of the building, and going up to the second floor, I'm bringing in sandstone with a little bit of endstone for that like weird aged color look. I actually like it here because I do it everywhere else. Underneath all of the windows, I want to add in our flowering azaleas. On the corners though, I want to bring in a little bit of light blue terracotta for a fun pop of color on the roof. And then taking spruce stairs all the way up to the top. Maybe we add in a little fun sticky outy bit like that, and take this all the way down. For a roof completely made out of waxed copper to bring in a third copper color to the factory. Now with the tower added in, this build is starting to really come together. This just leaves one stage of copper left to implement and one more building, a big boy over here. Being the main factory, this needs a good way for things to move in and out, meaning even more archways. Behind this, to give it a little bit more depth, let's bring in a bunch of dark oak and just surround the new archways we've created. Small tweak along here, I've been really liking adding in a plank bit just to help break the entire thing up a touch. This build is primarily going to be made out of dripstone using a little bit of granite as well as bricks to add an extra bit of texture. That'll work for the front, now just the other two sides. I also added in this weird structure here with a doorway to nothing, but I kind of like it. But moving on to the second floor now, I'm using a mix of oak and jungle with dark oak supports. Extending out a log here along the front, I want to add in a small lift here so that we can have some sort of way to more easily move things up to the second floor of the factory. But maybe we move this down and add in a scaffolding as like the grabber. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Back on the main street now, as I've left this opening in here, where I want to build an overhang so it's not such a flat wall here on the street. We can throw some scaffolding in for the windows, and the rest is just going to be out of white terracotta. With our azalea leaves, nailed it, made it professional, and oak trapdoors for shutters. That is looking pretty good. Now for the back one. Much better. Which just leaves the roof left to slap on top with our fully oxidized copper, some prismarine bricks, and warp wood to add in the texture, as it is a really big roof. And there it is, the copper factory. We've got a pretty natural back wall here with the mountainside. I blocked off this little section, and now I want to do the same thing over here. Just to have some form of a natural barrier where we can say, you know what, everything inside is what we're working with for the factory buildings and what we need to decorate. Before we start decorating, I do want to change out the floor in here. For that, I want to use rooted dirt, and I have two. Coarse dirt, we can make more, but I'm gonna need a lot of rooted dirt here. Off on a new adventure, I flew around the world until I could spot an azalea tree. Wait, look at that! Azalea tree! Hi, I just want the rooted dirt. I just want the dirt, please, thank you. No, no, no! Right, area is now cleared, and it is daytime again. What's in here? Clocks. But I guess now it's time to just gather up as much of this rooted dirt as I can get. Wait, it doesn't go anywhere. It's supposed to go all the way down to a lush cave. This tree sucks. This tree rules. Just kidding, there's nothing again. What is going on? Where's all my rooted dirt? Oh, it's all the way down here. What the heck? I guess it doesn't like sandstone. With that realization, I set off to gather the rooted dirt that was hidden beneath the desert sands. I almost choked because the spider scared me. I'm fine. I'm fine. Spider aside, I think we just found an iron vein. Yeah, definitely. Look at that. I hate baby spiders. Oh, that's kind of cool. A minecart and a geode. Oh, just golden apple. Couldn't be that lucky. What is this diamond vein? What was that? That's amazing. All gathered up now, and look at all that rooted dirt, and check out these diamonds we just found, and 2 spore blossoms. Back over at the factory, I took rooted dirt, coarse dirt, and dirt to change out the entire floor into something more lived on. But for one extra little detail here, I want to grab the shears and come down and just get some tall grass. I should probably do this at the end, but I mostly just want to right now, so it's fine. I'll probably remove half of this though. Maybe not there. Little over in this corner. This can just kind of show the spaces that people aren't really walking around in. Nope, 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 no, nope, grass, no. You don't spread there. Wait, actually, yes, grass, you do spread there. I just remembered I did that on purpose. Next, inside of the factory buildings, I want to add in some stones for the floors to reinforce it further, and mixing in a little andesite and stone brick as well. The way this lines up is just so perfect. Wow, it's almost like I planned this beforehand. Look, we now have a way all the way down to the copper aging area. Amazing how that works out. Now for a rare fWhip thing to do. Interiors. Except this stupid grass is growing through my floor. Much better. First up, building some wagons inside of the warehouse, as most importantly, this needs to be a functional place for them to stop and be loaded. One filled up with copper and the other waiting to be loaded, which we can continue this look by running a chain with a hopper all the way back over here. Using a grindstone coming all the way down to the ground to another one, we can create a small little like hoist, but maybe down a block. Yeah, it looks like it's dropping it onto the cart. Now along the back here, I want to connect into the surface, well, ceiling like we have with that guy, into some smokers. Now over here, I'm thinking for a small retaining wall so we don't just fall down the staircase, you know? We can use some trapdoors, but maybe these, we instead put barrels. Then back over here, I want to add in a small ladder going up to the top where we can install a little loft space with some barrels, and we can craft a bed for ourselves. Well, actually, the poor unfortunate soul who has to pull an all-nighter ain't gonna be me. And that should do it inside of here. But back here, let's add in some item frames, a compass, and a clock, just so I can know if it's nighttime or not as I'm coming out of the lovely copper aging facility that, wow, it worked. Look at that. And wow, I think I totally forgot something. Yes, we did smelt it down. Look at that. Which means it's time for out with the old and in with the new. This takes so long to fill up that some are already reaching the third stage. So if I go bigger, they'll be done aging by the time I'm done placing, and it's an infinite loop. Write that down. Write that down. If we need more copper, write that down. Working backwards in the copper production process, let's move to the backyard. Here I want to add in giant smelters to show the process of turning raw copper into copper ingots. Adding a few more storage elements around here as well, but what we most importantly need is some stockpiles for all of the copper, which something like this should work, with a second larger one back here. Back over by the two forges, I want to add in a little covered working area so workers can be out of the rain if they need to. For this, I'm thinking we just bring in a bunch of slabs and work them over. Stepping back 2 blocks at a time leads us to here. Perfect. And that should work out perfectly. A few extra decorations added in back here, and we can remove all the fire on the campfires because it's not supposed to be on fire until it's well in there. Because I can't help it, right over in here, you guessed it, we're adding in another wagon or a little cart. I don't know, you choose. But it looks pretty good. I also added a little back entrance into this space when we get working on it. As one final decoration option back down at this end, I want to do something a little bit different and build a sort of a reactor type thing connecting into those stacky things that we made. And we are all hooked up. This wall, future fWhip problem, you know the deal. With the back done, I flew through finishing off the copper receiving area to create a conveyor belt system to take unloaded copper, smash it, and get it ready to go in the forges. Sleepy fWhip can't word very well, so I just decided to time-lapse the whole thing out, and it's looking really good inside of here. I've got these little micro copper blocks that I wanted to add in because they're just so cute. But here we have the conveyor belt moving everything down this way, gets smashy under the anvils, turned into raw copper, up the conveyor belt, which then drops into this system to load in right there. Here in the middle of the yard, we have a lot of dead space that really can't be used all that well, so I don't want to fill it in too much, but I am thinking a few supplies around here. Oh, I don't want to break my grass. Just to have some stuff around. I think something like that should do. Maybe a little log pile back here. Now let's grab a little bit more tinted glass and a quick trip to the nether to grab some frog lights, where these should do. Now for the second floor of this building up here, it's not going to be super usable, so we're just going to turn it into stage dressing. So let's add some tinted glass behind all of these and then surround that all with our frog lights. I saw B-Dubs and Scar do this a little while ago, and it gives a great little brightness behind there, but no light actually comes out of the window. So during the day, it doesn't feel overpowering, but at night, it feels like somebody's almost living in there. As a final step, I'm running around with some glow lichen and glowberries to add the natural vibe to the build that I use everywhere else inside of the city. With that, I'm really happy to say the copper factory is complete inside of this world and actually contains some really cool functional elements, which is fantastic. Taking a little break from the copper factory, I jumped across the canal to the previous industrial district build to spend some time decorating out the back areas of all the buildings, adding in a few additional elements to really just bring it alive. Then I went to the street side to build a fish and chips stand for snacks and a carpenter's workshop in the small space between the buildings. Jumping back around behind the houses again though, I'm adding in a small backyard for the homes with a beetroot garden and some extra more elements of people actually living here. This is looking much better throughout here, but it's time to connect up the two sections of the industrial district I've built so far, which means we need some new city buildings right along the road here. Starting off as always, I do need more spruce, so we gotta clear out all of these trees. Next up, grabbing a new shulker box and diving into the nether cave, as we've got to get out to the mesa to mine a load of terracotta. I should only need a tiny beacon to instant mine the terracotta, right? Yes, perfect. There we go, one full shulker of terracotta. Time to get out of here before all the spooky spawn. I want to experiment a little bit on this build here. So let's craft a ton of purple terracotta, which I think will go really well with some deep slate. So back into the mines we go. Once again in the mines, gathering up cobbled deep slate to refill my shulker box. Most of my pickaxes and my wings are nearly broken, so I gotta fix that. Nothing a quick trip into the nether can't fix at their wither skeleton farm. About an hour later now, and this is nearly everything we are gonna need for this build. It's gonna be a big boy. Along with a few more decoration blocks that I need to fully bring these new builds to life and, you know, really mess up my Minecraft inventory. Let's focus on this roadside for the build and the purple experiment, where I want to start with some deep slate tile that'll work into our cobbled deep slate and then into the purple terracotta as the main block in the build. This is looking really good over here, but it's very flat. So I'm thinking we bring out here in the front a little archway balcony type thing for a covered walkway, which first is going to start out with stacking up a ton of pillars and then connecting them with our polished deep slate and dark oak trapdoors. You can also hook these all the way back into the building itself. Now, on top of all this deep slate we've already worked inside of here, we can create a seating area, as I think this building is going to be intended to be like an inn or a tavern, so people can look out over the street. Of course, with a low covered balcony, something in stripped dark oak, flowering azaleas for a really cool hedge going right along the edge. Now, on top of all this, I think it'd be a perfect fit to add in even more of our deep slate tiles. To show this is an inn, let's bring a spruce plank out here, item frames on both sides, and have the pillow pointing towards the door. And that is starting to look really good here on the front of the building. Continuing this theme around the back of the building, I extended up the purple walls and added in a lot of dark oak elements to make it a not so flat box. Before jumping up to make the roof out of deep slate with a spruce trim, I did leave a gap on one of the corners though, so I can add in a tower out of mud bricks sticking high into the sky to break up the skyline from the flatter roofs we have so far. Again, before moving on into the next building, I want to add a small jut out over here. I think something out of some stone over here will be a really good way that we can kind of tie everything in and transition into the new building. Small window right here with a flower pot sitting on a little sill in front. This right here should work for all of the stone face. And then I want to bring in a little dark oak for the roof. It's just going to stick up as high as we can make it, leading into the next attached building right over here. I'm trying to really bring the city feel in here with a lot of overlapping buildings tucked in as closely together as they can, while they're still feeling a little unique. Minus this big hole in the back, that completes the exterior of the first blob of buildings. Here on the front, to connect this terracotta guy into the next ones, I'm thinking we bring in a little bit of brick and develop an archway coming all the way across. A bit like that. That finishes our two archways across here, and then I'm thinking we jut this out for a little bit of spruce and spruce slab action. For a floor here in the middle, we can continue the beams going across. Well, kinda, because I apparently didn't make it even, but it's fine. We're just gonna ignore that. With it going nighttime, we can throw in a little lamp to keep things safe. Creating another terracotta wall on this side over here. I want to bring in a little bit of sandstone here for a bit more of a pop going along everything else. For something like that, and then we do scaffolding and slap in the rest of our windows. Backside's now in as well, and from here, I want to extend some dark prismarine slabs and just extend this all the way up to the top. Right now, we have a great maybe it's better to look at from the outside. we now have a lovely walkway across to a building that's probably going to need a lot better of a wall. I think this building is going to be about that wide apart. So I want to bring in a little bit of our orange terracotta here because I got it and I think it's going to be fun. Doorway goes somewhere like this. To go along with the orange, we have the mangrove stairs. And so our door itself isn't sitting on anything. Let's bring in cobble, dark oak door, and trapdoor. Now for some windows, which might also be considered new entrances since they're out of scaffolding, we can throw those right here. Wall's gonna come up to about there, but on the corners, I thought we could add in some glow lichen to kind of be a decorative bit. And being able to see through that's a little awkward, so maybe we do a barrel chest here. And I think I have some, yeah, we'll just throw in some mangrove planks. Like that. Now above this section, so it's not just flat, I think we can jut it out from the wall. Probably by 2 blocks with a little bit of supporting slab down below. Going with our tried and true, we can extend all of our spruce trap doors out from here. Oak planks along the base, working up into our stripped oak logs. Walls are in place, and as always, I want to add in our little flowering azaleas that have turned into almost like the symbol of the city houses. And for the roof of this section, I think we just do some mangrove stairs for the additional pop of color here. Still staying on theme with our warmer colors, but just something new that we don't quite have yet. This build is currently a lot of brick and terracotta, so moving to the back over here, I want to try and complement it and do something a little different here with our jungle, which then is going to go into stripped jungle logs, and I want to raise the entrance up a bit so it's just slightly off ground level. But over here, I thought it could be kind of cool to add in our chimney as something actually outside of the building. We'll use a composter top for this one, so not everything is smoking and just causing more lag. Blending this back in here with our current roof theme, where pretty much everything in this area is out of deep slate currently, I want to repeat that over here. With that done, I have a big diagonal box in the middle left to fill in, so I wanted to try a new roof shape here before I get so far into the city building project that it's harder to introduce new things. But sometimes it is good to include the old faithful style, so I went back to my starter house build style to fill in the smaller space on the side, as there wasn't too much room to do something grand, and it fits really well with the older watermill vibe next to it. 5 hours later, and all of these structures are now in place. But most importantly, now the copper factory is connected to the original industrial district. Next, in the same way we polished up this area over here earlier, and it's looking much more finished around the original homes, I want to come back here and fix up this big grassy area, which is going to require a lot more spruce trapdoors and oak trapdoors. I really like using these for the backyard fences, as it's something substantial, but it's still pretty small. The bigger house can have something like this, where we can throw in a little garden. Now for the purple house, I think we do something about right in here and just close it off right next to the staircase. Now where we have our big shulker mess over here, I want to turn this into like a covered work area. So if we do something like there, 3 would bring us to here, and we go another 3. We can create something inside of this. Stripping down the logs, we'll get to this in a minute, as before I add in too many finer details, now that I've got an idea where the structures are, I need to figure out what the pathways are going to look like. Where I want to come back over here, grab a ton of rooted dirt, our coarse dirt, and regular dirt. Using spruce slabs, we can create the way to walk up between the different layers and tear out a lot of this grass. To fill in a ton of coarse dirt, or something a little like this, and then we've just got to spend some time taking it all the way around. That's starting to look much better back here. Now I just need to relocate my mess so I can actually work in here. Nope, grass? No, okay, never mind. Sorry, grass. Looks like I can't grow anywhere from there, so it can stay. But here in the back, I want to throw in a little bit of water and create a small herb patch in here where we can have potatoes, carrots, potatoes, carrots. Nope, potatoes. Potato. And then back in this spot, I'm thinking we do pretty much the same thing. Next up, let's grab our beehives, our barrels, soul lanterns, maybe some candles. Back in here, we don't have too much space for a seating area, so this can just be barrels, little beehive, and another one for storage. But over here, I made this little mud brick area, so I was thinking we could have a little seating and some candles on top. That's looking pretty good in here. Now for these pillars that I stacked up earlier, I'm thinking we simply just add on spruce planks going all the way around. Okay, here in the middle is a little flat, so let's get some stairs. We're hopefully, yes, I can do this. We can give the illusion of the slab being in the middle by doing back-to-back stairs. Nobody will ever know. It's perfect. There we go. That's looking much better. Now just to decorate the inside. And much better. Not too sure what it does, but it's a little workstation. Next up, I want to plant a glowberry, and I need a lot more of them. As we definitely need a little bit more greenery around here inside this city. It's everywhere, so I don't want to forget it here. I've got a few hanging roots left we can throw in too, but I gotta be pretty sparing with them. All of the little stuff is in around here, but I want to include some trees, like this one inching up the side of the wall here, with some acacia leaves on it. Something like that should work. I've recently been inspired to come up with some new tree designs and created this weird jungle tree a while back, and I'm so happy to finally have an excuse to bring it into the world. Now, it is a little tall, but if we fly all the way back here, it pops above the roof line just ever so slightly, and I love that. Just look at it. Oh, it's so good. Also, I wish we could use vines on the wall and shear them like glowberries. I mean, look how much string I had to put back here just to stop this thing from hopefully growing. Also, vines with little flowers on them like we have in the flowering azalea bush. If that's not too much to ask for, that'd be really cool to have, thanks. But there we go, a full copper factory ready to oxidize all of my copper moving forwards, and a brand new expansion to the city. Before we can build the new armory inside of the city, I want to find all of those new armor trims in Minecraft to put them on display. The 16 new smithing templates all exist within different structures throughout the Minecraft world. First up in the oceans, I'm after the coast armor trim that spawns in shipwrecks. No luck on the first shipwreck, but we do have buried treasure, which is pretty nice. Second shipwreck and third shipwreck, and still no luck on the armor trim, but more buried treasure. Quick break from the ocean, I did see a pillager outpost nearby. We have our first armor trim. We have two sentry armor trims. One down, 15 trims to go, heading into the next shipwreck. Yes! Coast. We got 2 coast ones. And now for my favorite armor trim, the Tide armor trim. However, this one's a little different. It's found by killing Elder Guardians. I'm swimming around as many ocean monuments as I can until we can get the trim to drop off of a kill. No dice on the first, but I saw a desert temple on the shore which contains the Dune armor trim, so I jumped over to explore that and brushed my way through the new hidden room for some pottery shards. Next, I did find a jungle temple, which of course didn't have the wild trim I want either. Back into the ocean monuments, I'm trying to kill even more Elder Guardians to get that Tide trim though. I think we need to go. We definitely need to go. I'm lost. I'm lost. We're good. Got another? No. Nope, just one, but we can duplicate that. Another trim down. We are flying through these, quite literally, this time across the desert to find more desert temples for that Dune armor trim, excavating each of these as I go along. I'll be honest, I'm having so much fun just running around the world and exploring every structure I typically avoid. Now this actually has me excited to go check them out and see what treasures are inside. Enchanted golden apple. Yes, Dune armor trims and a golden apple. Aha. Aha. Yes, we got it. Oh, wild armor trim. Now for the coolest thing ever. I found a trail ruin, which inside contains a bunch of sus gravel that can reveal 4 unique armor trims. And man, these things are huge. They just keep going on forever. I spent well over an hour exploring this place, digging out everything I could find. That's an armor trim. Razor. We got razor. Look at this room. Look at all this stuff. Music disc. We got the music disc. Relic. Is that an armor trim? Wayfinder. What do we got here? That looks like an armor trim. A new one. Shaper. Yes. There we go. We only have one more to get from this. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's the next one. I love this. All done with the trail ruin, I thought it'd be fun to just jump out to the end dimension and find the spire armor trim to completely knock off that dimension. They're found in the end city, so going through the new portal at my hub, I was able to find some cities pretty quickly. Unfortunately, they don't have too many chests inside, so I did clear out the shulkers for more shells and just kept moving on, where I did find a few bonus elytras on my travels, which is fantastic. Back home and unloaded everything, where we currently have 10 armor trims collected. 6 more to go. Everything left is pretty terrifying. So let's work from the easiest to the hardest. I need to find bastions and nether fortresses that I haven't already looted, as I need to get the rib armor trim from the fortress, snout from the bastion remnants, and the netherite upgrade template itself would be pretty useful to have. Oh, there's bastion, and I'm seeing pigs. I don't think we've been here. Right, I've taken out a ton of the units. Let's see if we can get up here to the top. Units? What game am I playing? Mobs. Oh, there's a lot of mobs right there though. I see another brute down here. I'm trying to play this as safe as possible. I don't want to risk anything. Except you can live. You can live. Rockets at the ready. We swoop in and see nothing. But there is loot. That's a good sign. Block of iron. Obsidian. Right. Where's the big treasure room? Nailed it. Oh, I see a chest over there. Okay. I think I've got most of the mobs taken out. Nothing. See a brute in there? If I can take him out, I can definitely get to that chest. If I can hit him. Hitting him is the first priority. Okay, there we go. Break it. We'll see if we get it later. And nothing. Oh, no. I am not confident in my ability to fight brutes. I think the secret for how I've survived so long is I'm just really good at knowing when I should run away. And being very sneaky. It's a new chest. No luck. We got one. The snout armor trim. Yes. Okay, we got that. We really need another upgrade template, though. Ooh, spooky sounds. Just gonna block that off. If we find a treasure room bastion, there's actually a 100% chance of getting one, so I'm on the lookout for that. Or we can maybe find something inside this nether fortress. Starting with a way... Ooh, chest over here. There's another wart down here, which I think means I haven't been to this one yet. And we got a chest, which has stuff. Okay, I definitely haven't been here. Yes, we got it. Oh my gosh, this is going so quick. We just need the upgrade template. Off to find a bastion. The treasure room bastions are split by a bridge, which means it could be this. Have I been here? It doesn't look like it. And we just snipe all the piggies as we're going. First chest right here. Another snout, Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Yep, you can go down the lava, please. Oh, we're so close. Oh, no, thank you. I made all of the pigs very mad. And no more magma cubes. Okay. I'm feeling a lot better now. Any more pigs in here? No pigs in there. Do we do it? I think we do it. Box myself in here and nobody's gonna get it. Yeah. No, thank you. Sorry, little guy. Okay, we're safe now. Yes, we got one. And we got an ancient debris. And we got another ingot. And we're out. The fresh air of the nether. Time to get the heck out of here. 12 armor trims successfully acquired. I need to find a woodland. Ow. I need to find a woodland mansion next. And hopefully one of my cartographers can actually trade us a map. Yes. I need a compass. Compass. Map. Looks very, very far away. We'll just keep flying this way until we can find that little dot moving. But this is a huge mountain range, so maybe we find an ancient city. Let's try diving in and see how far down we can get. Ooh, the answer's not very. Ow. Oh, here we go. This is going all the way down. Any deep dark? Yes, there is deep dark. Oh, joy. And diamonds. I've lost the deep dark, but I've kind of done a loop, so maybe we can find it if we keep going this way. Oh, I was just about to say I'm losing hope. That's a deep dark ancient city, and it's looks about half removed. Okay, I guess I cleared chunks right to this corner, and somehow we have a city. Well, this is one of the risks of clearing chunks in your world. Let's see if we can find any trims. Island landing. Oh no, not silent at all. Let's just get rid of it. That's only one. We have 2 more before spookies. Well, I'm already spookied, but it's fine. Please? No. Hopefully no shriekers are connected to this one. Nope, they are. Very much are. They very much are. Right, we're just gonna do it and run. Nothing. Absolutely worthless. Terrible. The next alarm is going to spawn a warden. Oh, please don't get me killed. Diamonds would never get me killed. Yay. Surprisingly safe inside of here. Nothing. Oh, whoa, there's all this over here. How did I miss everything in this? Okay, this city's a lot bigger than I thought it was. Let's land up here. This is a free chest. Nothing. I love how clean this city is. Nobody, I'm trying to be sneaky. Not now, please. Thank you. Another chest right down in here. And a triggered. Running away immediately. No, thank you. No. Okay, he's over there, meaning we go that way. Let's take the shulker and keep moving. This is a risky one right here, but I know there's a chest right down in here. And nothing. And that's another warden. Wait, aren't there chests inside the middle place? Doesn't look wardeny in here. Oh, he's getting close. I'm out of here. Right, this is definitely gonna spawn one, but if we go quick, it should be okay. And nothing in there, so we run. Hi, buddy, you stay over there, okay? Thanks. Please. Nothing. Running immediately. Think this is the last chest in this city. Anything? I can't even tell. There's so many items. I'm kind of look like nothing. Run. No luck on the first ancient city, but let's keep moving on. Back to finding the woodland mansion. Nope, we got a while to go. Hold up a moment. Big cave here. Where does it go? Ooh, it's new chunks into water. It goes into water. Diamonds, more diamonds. Don't mind if I do. And look how many non-deep slate ones there are. That's great. Oh, big cave. And there's deep dark. And that's an ancient city. Okay, round 2. Here we go. Fight. Nothing in there. We run. Yep. Definitely still have the warden. Ooh, look at this chest. Golden apple. But I forgot the second chest, which definitely will trigger. Other side. That's cool. Run. Okay, that zone's no-go. We can swoop down here and try this one. How many wardens can we spawn at once? Let's have some fun. Enchanted gold apple and nothing. Run away. I'm not sure I like this game anymore. I don't want to spawn anymore. This one, maybe? Nope, nothing. Run. This one. Nothing. Run. Over here. Yes. We got silence. Wait, we got silence. Oh, wait. Run. Okay, I need a moment to breathe. Okay, there's no shriekers around us right here. We got the super rare one, but not the regular one. There's still wardens spawned currently, so I've got to be very careful around here because I've just been zooming and I got no idea where they are. Nope, there's another one. Oh, hi guys. Hopefully you're friendly up here. I should really be breaking these chests as I'm going because I'm not sure what I have or haven't looted. That's not good. That's really not good. Haven't spawned a warden on this side for a while, so let's go over here. I'm really over this though. I'm ready to leave. Nope. There's a warden. Anything in there? Nope. I hear a warden. Run! Please let it be easy. Please let it be easy. Come on. Nothing. What about this one? Nothing. Oh, diamond horse armor. Ooh, good pants. Anything? I think I've been to this one. We're running. New plan. If we've looted them and there's nothing inside, we just break the chest and we run. Nope. Please? No, I've been to that one. Nothing in here. Goodbye. This chest? Nope. Nothing. Running. Dang it. No. Broke the wrong thing. I'm not having a good time. Nope. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Just run. I don't think we've been to this one yet. Nothing. Is it bad I'm starting to feel comfortable being here in the ancient city? I've been here so long. I don't think we're finding anything inside this one. I think we got to find another to get ward though. And he's disappearing, which means I can get that chest. All right, he's gone. Any luck? Nothing. Nope, that one we already did. Let's get out of here. No. Ow. Okay, I sit here. I think I'm just revisiting chests and I'm feeling pretty ready to leave. So let's go. How did I get in here? Let's try up this way. Ow. Happily back above ground. And that brings us up to 13 total armor trims. It does look like our little dot has moved on the map though, which is fantastic. And I also wanted to try, does this still go back towards home? No, that's a new direction. Oh, we're going back. Wait, what? Is it somewhere here in the ocean? Back that way. Okay, I threw the first pearl from that hill, so it has to be somewhere. Where are you taking me? Oh, down here. That was where the ancient city was. Where do you go from here? Oh, there it is. Oh, perfect. Woo! Oh, the bat got in the way. Right, this should be fairly easy to find. I think this one's pretty common inside of the chests, if there are any chests. What happened to this stronghold? Oh, chest. No, nothing. This one? Nothing. This one, nothing. It might just be the library chest though, so I'm gonna try and look out for one of those. You know how I walked in right there and ran off that way? There's the library. Please? Yes. Oh, it does. That's pretty cool. We have 14 out of 16 done. Oh, yes. Flying down south, I found another ancient city inside of a huge mountain, so I got back to work checking chests, breaking them, and flying away before the warden would pop out, repeating this across the entire city until I finally found the ward armor trim. Wait, there it is. Ward armor trim. We got it. Run. Run away. No, I'm so scared. Oh, jeez. There it is. All right, we got ward armor trim. I got a little greedy and kept searching around and this happened. Oh, there's a second. I think I'm done with ancient cities for a while. I think I'm done. I think I got everything I could ever need from them and I don't need to go back ever again. Here we go. One more armor trim remains to complete the total set of 16, meaning I need to actually follow this Woodland Explorer map where I went way beyond it. Okay, we got some flying to do. We've reached the Dark Oak Forest, meaning we've got to be pretty close, right? No, it ended. Okay, we keep going. No, it's right there in the... No, there's Dark Oak over there. Okay, I thought I spawned in the Birch Forest for a second. All right, okay, Woodland Mansion, let's do it. There's my best friend that I didn't want to meet. I would love to take out the evokers before we actually get inside because they are spooky. Oh, there's one. Get rid of him before he can make anything. Okay, good. I'm gonna take that totem. I don't need this map anymore. Oh, they're terrifying. And here we finally have the chest room. Please tell me one of these gonna have the armor trim. Nope, 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 nope. Ooh, more chests. Nope, 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 nope. That one was an absolute failure, but I looked at some old footage because I thought I had found one in this world before. And when I was originally trying to find all the biomes for the advancements pretty much a year ago at this point in time, I did come across the Woodland mansion a few thousand blocks away. Found the new Dark Oak Forest, and hopefully, yes, there it is. Time for round 2. One evoker down. Oh no, oh no. Oh, they're terrifying now. This is the first time I've seen the new skin. Nailed it. Weirdly enough, I think the new Vex skin makes them easier to hit. Like, I'm tracking them a lot better now. And one last one. Haha. Oh, they're just having meeting over there. I'm just gonna take them out. Take out the boss. Another chance at a chest. No luck. Oh, a chest. It's there. Yes, we got it. Oh, we can go home. That right there is it. The 16th armor trim. We have them all. I'm just currently 9,400 blocks away from home. It's gonna be a journey to get back. It's gonna be a journey, but it was worth it. I don't think I've been so excited to return back home in quite a while. Oh, it feels good being back in the city. But the bamboo seems to be pretty tall, so I think if I do that, nope, I can just flip this. It's broken. Oh, I love redstone. There we go. We'll just do a little manual fix. No, 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 no. Oh, everything's okay. Okay, I'm ready to leave. With all the armor trims acquired, it'd be pretty sad if we just leave them sitting here in the middle. So I'm thinking today we need a giant armory to show off all of the new armor trims. Moving on, I really wanted today to be special and plant the first torch flower field for the series, but these sniffers are a lot slower at producing seeds than I expected. And you can't use pitcher pods to breed them, which is very frustrating, so we have to wait for them to actually find torch flower seeds, can breed them, and that's how we get more of the sniffer eggs. I've been able to get 3 more of them here, so I'm just gonna let them grow there on the moss, and I've got an idea for something that might be a little better for the field. In a minute though, because I do want to plant these pitcher pods. Also, how many levels? Okay, we need to get a new bow and that one breaks. Okay, you know what? Before all you mending bow people get down there in the comments, this is my first bow. We're on day 4,119. It's lasted a good while. My plan is to run over to the cherry blossom biome and gather a bunch of the leaves and logs so we can create a small orchard. I'll be honest, I wasn't exactly sold on these bright pink leaves being in game when they were first announced, but I was excited for a new tree type. Now that they are in game though, I'm actually really excited to use these in some builds. Nearly a full box of leaves with a few logs and okay, I only need 4 more. That feels much better. Last thing before we get out of here, I want to pick a bunch of the little flower petals up off of the ground. Okay, it's gonna be really easy to get a lot of those. Right, back home we go. As much as we just got the brand new cherry wood, I have an idea for something. I want to try using some dark oak wood, where we can make a ton of fence gates over here and fences, as I want to turn this little section right along the road here into our cherry orchard, where maybe we take the terrain back a touch and reuse those dirt blocks down here to smooth it out. That should do for now. So I started to lay out a few locations where we can put some trees down, but bringing ourselves up just a few blocks here, these aren't going to be super tall, so I'm thinking we can start over here and get something a little like that and strip it all down. Next up, as it's a fruit tree, I want to make it really thick with the fences, showing that it's being worked with a lot. That's starting to get the part. With the shape done, next we just need to add on all the leaves. Attempt number 1 for cherry orchard tree. Definitely a skill I'm gonna need to work on, but I think these can pass for a first attempt. With 1 tree down, it's time to build the rest of the field. I mean orchard. I mean, you should subscribe if you haven't already. It's field orchard time, so I've got to do it as I'm trying to build out the very first cherry orchard inside of this world, adding in a bit of variety to the size of these trees so they don't feel too cookie cutter, and it's almost like some are older and have been around longer, causing the branches to be a little more brambly. With that done, we also need to add in a few more details throughout here. I added in a few saplings with string on top, as well as some of our cherry pink petals, but there's a few more extra details we can add in that would involve removing this fence and bringing in a small brick retaining wall to kind of separate it further from the road. A few polished andesite slabs on top should help to finish it off. Next, a small ladder leaning up against the side of the tree to show the orchard is currently being harvested, which of course we need a few composters lying around for them to put all the fruit inside. And that right there is looking pretty spectacular. Next up, a quick trip into the nether, as my elytra is very dead again. And looking much better. Now to grab a little bit of cobblestone, as it's time to plan out the next expansion to the city. I need a home for the armory, and I thought near the industrial area could be great, but I want to be smart about where I'm placing things in, so we got a plan first. Taking inspiration from that industrial area, I want to divide this into 2 layers, but with a road leading down to the main harbor area that'll be coming below. And to help fortify the city, I want to add in a wall running along the top edge of a new cliff we'll bring in. This is one of those make the area look a lot worse before it looks better type of days. Ugh. And I'm gonna need a replacement shovel for now. I am also running out of time to record this already, so let's build the wall that'll connect up to the armory. Let's grab a little bit of wheat over here, as I need packed mud, which we can also craft down into mud bricks, some brown mushroom blocks, bit of granite, the bricks we have, and lastly, some terracotta. Now my goal is to build an entire armory to show off all of the armor trims, attaching the building right into the wall, fully equipped with a display room, storage room, forging area, and a small barracks as well. Thankfully, I already have the wall design ready to go from the first city section, so I just need to copy that idea down here, working with the packed mud going up into the red brick textures. This here is a pretty good start, but it is feeling pretty big, and being on the harbor edge down here, well, maybe once we get rid of that lava, we can build a harbor. But I want to try really griming up a few sections here, bring in some soul sand into spruce planks, coarse dirt, and then regular dirt, which looks really busy from up close, but once we get all the way back here, it just seems like a really grimy section on the wall. I really don't want to overdo it with this, so that should be perfect. Once the wall's extended out further, it'll blend in more. And of course, the back of the wall needs to be built out too. Now, I guess I gotta fill this space in here with the armory. We've got a large amount of space to fill here. First up, I'm gonna need a lot more spruce wood. That right there should do it. Next up, I also want to use dark oak wood in the build. While I'm out here, I also need some mushroom steppe, which is not the easiest to get on the red mushrooms here. Brown mushrooms, though. Oh, I missed some. There we go. I think 48 should do it. Now, with all of this, I need to craft down way too many spruce trapdoors as usual, a healthy amount of spruce slabs and stairs, and finally stripping down a ton of spruce logs to use on the build. Thankfully, I don't need quite as much dark oak stuff, so this will be a lot quicker to get ready. Just a few guys in there. I'm also very excited to use our first hanging signs in the build, and a lot of oak trapdoors, okay? It's fine. First set of shulker boxes being delivered to the future build site. With the Woodmill taken care of, I jumped into the quarry to start putting together all of the different stone materials I'm gonna need, from cobblestone, bricks, basalt, stone bricks, polished granite, polished andesite, and some mossy cobblestone. Now for the roof, I want to try something pretty fun here. So let's grab some honeycomb, craft that down into honeycomb blocks. Real quick distraction trip because I forgot to get these. First up, hanging roots and our glowberries. Now I'm really excited to, for the very first time, craft our blocks of bamboo that we're going to use on the roof. And it broke again. Why do you keep breaking? Let's try this. Why? Next attempt. Why are you not working? Side direction completely redesigned the flying machine, and it appears to be working now. Just please come back. Yeah, it's reaching the end, and it's coming back. Perfect. Okay, amazing. And now we can take our first blocks of bamboo and strip them down for this beautiful block. Along with that, I also want to craft down a bunch of stairs, trapdoors, and the works with our new bamboo block. You see this? This is how I get shulker monsters. Look how many boxes we have for one build. Thankfully, off of the 3D drawing I made earlier, I have a pretty good idea of where I want to place in the building. So starting off, I'm adding in the base layer for all of the shapes. Now this weird extra brick wall over here, I think we can bring it up another block, as it's a way of like fortifying the armory. And some stone brick slabs going on top. From here though, I want to focus on the smithing area itself, as it's going to be the smallest structure and something we can tackle easily, which we can use mud brick and a lot of dirt to make it feel really grimy, as it's probably heavily covered in smoke from the forge running. We don't need too much space inside of here, so with these walls going in, I want to also extend out some spruce slabs, and we can bring the middle up one so we can place blocks underneath. Then some barrels here for a little sneaky storage. Now, I really like to call on different regions within this world, so we're going to bring in a little bit of dwarven influence here, as if the human civilization in the city reached out to them to figure out how to better forge armor. Kind of random for now, but I think it's gonna work out. To finish up this building, I'm extending the stone brick chimney into the sky and adding on a roof out of cobbled deep slate materials. I'm really worried about this little alleyway being pull up perfect. Just really big straight walls. So I'm adding in a door up here so that we can get up to all of the barrels. And then I added this little overhang, which we can throw a lantern on. And then right here, we can add in our first hanging sign with forge. We'll get some dyes on that later. Just like the interior will come later. I think for this wall of the alleyway here, we could just bring in a little bit of stuff right like so, and then the dripstone blocks go in the rest of the way, which gives us an archway right here for our door to go inside, where we can throw some bamboo doors and trap doors for the pop of color, and that way we can see inside. Now from here to access that doorway, I'm thinking we can add in a small balcony where we can do some slabs and full blocks, and then right out here we can do slabs again with our trap doors. As apparently I have the goal to use every single type of trap door in this building, let's bring oak trap doors around this edge. Now I want to focus on the large building that's going to be going in here, which hopefully is going to stretch all the way above the wall line itself. Starting off with our cobblestone, a little bit of gravel, and we get something like that. Slap our fWhip patented archway over in here, and a golden bamboo door, plus a little hanging sign. Up here on the next layer, I'm really excited to try something brand new here. Not that, it's gonna be over here. A random spruce door. No, I wanna bring in some bamboo blocks for the very first time inside of this world. I think if we start with some stripped bamboo logs, we can get that exposed side, and we get something a little like this to start. Some glass in the middle using white, and then we can move into the green bamboo, and I want that sticking out. Yep, I'm gonna enjoy working with this. There we have the building barely popping above the top of the wall. And now a little bit of sandstone mixed in to bring back in the city building theme that's already set up, and then we're fully above the wall. I added in some slabs right here so we can turn this into a little bit of an overhang instead, and I think it's gonna fit really well up here on the ramparts with the lantern. Now I just realized I kind of forgot to finish off the entire back edge, so we can add in a little bit of our polished diorite, spruce trapdoors down here along the edge, then we're bringing our slabs and trapdoors along the top. And while I'm at it, let's bring some spruce trapdoors in here to hide the mess of blocks underneath. Now for the roof. Bamboo is that perfect fit for what I always wanted hay bales to be, almost a thatch style roof if you want it to be, but here we're working in some oak planks to the bamboo using honeycomb and bamboo mosaic blocks in between just for some fun. This is looking really good, but we've got a giant hole here on the side, so it's time to attach something to the main building. Using my classic mix of tough cobble, acacia, and basalt going up to the top. We're up here. I've set up this flat area that we can use for staging and more decorations later on, but it just kind of extends the rampart. Now for this little section here where I built the spruce support on the front, I want to bring in a bit of a wider theme here for this guy, just so we have some more variety in the buildings. Going from our diorite into our birch, a little white concrete, mix it in here for texture, and powder up at the top. That right there is starting to look really good. I didn't include a window on this side, as I want to include an archway leading into the armory to give it a more imposing presence. I'll be honest, the bamboo in here just makes it feel so fun. But all right, one more building to go. The remaining building is for storage. So stacking up the first wall, I want to break up the flat face with a lift system to more easily bring in materials to the armory ready to be processed into goods, armors, and whatnot. Now for this big open side on the building, I want to start by bringing out but we can bring out a bit of a spruce support here to incorporate even more of the bamboo because I can't be stopped. Down below, I do want to bring in our flower pots like we normally do with the azure bluettes. And to help kind of mute the bamboo colors just a touch, we can bring in some more spruce trapdoors and spruce fence gates with stairs on top going all the way up the sides. Now for the roof on this guy, I also thought we could just bring in some spruce up here and make it really simple. But maybe coming in 2 blocks here, we can create little windows for some air to get out and add in our trapdoor. Slight little changes here on top. I want to add in a small cupola like I'd done in the drawing that I kind of forgot about, but I think it'll work out really well. Start like this, and I'm thinking double oak trapdoor, single and a double, and a single goes all the way around. Bring in our first bamboo fence gates right like this, and we can open them up. Then we just slap a small little roof pointing up into the sky. Now this is meant to store all of the armor trims. The structure itself is done. We've still got the interior to go, but I was thinking we could bring in some barrels throughout, not only using this as storage for the different armor trims, but we can also put an armor stand on each to display what it looks like. And it can almost look like guards guarding the armory. A little pathway in here now, and the building is looking great, but I've kind of built it into a little bit of a pit of its own. I should have done this before, but I really need to smooth out the hill a little bit further so we can actually see the building and actually add more city buildings to it soon. I'm trying to make it not completely flat, as I want the city to be growing up the hill to connect in with the first part. Good well of digging later, and we've got this in here, which I like, and now I've got to figure out, oh, the train actually drops down. Oh, that could be easier. That's just a lot of blocks to remove, but I think I got it. Another 2 days spent digging out the train and adding in the grass blocks back in. And this is definitely going to need some more work to make it more buildable. I'm going to clean up the little shulker mess we have out here for now, and by that I mean putting it right back over here. As next, I want to focus on connecting our new armory up with the road we have over there, starting by linking up over to the gate here, and then we'll slowly slope our way down for something a bit like that, except maybe a touch wider. This is a pretty good start. I just need to add some more detail in. This is looking so much better now, isn't it, buddy? No, don't. Oh, okay, you're gonna disappear. That's fine. Well, our pathway's finished up and all detailed here and looking real good. Just don't look that way. Okay, one more quick distraction before we go to the interior building. I really want to add in a custom tree, okay, maybe 2, but I promise just 2 trees for now, as I really do need to get back into working on the armor trims, and we need an interior for the armory. Starting over here at the smith, I think we can do something like this. And then we do a little boop and a boop. And I think the cherry wood will kind of work. I know it's a little too pink for this, but without powering an iron trapdoor, it's the best option we got. Little gear mechanism over here. Obviously, we need an anvil and a smithing table to actually do the thing. Little cauldron over there and a table. We can end with something a little like this for now, as I need to make a quick trip down into the villager cave, to buy some more bricks. Oh, you can, that's a tip. You can keep those emeralds, as I want to craft a few decorative pots where I will forever wish that they stacked. We've got an extra pile of iron back over in here, but this is looking pretty good. I want to move on to the next space. We've got a little pile of iron back there, which is looking pretty good. Moving on to the next room that I've already kind of got it started on, and I'm thinking we're going to have a staircase coming up here, leading to an upper level of the warehouse storage room type thing, and then that's going to be stretching around here, along with some slabs to finish off the rest of the floor. But I'm thinking we leave this middle open in here so that we can drop items up and down, which I never finished this guy because I forgot the materials, but there we go. We can drop a barrel onto this. And here in the back, I got a pile of iron. I'm thinking we also throw in a pile of coal blocks and acacia trapdoors on the top here. Yeah, that's not half bad. Barrel in the center, and we can stretch ourselves all the way up here and create a few different cross beams, maybe going like this. And then this is going to carry all the way across. This chain's going to connect all the way back down there to where we have the smoker kind of having the chain disappear. And then that would be a turning wheel, so it can go up and as I'm going down. With the same system setting here for the goods to drop down on, and then that'll connect all the way through. Couldn't make it seamless without it being too awkward though. Now I want to close in the roof to make it just a little bit tighter in here. And I'm thinking a good way to do it is taking spruce trapdoors all the way across like this, and then stairs above that, which should look really cool here with the glass blocks we have on this side, I'm hoping. And then I'm thinking we just do slabs like this to box it all in. Down the alleyway inside of the white building, I've been working on a bit of the barracks in here, somewhere for all of the guards to be able to gather. And I thought a cool detail we could add in is just using some looms up here for the ceiling. And then I'm really liking using our oak and spruce to stretch off for the different little like banisters. Maybe in here we do a little pop with our bamboo. And then I still have 4 more armor trims that I need to put on display, so we'll throw those in with barrels right here. Inside of all these archways, I'm thinking we just add in some trapdoors. They're not gonna fit there. Good thing I don't have enough. And then we can do a lantern instead of that. Over here, lectern and some looms for display, where we can do some flower pots like that. And we've got these 4 stalls here ready with the barrels for armor stands. We're just not gonna talk about how much larger the shulker monster is getting, as I'm gonna need 16 smooth stone slabs, a good amount of sticks from our bamboo over here to craft armor stands. As now I want to go around and put them on top of all of the barrels so we can know which armor trims we still need to fill out. I did add 2 barrels up here to the top so they can kind of look like guards looking over the front. And the last ones are going to be hidden right up here on this upper balcony. Right, now to get 16 sets of diamond armor. Thankfully, I can just buy all of the diamond armor that I'm going to be needing from my villagers. Even though 16 sets is going to be a lot. Thankfully, it doesn't matter what the enchants are. 3 down. 6 down. Up to 9 sets now, and for some reason, this guy didn't unlock these a second time. And so, I wait. Few stacks of emeralds down the drain, but we now have 16 full sets of diamond armor. But now it's time for the expensive part. I need to duplicate a lot of these armor trims, meaning I need a stack of netherrack, endstone, cobblestone, sandstone, terracotta, cobble deep slate, blackstone, prismarine, and mossy cobblestone. Oh, and I almost forgot. Probably all of the diamonds I have to my name. Thankfully, I already have 6 of the wild ones, so we can ignore that, but let's start with the shaper over here. I'm gonna need 5 of each trim, so in order to duplicate these, that is 7 diamonds, 1 terracotta, and the original trim gives us an extra. Now, because I think it'll be pretty cool to have them all in here together, I'm planning to just use gold on everything. Ooh, there's our first trim. Shaper being the first one is gonna go right here. Oh, that looks so good. Starting the front entrance, we now have everything you can find in the new trail ruins. That's what they're called, right? This is gonna cost nearly 7 stacks of diamonds to create all of the trim templates I'm going to need while still keeping the original copy so I can use it for myself as needed in the future. I absolutely love this feature though, even if it is extremely expensive. It at least gives diamonds a use again inside of the game instead of just making jukeboxes. My 40-something blocks of diamonds are now 46 diamonds. But here we have the final trim to be creating, Spire. Oh, we've done it. We've done them all. And I haven't even done my own yet. I believe the last spot is right here. That looks pretty cool having everything up here now. Seeing all the trims in game is honestly so different from seeing them just on like online generators and things. Oh, it's so cool. Look at Silence over there. That gold looks like fire. Right. I have 4 more armor trims to create for my own set of armor. And I have just enough diamonds to do it. I want to grab Host, Spire, and Tide. I'm just gonna block myself in here real quick. We need an extra host. We're gonna need 2 tide trims and an extra spire. Now, I don't want anything that's gonna be super flashy here, so we're gonna take tide, put it on our helmet, and use the amethyst shard going in right there. Amethyst on the chest piece with tide. The booties are going in here with host using our amethyst. And lastly, on the pants, we're throwing the spire. And I think this looks pretty sweet right over here. Oh, I'm so happy with it. I absolutely love how the item texture itself is actually different now, showing the trim I put on. I might need to get a new cape at some point. Mojang, please. But this is gonna do for now. With the gatehouse already built at the front of the city, I need to copy that design here to the back side of the city at the harbor. Using the same design will help link the city together from the top to the bottom. I already know what materials I need since I built it once. So first up, I need some packed mud, and then I'm off to the jungle to gather up a ton of jungle logs from the large trees. Off to the next large tree. As always, I spend another 20 or so minutes gathering up spruce logs before jumping down into the mines to pick up cobble deep slate, which I can use to craft all of the different types of deep slate. Now for my favorite detail block, I needed to use some netherite to craft 2 lodestones. Before going to my next favorite detail block, I traded with my fishermen to restock on campfires. Crafting a few more things, I was all set to rebuild the gatehouse down on the water's edge, which feels really good to have the 2 outer edges of the city finally set up. Now to brighten things up a touch more, I am adding in some frog lights to the inside of the gatehouse behind all of the windows. With the flags added on front, the gatehouse is finished up. I'm honestly really looking forward to making the harbor down here along the river and just kind of terraforming this entire place. But that one's gonna have to wait a while, as I still need to cover up this disgusting hole in the ground. Before I go any further on this project, I really need to retire this bow and make ourselves a new infinity bow. New bow acquired. And what enchants are we gonna power 3? Oh, that's disgusting. Unbreaking 3, power 3. Okay, that's a start. Completely out of levels, but power 4, flame, unbreaking 3. Okay, that's a great start. On top of these enchants, I need a punch 2 book, an infinity book, as well as another power 4 book, where apparently I don't have a punch villager trade. Not really the end of the world, as this is still gonna be a really good bow, which definitely needs a name, so leave some ideas in the comments. As the original Whiplash bow is gonna be sitting up here. Look at me going back to old builds and decorating them. Wow, so good. I want to create a marketplace in the middle of the build today, but I think it will look a little bit better being raised up off of the street a few blocks. So if I extend some dirt along the edge here for something a little like this, and then taking the rock idea we used here behind the copper factory, I want it to almost look like a small cliff coming up about this tall that we can wrap around in like a C shape. I just got to carry that around the entire edge and keep working on it. First step is going to be to stack up all of the rocks and then mold them into shape as we go, which I am going to need the road to extend up to the top before I can figure out everything I want to do and how to finish off the rocks, starting with just some cobblestone slabs for now for the shape. Then grabbing a little bit of dirt, I want to put this at the top of where our new ground level is to be so I can know where to finish off the rock, which on theme, I'm using some light gray concrete powder, light gray wool from the sheep farm, acacia logs from the lumber mill, and then a quick stop in the quarry for some tough blocks. I've used this style quite a few times before, so I just want to fill in the blocks for a little test and then expand off of it as I'm moving around. With the acacia and tough blocks on the bottom in all of the different shadowed areas, and then mainly using the light gray wool on top with a little bit of light gray concrete powder thrown in there to be almost like a shiny part. Before we get into actually building, I think it's time that we can throw some trees in. Flying back into the industrial district, it's time to build up our first tree. I've used this design before in the city, but I want to keep adding in these big, taller trees to peek over the top of the buildings, which I love to see as I'm walking through the gate. Of course, I do need a little variety in size to balance things out, so I am adding in a few small bamboo fence trunks and then using some acacia leaves for the trees themselves. The street area is now looking fantastic, but above it up here could use a little more love and floor. That's much better. Now I want to fill the space with a huge covered market building, something that would allow the people in the city to be able to tend the market and trade goods regardless of the weather around the world. Something probably about this size is going to fill it pretty well back here. Quick distraction here as I just thought of something I want to build. I'm going to need a few weird items for this, and that right there should do it. I really want to be adding more statues around the city, and this rock right over here seems pretty perfect. Where I wanted to try terracotta going into a decorated pot for like the chest area and just make a little tiny statue right over here. We can give it a sort of like a shield with our mangrove trapdoors, lightning rods for some sort of spear or staff that I wanted to put some candles on top of. And now for the weird part, I thought a jungle hanging sign right there could be kind of good for a head. This is gonna look so bad, but I have to try it. Nope, that's perfect. It's so dumb. I forgot the trapdoor. Now he's perfect. I love him. Anyways, back to resource gathering. This is something I've wanted to build for a really long time. Last fall, when my wife and I were on our honeymoon, we kept seeing these large covered market areas in Venice, and I've been just trying to find the right space to add one inside of my world. I want to make this building feel really old, so we've got a floor to match that. To make it easy to access as well, we can run a few more slabs across the front here to get up. And just our full blocks right up here with some cobble and moss. Next, I do want to run around and replace that stone that we had in there, make it a little bit more fortified on the base with our stone bricks going up into the polished andesite. Now back to that old aged look thing that I was talking about. I want to work from the stone brick down there, actually coming up into some mud right in here, then going into our brick as if they've had to rebuild with different materials over time, making this feel a little bit more like thrown together. With the first test done, I carried that idea around the rest of the archways on the sides. Now for this end near our lovely statue, I need an arch coming across the middle here, as I want to build a mosaic of sorts right up here along the edge. If we come up to this point and just start arching our way up to the middle and then back down to the other side, this creates a good opening in here where I'm thinking we take purple terracotta along the edge and try to create like a sunset vibe almost, using some cherry wood. Get the logs facing us in here. Nope, planks in the middle. And then we can just have these sitting up almost like a flower or something a little like this, which I think I like it. Now, if I can get back on top, I wanted to also follow along this edge here and just add in some of our mangrove buttons just to make it not so flat. Then polished diorite stairs up to the top. Getting rid of the stone here along the back because we don't need that. We can support things a little bit better like that. Our far side is now in place as well. And as it's going to be nighttime, I need to put some lights in here. Sending a beam across the middle with a little bit more support on it. We can just hang some lanterns where I want to carry this between all of the different archways. That should keep us pretty safe inside here. Working up towards the roof along the outside, I want to run a little border underneath with our spruce slabs and trapdoors. Finally adding in the roof using jungle planks, stripped logs, and some stripped oak for a little bit of variation. This district has just turned into a bunch of deep slate roofs, copper roofs, and these like natural tones, and I'm really enjoying it. Now over here we can use a little bit of the glow lichen I have left over to just kind of blur the lines between the stone and going into the brick and mud colors, which helps a bit around here. And a few hanging roots added in, and I'm really liking it. Oh, I can't wait to fill this with market stalls. Along the back where we have the top of the rock line, I thought it could look really good to have it kind of lush with some flowering azalea leaves. That looks pretty good out here. And then I'm thinking we can take a few of these bricks and create a small little contained space, put some of our slabs on top, and then just turn it to path block on the inside. Back home real quick, grabbing a few of our decorated pots that we can just put on the corners. No, there. Flower pots hidden on top, and then dead bushes with, I think, mangrove leaves on top to look like little manicured bushes on the inside. Yeah, I like that. Maybe this part we push back a touch right to here just to give ourselves some more space to walk around. Little back area like this, I think it's gonna be pretty perfect. I love it. I could definitely keep detailing around here for a long time, but it's time to plant a field. Our first torch flower field. This is one of those days where I'm honestly just having so much fun playing Minecraft, and I just want to say thank you for all of the support. It's really cool being able to do this for my job. If you're enjoying the content, please be sure to subscribe and leave a like on this video to show me you want to see more from the series. But finally, we have our first torch flower field in this world. This is so much bigger than I was expecting, but I felt like I needed to add in the first torch flower field right next to the Sniffer Ranch, and I really love it. Back over to the city now, where it is just looking so good, but we really need to cover up the bamboo storage section for the farm and, you know, all this stuff in general. Let's start by grabbing a little bit of bamboo here, craft it all down into our sticks, into ladders. I really need a better way to access the farm itself, and that should work. Let's throw a quick ladder in going back up. This thing just breaks so much, and for once it's actually working. Wow. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh no, I'm starting to see why it breaks a lot. But I do need a way down there, as every time I want to use it, it is stocking up pretty well since I've been in the area, but it keeps breaking in the flying machines in the middle. So I've got to be able to get down there easily. Speaking of which, for the building though, I think it could look really nice to actually use a bunch of bamboo inside of it. So let's craft some down. That should hopefully be plenty. Now also, for probably the last time before I cover it up, I did run the mangrove tree farm for about 20 minutes just to stock up on materials, where this right here is a pretty good amount. Now what the heck am I going to do with all these roots? Now before we gather any more resources, I want to add in a small retaining wall here to push the building back off the street, throwing a few polished andesite slabs on top just to make it feel a little bit more solid. Then we can use our deep slate stairs in here to bring ourselves all the way up to the new platform with a whole platform out of deep slate. I've got a few extra slabs on me here too, so I'm just gonna fix up this little gap I've created. That's gonna do for now. Continuing on with the never-ending resource grind, I'm using a log of mangrove, spruce, dark oak, jungle, and of course bamboo inside of this build. So stopping at the lumber mill, I was able to grab most of what I need. I had the genius idea to use mushroom stem for a wall, and I have 55. Quick stop at the mushroom farm. We should be able to gather them up. I really got to get back over here one of these days and keep working on this spot because it is so nice to have, but man, it could use some love. That should be all the mushroom stem I need, and we can take a few more brown mushrooms and plant them around. Flick of the switch, we have mushrooms. Ignore that the farm's half broken, but we have mushrooms. Woo, yay! Moving on. To save on our mushroom stem count, I've got light gray concrete powder, light gray wool, and light gray terracotta to kind of grime it up, and I think that'll work. Quick trip down into the villager cave. Ow. As I actually need amethyst and a pork chop. Buying a little glass from our lovely librarians, we can craft tinted glass. Quick trip down into the nether to visit the murderous frogs and take a few verdant frog lights. One final step, I need a lot of copper, and I realized I haven't really cycled the copper aging room in a very long time, so I took a few minutes to do that. This here is going to be everything we are going to be needing for the build. It's a lot of items, but also we're now on day 4,300. Woohoo! To celebrate, let's build the start of this new building, shall we? Well, I'm adding in a mangrove base with a little bit of brown terracotta in there for shading. We've got a way up to the second floor on the side over here. The far side is still pretty blank. Oh, that's a wall. I want to add in a small market stall right over in here where we can bring in a little bit of our beehive action for something like this. Maybe another little table right here. And we can build a covering for it by throwing in a little bit of our spruce right along here. Then grabbing smooth quartz slabs and our wax weathered copper. We can do wax weathered copper and then the smooth quartz and then bring this over for another little bit to duplicate the pattern on the far side where we can finish off with something a little like that. Okay, maybe a teeny tiny little bit of wandering trader micro block love. Up to the next layer with the mushroom stem and all the light gray blocks, I want to carve out a few windows for the residents, bringing in the bamboo shutters and then a little bit of our dark oak for contrast. The opening in the back, I'm throwing in a big brick tower, which will peak right above the top of the roof once that's in there. Being on the industrial area, though, I did make it pretty grimy looking. Now, before we throw in the third floor and the roof itself, I want to come down here behind all of the windows and add in a little bit of tinted glass. Around those, we can also add in our green verdant frog lights. Ah. It's gonna be so much falling down there. Not super late at night or anything like that. Totally fine. Now, don't get me wrong. This looks really gross on the inside. From the outside, it looks almost like it has a green light coming from inside, which for the bamboo farm itself, I kind of like. Speaking of bamboo itself, our third floor is gonna be made out of completely bamboo to really bring that vibe home. Both sides are now in place with their backlighting, and we have one more section to add in right here before we get up to the roof. I actually want to bring this one out a block here, and then even more so by adding a bay window sticking out across the street. Well, into the street with a few spruce stairs on both the top and bottom, and then extending this up here, working in both of our stripped and unstripped bamboo block. Finally, it's time to add the roof on, sticking to those brown earthy tones, this time working from spruce to mud brick to exposed copper, jungle planks, and then a little bit of oak plank action for a highlight. 6 Minecraft days later, and the build is finally done. Now to figure out a way to get, down there and collect this stuff. A little while later, the bamboo's bookstore is finished and has an interior. A small little bar over here and a little bookstore to go on top of it, with a staircase that leads all the way down here to the bamboo storage, with a view into the lovely farm and the great abyss. Oh boy! Looking back at where we started today, this city has already expanded with a new gatehouse, some custom terraforming with a covered market sitting on top, and now we've hidden the bamboo farm with this lovely little house. To finish off this corner, I want to add in a guard barracks here connecting right into the wall. The Shulker monster assembleth! Except I still need some more materials. First up, I used the cobbled deep slate I had lying around to craft up a bunch of different deep slate materials we could throw into the barracks. Then back to the lumber mill to strip down a ton of wood and gather a load of other materials along with it. I've got pretty much everything I'm gonna need inside of these 2 boxes, except I've got one more quick trip to make. Down here to the automatic wheat farm over at World Spawn, where I need some wheat. And this thing is so full. I really love that farm, as we can use that to craft down more packed mud, which we can turn into mud brick. Right into the build, I want to make sure this feels almost like a bit of a fort and something that can easily be defended by the guards that are going to be inside the barracks itself. And it gives me a kind of a fun reason just to do something different compared to what I've been doing already. But I think the wall is going to come up to probably this height, so we can get started here by extending the wall up front. With the diorite trim on top, this is starting to look pretty good. As I want to finish off this corner with a large tower, starting off with a big foundation out of our dripstone blocks down at the bottom. This right here should be a pretty solid base, which is a really important thing in Minecraft, as so much is really affected by gravity, like this big tower sticking out on the top. For quick reference, I decided to pinch the design of the watchtowers over here on the front gate, just a slightly smaller version, to be able to relate the back of the city to the front a little bit more. Now, once we're inside the gates, I want the guards to be able able to have an easy way to like access the front gate if anybody weird is coming through. And we can just hide that weird little open space right there. A few more mangrove trapdoors can create a little bit of a balcony deck of sorts where we can add a small side doorway to be able to get inside. That's just gonna have a tiny overhang with our door, our lantern, and that's looking pretty good. Then extending out this way, I want to bring in a little bit of our polished granite and carry it all the way back. For the base of a 7 wide structure, I'm thinking on the corners we just stack this going with maybe some terracotta up to like here. That'll work for that side. Then over here on the front, I'm thinking we probably want to do something a little bit nicer, so I'm thinking we could do some windows. This looks pretty good, but it's a little flat, so I'm thinking up here on top we can do some campfires across, maybe some trapdoors on the corner. Nope. Break it. And some ladders. Then inside of here, we can do some light blue, and I've got cyan for the windows. Since I don't really have a plan right now to build an interior, let's just throw some oak trapdoors behind because it kind of makes it a little bit harder to see through, and it's totally fine. I added the diorite trim up in here as I just want the guards to be able to like watch over the city streets. It felt weird adding another peaked roof in here. So instead, we can just flatten it out with a little bit of our spruce. We're probably like this size, and then here I'm thinking we could just bring some spruce planks and extend this all the way out to our front and have another little section for the guards to walk around. Got a little carried away, but we are now connected all the way up to the top gatehouse, which then ignore the interior, connects into the front and through the rest of the wall, which is very awesome to be able to have. And just for some minor details, we can throw in a few things around and probably something like right back in here. I've left a big rectangle in here where we can throw a building, but first I want to create a little bit of an overhang for the guards to be able to stay dry if they need to. Definitely putting all the fires out though. Back down here, I want to extend the building out just a touch, and I'm thinking we can change things up, and the base here can just be using our tuff. Then from there, we're going to go into a little bit of our cobble and mossy cobble up to this layer where I want to connect a door from there over to here, and we can bring in these guys alternating, and off the end of them, we can just do slabs and trapdoors. A little lantern down below to keep it lit, and we can throw a few trapdoors in here going around for the rest of the railing. Just for variety's sake, I'm thinking up here, we bring in a mangrove door, and then we use some stone and our andesite. And then again, for layer number 3 of the cake, we are moving into stripped oak logs. I finished off the rest of the stripped oak log floor and added in a deep slate roof before building a stair tower on the corner to make it just not so flat and a nice tree in the courtyard. I did, however, forget to add a chimney up here. No, can I get that? I'd like that. Thank you. We can build that right here. But now it is looking so much better walking through here. Even with the mess of shulkers, it still looks great. Hit the entire building behind a tree. Nice job, me. Good. Yep. Good job. Look how nice it looks. It looks so good. Okay, one last idea I want to try over here. I've done it in a few spots, and I really like it throughout the city, but I haven't done it down here quite yet. So if we grab some oak fences, we can connect these two lines together, but maybe give it a little bit of a droop. Something about like that. And then going every other one, we can just go from a light blue to a cyan banner all the way across on both sides. I think I like it. Yeah, we'll leave that in. Let's work back up the road over here, as we have a wee bit of a problem. But there is no road. And we can fix that by grabbing a little bit of dirt. And I need to go down to where I want to build out a really big market square. So I'm thinking we'll go 5 blocks along there for the road. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for a fountain or statue in the middle, and another 7 out here for the other side of the road. If we include that little ramp over there, this is the center, and I just want to extend it out to see how far we have to go. This seems to be a pretty good size. I wasn't able to get a perfect square, but a rectangle should work. To more easily build out the market square, I want to just fill the entire place in with dirt first. This should definitely be enough space. With our 7 wide here in the middle, I'm thinking we can extend the fountain out a little bit wider. Then we have the staircase over there and just kind of loop it around for something about like this. I want this to be like a really fancy like brick plaza of sorts. I've just got to figure it out. Now for the fountain here, I want the base to be out of our smooth stone, and if hit a structure in the middle, we're actually going to expand this just a little bit. As going around the edge, I want to work with some andesite and polished andesite, just making it look a little messy to show it's aged down a bit. And then on top, we can throw in our polished diorite slabs. Then a little border around the fountain with some bricks, granite, and terracotta. A few sea lanterns up on the pedestal to light up a future statue. And for the rest of the lighting, we're we're gonna add in a little bit of a flex. I want beacons sitting on top of all of the anvils. Now, I've got a few skulls sitting in here. And some soul sand. Quick distraction before we go kill withers, as I just had the idea to use some coral inside of the fountain. I'm thinking we get the big purple one and the big blue one. That should hopefully be enough for today. Quick trip into the end dimension to the world tree in space. And here goes number 7. Grabbing a little bit of our obsidian, we can craft up 7 new beacons. I think I'm starting to run out here. You know, I gotta be careful how I spend this. Definitely have no obsidian. Next up, we can take 4 of the beacons and just slap them on here for some light sources. Inside, I gotta fill this entire place with water, and we can have a little flowing out of the middle off of these stairs. Then inside, I actually want to put mangrove roots on the outer rim, since we can put our coral on top of these, and I'm thinking we just alternate bubble and tube coral going all the way around, which I think looks pretty good. Next up for the statue in the middle, I want to make it completely out of our cherry wood planks. I want to use the cherry wood to build up a horse statue on top of our fountain, which I think looks okay enough. It's a really small scale, so it's pretty difficult. I'm still learning how to make organic, so let's move on to building out the rest of the market square that I do know how to make. I just asked this on Twitter, but I'm curious. I know cracked stone brick would look great over here, but I just can't be bothered to smelt stone bricks to get it. So what is a block that you just can't be bothered to craft in Minecraft? Let me know down in the comments below, but as a last step here, I want to surround the andesite lines that we have with some glow lichen, as this is currently spooky land. And there we have the market square rectangle ready to go. I just need to surround it with some more structures. I'll be honest, I've been grinding on this video for so long, I forgot if I had planted our field or not, and I had to go back and look and double check. But I realized we've basically been gathering materials, then building, gathering materials, and building, gathering materials, and building. So let's change it up. It's currently day 4,333. And now it's day 4,335. And we've got an entire mess of shulkers over here, which you can now see coming out of the shulker boxes going into the 2 brand new buildings over here on the far side in a big old time lapse, because people always ask me for longer time lapses. So here's the longer time lapse that I'm just trying to figure out what to talk about for the duration of the long time lapse, which is now over. I'd planned to include a building on this far side of the overpass I created, and then also, you know, get a road going back down over that way. But I want our main bell tower for this region of the city to be going somewhere right in here. And I was worried that the structure I had wanted to put in there would kind of run into the building, and I didn't want to have to break it and rebuild it if it turns out this guy in the middle is a little too big. Starting by grabbing out a little bit of dirt, and quick side stop as I need more dirt in here. I want to start out by getting a rough box in here for the shape of the building. I'm thinking this is going to be pretty heavily inspired by the original mansion build, so I want to give it space to breathe and get a little fancy. This right here should be a pretty good amount of space. And I'm just gonna throw some torches on top to be safe. How did you just spawn here? No, 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 no. Creeper's not in the mangrove farm. Right. I gotta figure out how to put a building on top of here now. Looking at the last mansion, I need to get a lot of terracotta. Thankfully, I should have some in here. Yes, we do. 1 white terracotta. Great. We got a little orange. Crafted down 2 more stacks of white terracotta, and that should do it. Flying back into the villager cave. Now, I am once again calling on my stonemasons for support to purchase a large number of bricks. Another element is the deep slate roof, so I'm grabbing a big assortment of different deep slate materials. To get ahead of the inevitable chest monster, I spent a little time sorting shulker boxes in the lumber mill to just see what I had on hand, before, of course, gathering up another mess of wood materials to put into the build. And here's a brand new shulker monster. Starting right off though, I want you to add in some lampposts right over here with our beacons on top, which will build up into a small staircase right along here for a small staircase leading to a front porch and the main door. Then marking out the base shape of the entire build with our deep slate foundation. This corner here with the dripstone, I want to turn into a large bell tower of sorts going high into the sky, where we can use a little oak log for shading, our stripped spruce log. Then I also want to use some of our smooth sandstone like we'd been doing before to frame out some different windows, where we're going to use cyan, light blue, and cyan glass. A few blocks above the first window we created, I wanted to bring in a few of our dark oak trapdoors, where we can stack fences on top, and then the middle for this open point, I'm thinking we just do a fence gate. And to turn it into sort of a ring, I'm thinking right on top of these, we just add in even more of our trapdoors. Wrapping up the base of the tower, I grabbed some sandstone to build out the upper section, then throwing on an oxidized copper roof, and stealing the top of the mansion tower itself, I just slapped that in place, which from this angle is looking looking pretty good. Back over at the main door here, I finished stacking it up to where we're gonna have a little section coming out. Before that though, I wanted to create like a covered section right here, and I think we can do an arch from there, and then we stick it out again just like this. And that same thing will come back into a wall in there just to give ourselves this little tiny section sticking out, where I'm thinking we do oak planks down at the base. And I've got some spruce trap doors we can use to hide that gross section. And we create some windows right here. Then for this little floor section, I'm thinking we just bring in slabs so I can actually walk around, and it covers it from down below. For the outside, we can just kind of set it up right in here, and campfire for the little topper. For the roof section itself, I'm thinking we can just bring in a little bit of deep slate and extend that out. Now for the back of the build, I have a big flat wall here, so I decided to extend the foundation out a block, and I want to build up using our orange terracotta, acacia planks, and stripped acacia logs to almost age it down a little bit. Behind this, I want to extend up some white terracotta, and then on the corners, because it's going to be wrapping around, we're going to have a little bit of our brick working in. Along the base, I thought we could just do a little glow lichen to help stop mobs from spawning, and working up every 2 blocks, we'll go into our polished granite, and then from here, going the rest of the way up, I'm thinking we just do some terracotta. Up at the top, we can make it look a little bit more aged over, incorporating that granite and brick back into our white terracotta, as if like the coloring itself from the white terracotta is like falling off, and I'm thinking the build will come up to about here. And this right here looks pretty good. We just need to get some windows in here. I'll be honest, the bottom here might eventually turn into a door depending on where the street goes, but we can put this in here for now. And I'm thinking just slabs stacking to the top. But we can just throw a little bit of colorful glass in for the window, and then we'll just do frog lights along the back. This one's definitely going to stay as a window up here, and I'm thinking we can just take a few flowering azalea leaves in front, and we can just add the frame in here out of our sandstone. Then for this, we have an anvil in the middle, hopper at the top, and we'll just connect those with the dark oak fence. That's looking pretty good, but it's kind of a weird transition at the top. Let's start doing a little jungle slab there. Slab, 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 trapdoor, and then a slab. That hides it well enough. With that, every unique part of this building is in. I just need to go through the process of placing the rest of the blocks in here. And there we go, a fully completed exterior for this new mansion. And I've now spent a little over 150 days on this episode. Woo! But man, oh man, it's looking really good having all of these new things in here. That's 6 new buildings inside of the city, the market square, and all that. You know what I kind of want to do? Update the world map. A while back, I moved the map room from being inside the castle hall to its own hall within the castle itself. Well, the mountain behind the castle. And I'm gonna need to expand this another wall segment to make space. Finally, I don't have to keep placing blocks. I can just remove some and zone out for a few minutes. That was a lot bigger than I thought it would be to dig out, but it's done. Time to expand Perry the Platypus. Starting off with the big deep slate pillars in the back, then the logs just strip down, going all the way up to the top. It's been a while since I've done anything out here, so I'm just trying to remember how I did it. With those in place, we just run along here with some acacia, cyan wool on both sides, and we finish up with our warp block. And of course, I still have some more digging to do because I need lights behind the map. I know the last world map update we did on episode 37, and we're currently on episode 40, but I feel like going into the world download for all the supporters, I really just want to have an updated map for people to look at. This will set it up so we only do that when, you know, it's a big milestone episode. With the map room expanded, next comes the very fun and not annoying whatsoever process of duplicating all of the old maps, flying around to update them, and then coming back and locking in a set to create the forever image of our map on the wall. Nearly 45 minutes later, and the entire map is now up to date, and that right there is looking really cool. The city sections are actually starting to get even closer to coming together, and I have actually started stringing over the top of all the snow layers on the tree, so you can now see the roots popping out, which is really cool. Next project on the list today, I want to revisit the upper section of my city, as I never quite finished this back section here along the edge of the mountain. I want to add in 3 more structures along a curved pathway that leads to a staircase to bring it down to the main level. And to hide the flat face, I'm planning to add in a big doorway as if it's leading into a crypt. Before I even think about where these buildings are gonna go, let's focus on getting this pathway sorted. The builds can just kind of push back into the mountain as we need to. The nice part about building pathway is I can just clear out the space and slowly carve it out of the terrain instead of trying to make the buildings fit something specific, where I can work out the upper platform and staircase being added in out of our full blocks. This is starting to look pretty good for a base up here. here, and the plan's coming together. Now I need to tear out all of the stone and smooth it out with our roadblocks. Much better. This will do nicely. Now I just need to gather some materials for the actual buildings going up here. First up, I keep running out of packed mud blocks, and my little farm can't quite keep up anymore. So I grabbed 2 shulker boxes, and I want to fill them up with mud out here to restock for this project and some future ones. A little while later, and both of our shulkers are filled, and I've got a bunch of muddy mangrove roots here we can use too. I think most of everything else I need, I can actually find back at home, hopefully. To finish off the mud, I grabbed a ton of wheat to craft down an entire shulker of packed mud. A quick trip down into the quarry. I'm grabbing up all of the different stone materials I need from the storage room. I want to use loads of copper here too, which leads us into the factory to gather up some aged copper. And of course, as per tradition, I must spend 30 minutes or so in the lumber mill crafting down all of the different wooden materials I need to detail this project even further. Quick trip down here for some campfires from our villagers, and a few bricks over here to craft some large pots, a little bit of terracotta, brick brown bed for a bench, and some barrels. Lastly, a quick trip into the nether to visit our frogs and grab some frog lights. And here we have it. The entire shulker monster is assembled, which means it's time to get into the build here. I want to start off next to our library over there with an acacia log base coming all the way around, and I gotta take this back here a touch. Then we can bring in a little bit of stone on top here. Nope. For the first story, which is just gonna have some stone bricks running across here, with a little coal ore sprinkled in here for some shading. On top of the stone brick trim, I'm adding in a second story out of oak planks and stripped oak logs going up to the tippity top. Okay, I decided to flip the top attic here for birch, just for a little bit of a change. This is a bit flat on the front here, so I want to bring out a bit of a balcony along this point using some of our spruce. Something like this here can work out pretty well for us using fence gates with trapdoors on top so you can kind of see through it. But since it's probably a bit cold in this region, we want to cover it. That's where our mangrove right here is gonna come in. You know, I think I really like that. That looks pretty good. Along those vibes, to keep the roof simple up here, I'm just building it out of mangrove planks. And we have a little market here in the front. I think that fills the space really well. For the next building facade, I need to take this all a block back, but I'm gonna keep the shape in place that I already built out for the road. For the corner here, I thought adding in a tall 5x5 tower could fit in the space really well and break up the roof lines as they're pretty consistent so far. And as we're going for the full flex on this city, I do have to add in one of our beacon street lights. I added a sandstone section here right above the first floor, and we could come along in detail with a few of these guys, and then we can do some flower pots on there. Not doing it on every single one because it gets a little consistent. Some oak trap doors along here for some window shutters, and up above we can throw some campfires. Where this is going to transition into our roof here, and to not have a fully just straight line, let's add some of our spruce trap doors and stairs going across. I've used this design a few times throughout the city, but I just love it, and it helps kind of set it as one of the styles of the city houses. From here, I built out a spruce trim for the roof, and I'm adding in copper for the rest of it. Of course, we do need a chimney, so that's over here on the corner now, with this weird pathway kind of winding up the side of the mountain to a small little lookout or camp of sorts where somebody's living up here. I am really happy with this upper area currently. And for the third building I want to include, we're going to start that down here to hide this flat face, where I'm thinking we can make it look almost like a crypt or a catacomb of sorts, with a big doorway leading up to probably here, and then we can work over a little bit of our polished granite for what, a 5-wide doorway, and then we'll just bring this back up. Behind this, we can just bring in a little bit of stone and then a big old dark oak door of sorts, where we can bring in these planks to maybe look like a bit of like a hinge or something. And to look like it can be open, we can add in a few levers and flip those, and that'll work. A quick little detour. As throughout the city, I've been trying to include these little shrines of sorts, which I want to include on either side of the door over here with a little upside down mud brick thing there. And then we do the allium and bring in that cool pop of the prismarine like a so with the glow lichen. Then we can cap it off here with our stair. And there we go. That is looking much better here. Now to build a sort of chapel building on top as if it stood here for a very, very long time in the city. I also added in this small tree with some flowers out front to finish off the small planter box we created and a spore blossom just to get the fun particles going around. Along with a few more details thrown around, I think this corner is really starting to come to life. Here it is. This corner of the city is finally finished off with 3 new buildings. And I'm nearly 16 hours into this challenge already, so I gotta keep on moving. I'm so happy to have this done. This is very much like my happy place in the city. Working on all this and expanding it and seeing all this completed in the corner. I'm a very happy fWhipper right now, but we got more to build. We have now passed day 5,400. With that, it's time to revisit another region I've left blank. Now from here, I need a bunch of cobblestone, as my next goal is to link up the 2 parts of the city with a big road connecting them, finally. We'll start out with some full blocks here for a quick line connecting ourselves all the way up. Then after that, we can come back in with some slabs to smooth it out and expand it to be a little bit wider. This is the main road, but a simple line will be very boring. So I'm adding in a few curves as it moves up the hill, as if we're molding the road into the terrain, even though it's floating. And well, I really want to block sight lines with buildings instead of just being able to see from the top to the bottom of the city, so people can more easily just get lost inside of it. And for a main road, I think something like this will work out pretty well. But the sun is dropping, so maybe that means it's time to find some cool mobs. Okay, nothing spawning yet, but this is way too curvy here, so I'm gonna fix it while the mobs come back in. That's why we did a single line instead of everything. Oh, we have a skeleton here with a pumpkin. Look at him. I'd love to find some with armor, but you, buddy, let's just get you in a boat. No, in the boat, please. How about you walk forward into the... Thank you. There we go. Perfect. And this way he doesn't burn. I don't think creepers can have pumpkins on their heads, so I think it's just skeleton and zombies we're looking for. Oh my god, die. Thank you. Oh, there's a zombie with a pumpkin. Okay, we can at least get one. That had a fire bow. Why does this skeleton have a fire bow? Okay, this one with a pumpkin has a sword. He's better. I just need to kill the other one. Okay, buddy, you come over here. You can, yeah, right. No. Oh, he got on the boat. Perfect. Yay. I would love to find some with some armor on, but I think that's going to be a little bit harder of a task. Oh, he's got some leather pants. Look at him. No, I don't want him. You'd think the local difficulty in my main base, where I exist the most in this world after 5,000 days of hardcore Minecraft, would spawn some more rare mobs, but no. Oh my, I just missed everything. Thank you. Oh, his is glowing. No, I'm sorry. Okay, over here. Sir, I want a glowing pumpkin guy. Quickly, before the sun comes up, we'll figure out where to transport all of them later and how we're gonna do that. For now, I'm just collecting. This whole episode was themed about beautifying and fixing up things in the world, and then I'm doing that. Daytime is back, which means we can expand the road. The main one up here is 9 blocks wide, so we probably want to keep that going the entire way. I'm just gonna kind of ignore it from here up, seeing as I'll probably build some buildings into that, so that's how wide it's gonna be. Eventually, I do want side roads connecting up to there, which we can link around the side, and maybe that would plop down somewhere like right over here, so it really loops along the edge of the hill. Or maybe it does something like this. I don't know. We'll figure it out once the buildings are going in. Now for the fun task of expanding the road to look like a rib cage. I'm glad I'm doing this the slow way, as I get some time to think. And I have been doing that, as I'm thinking up here in this spot could be a great place for like a market square of sorts. This way we can open up the tight streets and create a little bit more contrast as you're moving throughout the city. So I'm just gonna turn it into a big old blob for now, and we'll figure out how this goes later. But that size with a big old fountain in the middle should be pretty fun. And I was thinking, as it's nighttime now, the pumpkin mobs are back, and I have an ice spikes biome right over here, which means we might be able to get a stray with a pumpkin on its head, and that'd be pretty cool. If this spawns strays, that is. Oh, there's one. Wait, we got it. Okay, don't kill each other. Just gotta get rid of everybody else in the area, and then we can get the stray. Oh, he's helping. Oh, how nice. Oh, it's another one. Never mind. Not having fun. Oh, he's in the boat. Perfect. Yay. Just so you stay alive, have a name tag. I don't want to test it, but I think because... Oh, there's another one. Because they're wearing pumpkins, aren't they immune to the sun because they have a helmet on? Oh, he's got a friend now. Okay. You two can both just live in there. Let's go get the other one. Okay, you've got a nice little house too. Look at you. Wow, so fun. Okay, I want out of here. Yeah, I want... don't think I've ever had so many arrows in me. I don't normally collect mobs in Minecraft, as I just love to build things, and mobs are just kind of a hassle in the way of it. But this has been really fun collecting the pumpkin ones. Sun is about to come up, and I can test with this guy right here. Oh, it looks like the other one caught on fire, so our pumpkin ones are safe from the sun. Okay, second night is done. Back to work placing our cobblestone to see what the road will look like all blocked out. We are all the way up to that new market stall now, and this road feels really big. But I think on that, I want to add a little bit more structure to this building. Well, I guess there'd be a building in here, so maybe we bring this out this way. Reason being is I want this to help create the shape of the market square so it can kind of inform me on the way that I want to be adding the buildings. I'd love to have a few roads, maybe one coming right up here that goes backwards. But I'll be honest, 90% of what I'm doing today is probably going to change in regards to this road once I start actually plotting out where some buildings are going to go and I get into that designing phase. Definitely not a today project, but it's something I'm trying to think of. So we can add this as a more of a straight line going across, stepping back every few blocks as if there's some like row houses coming up. So if we think these two little cobblestone bits here and the two over there are where the road's going to come in and go out, then maybe I just turn this out this way. And instead of having the blob shape, we just bring in a few more rigid lines going across like that. Oh, it's nighttime. Night has fallen, so I continued on the road and kept my eye out for any rare Halloween mobs. Literally zero pumpkin mob spawned, by the way. As a next step, we can grab our stone cutter and turn all of the remaining cobblestone down into cobblestone slabs. As next up, we need to start smoothing out these transitions, and I don't like to just include one slab because it looks a little artificial for me. So going with the more naturalized, we're gonna bring it out 2 or 3 slabs, and again, as I've mentioned many times, we're gonna mold this as we go and we actually build the houses. Everything I'm doing right here, yeah, I'm probably gonna tear up a majority of it, but at least right now it looks pretty nice. Yeah. Just adding in the slabs along here makes it look so much better, but it definitely needs a little texturing. Quick trip down into the villager trading hall. This time visit our stonemasons, where I might actually have some in here. Nope, none at all. But I want to buy a ton of polished granite, and of course none of these are trading polished granite, please. It exists. We can't buy regular granite, so if I buy all the polished here, I can save my regular granite for other building instead of wasting it here on a bunch of polished stuff. Now we can take some of these and turn them down into some slabs, as I want to continue the pattern I did up here with the polished granite going down the edges, just 1 block in from the outside, where we can start that right along here. No, my road! Oh, he exploded 1 block. Oh, that's fine. We got a skeleton right up here with a glowing jack-o'-lantern, so that's something new. We can name him and get rid of his friend. Hi, you can stay up there for a second, okay? Woo! I hate everything. Get in the stupid boat. Oh, he's in. Above our market square is now done. Minus a few new dead things around us, we've got a new friend. And here's me placing in a bunch more polished granite on the bottom side. Now with this little side road over here, a fun way we can show a change in the path is simply by just retexturing it. And I have a bunch of red and brown blocks here, where we can start tearing up some blobs to refill them back in with these new blocks. Might look a little out of place for now, but I think in the end, it'll fit in really well with the environment. I don't have too many options when we get into the slab layer though, so we're gonna have to make it work with these 3. Okay, at the bottom here, we need to merge back down into this form of road texturing, which is very different. And I think if we just extend up a little bit of the andesite and stone here, we can make this work together. And that should do it. At the top, we'll hard cut it off here along the polished granite, as if they're keeping the middle maintained compared to this little side road leading down to the harbor. I know it's just a big road, but I'm really happy with this step, merging the 2 parts of the city together. And as I've spent some time on the upper city, I want to also focus here on the lower city by filling in these 3 empty spaces I've left throughout the region. Starting with this small space here near our mountain stream. I want to create a garden, which starts with some trees. Let's get some birch leaves to start out here. And we're gonna need a ton of birch fences. A lot more than that. Need to make a quick stop inside the tree, as a way that we can keep it really safe in there is by using some glow lichen. I love taller trees inside the city peeking over the buildings, so we have this big birch tree coming in, which covers this waterway really, really well. And you wanna know what would be better? A second tree. Now back here for the garden itself, I would really love to add in a small carrot patch. I love the idea that all of these are just backyard gardens for the people living in the homes nearby. That should be big enough, and I really like how along this I included a small fence for them, so we can just kind of copy that idea over here just along the front. It's okay if you can kind of, maybe I'll change this one out. There we go, that's better. Now along this right up here in the birch tree, I think we can add in a man-made beehive. Then along the back here we can just bring in a few leaves to kind of fluffy up this for a little bit more landscaping options. Little rooted dirt out here to kind of blend our way in, and that fills the space really nicely. Maybe we need a lantern. I love lamp. I do love adding in little flower spots and everything like that in the city here, as it really just naturalizes everything. I don't want this to feel like a concrete jungle, so these little spaces, I love them. This isn't really a usable space back here, as it need to be for maintenance for this side of the water wheel, so I think we just leave it for lore reasons. I don't have to do anything there. Woo! And this is why I love adding nature into the city, where as a whole this just looks so good now. But we've still got 2 spaces left on the lower district that I still want to tackle today. And next up, we need something right over here at the Armory. I think we have enough space for a building near the Armory, so I jumped over to the wood storage room to start putting together a bunch of materials we can use, trying to go a little more colorful with this build by using mangrove and crimson logs. From there, a quick trip to grab white terracotta and crafting a ton of exposed copper into stairs and slabs, with a pit stop in the nether for some frog lights. Back over at the house, I've already set up a small pumpkin patch with a custom tree and this thing as a garden storage, I guess, that'll go behind the house, as I don't want the house itself to be connecting into the wall, so I think having that space is really important. Starting off the build, I want the first floor to be a shop, so I'm adding in a large window for people to see inside at all the merchandise. I mean, wow, just look at the view. I'll buy one of everything. I also extended the wall back over here with the alleyway access into our back garden and a staircase that'll lead up to the second floor, so I can get up there more easily to build with, because wow, my elytra's almost broken. From there, I finished off the first floor and added an overhang to the far side. With that done, I'm continuing to work on the house with a second story made out of our mangrove logs, more designed for a living space, so I added in a few windows for natural light. Okay, I really like how this is extending over the street. It's really starting to fit the space pretty well, especially at the start of the third floor, which means I've got more blocks to place to finish off the building. And now 2 of the 3 places I picked out to fix up in the lower city are done. The only remaining space is over here, right by the back entrance and next to the copper factory that I have no idea what to do with. And we're just gonna completely ignore that all of this is very exposed and floating over here. That's a project for another day. Also, to follow up, Halloween ended and I didn't get any more cool mobs beyond what I showed you earlier. Big sad. And now for a quick trip into the nether, as I need to repair my elytra very badly. With that out of the way, I started on a new wagon storage building to fill in the last empty space. Now to grab a little bit of stone, some cobblestone, mossy cobble, and some andesite. As I went pretty simple on the build over here, I think it'll work out, but we definitely need to get rid of the grass below it so we can have a bit more space to actually put a wagon in the middle. And I have this small extension over here we can use for something. I'm not quite sure what yet. Along the edges where the grass is coming in, we can start with a little bit of our mossy cobblestone to kind of blur the line a touch, and then work in a little bit of our cobblestone from there that can start as our larger blob shapes. Filling in some of our gaps with our stone with a tiny bit of andesite. We end with something like this, which should do the trick. Maybe a little bit more andesite out over here. In this right here, that's screaming for just a big old tree. I'd love that by the back gatehouse. We don't need anything too special in here, so I'm adding in 3 simple cart designs that are empty and just waiting to be used by the factory. All 3 of our wagons are in place, and a little bone meal with jungle leaves around the edge. And I'm starting to really like this corner. We got a little flower patch there and another one over here. And it's very much just a work yard, which of course behind the gate needs the addition of a big old tree, marking the 3rd addition to the industrial district completed. I want to head over to the city for the next project, where I'd like to build up a pointed dripstone farm. And I couldn't think of a better place to take inspiration from than the Drip Tavern in Gobland from Empire Season 2. That I think with a little bit more medieval retrofitting and all that fancy stuff, we can build a really cool tavern right here, and then the basement down below in this mess can be our pointed dripstone farm. Gobland was known for mangrove wood roofs, so I spent about 20 minutes hanging out at my mangrove tree farm. I really do hate using tree farms, but oh man, do I hate chopping mangrove trees even more. And why is this thing so loud? That should definitely be enough mangrove log to get me through this. Trying to fly and talk and look at inventory too much. We've already had the mandatory lumber mill montage of the episode, so here's all the wood materials I need for this build. I want some chimneys also, and I'm almost out of soul campfires, so we can take, I think soul can do it? It can, perfect. We'll just craft a whole stack, just have on hand, because I like a lot of chimneys. And soul campfires are better for them, in my opinion, because they give off less light than a regular campfire, so you don't have your chimneys randomly glowing from the top. For the base of the building, I do need some stone, so I grabbed all of those out of the quarry. Also, I'm gonna need a little copper for the roof with some wax cut copper stairs to go in with all the other goodies I've grabbed. Gonna need some glowberries, flowering azalea leaves. Back over in this side room here, we've got this guy. And nope, none in there. But I wanna get a few of these little nether sprouts too, which are such a pain to gather. That should be fine. I think we're gonna have a pretty cool little alleyway space. So let's come in here and grab some cyan and light blue to create a ton of banners out of them. Now, this whole thing is for a pointed dripstone farm, as I quite literally have none in my base. But we can fly past our pillager castle, over this beautiful little lake, to one of the coolest village generations I think I've ever seen, leading up the side of this lonely mountain. But inside of the mountain, we have a dripstone cave. I don't think I've ever walked in here. Ow. No, thank you, creeper. No, it's a baby. Through the cave. He's so tiny. Okay, he's dead. Moving on from that, where I could not hit the little child, let's just get some potent dripstone and move on. Yep. No. No. Right, I'm done here. We're gonna leave now. I got a stack in 7. That'll be plenty to get our farm started. We've got all our building blocks in here. We've got that detail blocks in here, and I might throw in a few techie things if we can fit them into the space. But small issue, my wings are almost broken, and I'm almost out of food, which means it's time for a quick trip into the Nether. I ran the Hogland farm for a while after building the Nether hub, so hopefully we have some pork. Yes, we do. I'll just fill up my box in here. Time for a quick trip down into the Nether to the Wither Skeleton Farm. Where do you think I should fix this up? Should we redo the walls in here? Let me know. I don't really mind it, but what do you think? And much better. All repaired up. So close. To get started on the tavern, I want to bring in some of our larger windows like I had on the Drip Tavern back over in Gobland. Or something like this. Continuing the mud brick around, I want to create a square structure here at the end where I have the space to do it. And for this open space with the warp planks, we can add in some of our pointed dripstone hanging down for the front entrance. That we can start to extend this wall over just a little bit here with a few more of our bricks and grabbing a little bit of our deep slate. We can bring a staircase up here just to get it off of the street level. I think it could look pretty good. In front of that, I want to bring up a little bit of our strip spruce log here so we can create a overhang that'll come out of the building to kind of cover the street a little bit. That's looking pretty good for the platform. And then to finish the railing, let's extend around a little bit of our mangrove trapdoors. Right back here, we can have the doorway, and I'm thinking the supports are going to come up a little bit further. And I can do my classic style for the door frame here with a little bit of our spruce trap door action, and we have our warp door. With the entrance figured out, I want to add in the exterior walls to the front, going up another 3 stories on the build, where this is going to look so fun once we get the roofs added in. In order to figure that out, I need to come around here to the back and figure out where this back wall is going to go. So we can start off here with a little bit of an alley space that's going to connect behind, as I think it would just look really cool. And I need to work it up a few blocks so we can start that process right here, maybe be like this. Then we come back in with our full blocks and then something like that. Sure. I'm very excited for this entrance as the Dripstone farm is going to be down here, so we can start to extend a little staircase down and maybe some mud brick as just a little bit of a border. And then we've got this straight line here, which is one off of that, but that should be okay. With the alley pathway in place, I decided to just stack up a packed mud wall to close it in. This is looking awesome, and one more detail we can add in here is to bring this across and add in a little bit of a gate looking like it's open. Of course, with some stuff right there, we got some glow berries in place and a sign for the Drip Lounge, which will be down there. There's not a whole lot of lighting back here though, so to keep it actually mob safe, let's just throw a lantern in. Oh, I guess there's a glow berry there. You know what? It's fine. Okay, I couldn't stand this being such a flat face, so I did bring it out with some extra flowering azalea bushes up there, and then I also added in the banners right here to kind of cover the alleyway a bit more, and I really like the feel of this one now. And dang it. And I've decided for the roof up here, we can just bring in some of our cut copper stairs and bring them all the way across. I want to bring them out here on the front too, so that we can keep it a little consistent. Yeah, they'll probably go about there, and then this can come across too. Now for the rest of the main roof up here, I'm thinking we can just use a bunch of our mangrove stairs to link it back into more of that gobland feel, because it's kind of fun going back to that today. 2 chimneys added in here on top, which I think looks pretty nice, and a blackstone roof added in over the square part of the structure. A few glowberries added around to liven up the place, a small market stall right in here, and of course a custom tree here on the corner, which completes the exterior of the Drip Tavern, and I'm so excited about it. Okay, bonus shader shot here because I absolutely love the walk right now leading up to the back gate. It's so cool. Shaders are so fun to turn on and just be like, wow, I love the build already, and then whoa, oh, it looks so good. Okay, back to work. I've extended a staircase down here for the lounge that's going to be in the basement, kind of as the entry point into our farm. And we can have this little stopper point right here, and then we'll transition into a little bit of our polished deep slate. I think this is going to extend back there a touch. Transitioning into our regular deep slate, I want to add a few elements from the Gobland Tavern interior, just because I think that's my favorite interior I've ever built. And I know that's saying a lot, but I really do think it's true. So we're going to start off by trying to make a few of those really cool benches I had done before, and they're gonna extend out over, no, they need 5 wide. Strip these guys down, where I'm gonna try and fit 2 of our booths in right like here. Then going for the same idea of using some copper coming along the back for a little barrier. We're gonna end up with something like this down here with a really cool skulk backdrop out there. Then it doesn't work with the mud too well, so we're just gonna transition directly into a roof line using our mangrove to keep it on theme, and this corner here is just gonna slowly step itself up to match the rest of it. A little wonk never hurt Gobland, it's fine. Then over on the far side, I want to have a bar running down the entire direction, and we're just gonna have a door right here that leads into the farm, and I guess it's gonna have to go that way because those are both in the way. Okay. This should work for the bar space back here, and I'm thinking we just bring in a little bit of quartz, and then we're honestly just gonna cover this directly on top of these guys. But back here, we can also extend that quartz back, and I guess I need more deep slate underneath. Oh my gosh! We have our first patron! We're not open yet, buddy. Wow, look at all that good stuff you got. Oh, wait. Small drip leaf. I see it. I'll be back. I'll take your entire stock. Yes! And only 10. That's it? That's all you got? I know, it's pretty rare. All right, boys, you're really in the way over here. I'm trying to build, man. Well, for the back here, I want to bring in a bunch of frog lights for that behind the bar lighting, you know, where all the cool drinks and everything are on display. Yeah, we're gonna do that here too. Then we can start to wrap this closed on top and just cover it with these guys. And to keep it simple, we'll just keep this smooth quartz rocking the rest of the way. This is starting to look really cool. I just need to get the final walls on both ends, and then we'll get the roof in here so we don't look at the bottom of the street anymore. And here we have it. The lounge is now ready for patrons. It's completely closed. I missed a block. It's completely ready to go. And back here, we're going to build out the farm with just enough space to not touch that. And we're going right to the edge here of the bamboo farm. It's going to be a bit of a squeeze. And fix that. For this, we're going to need a stack of observers and a stack of pistons. A good amount of chests won't hurt either. And honestly, I'm just going to turn them all to hoppers for now, and we'll figure out what we need later. Actually, I need more. A full stack should do. A quick trip down into the villager trading hall. We can buy a ton of dripstone blocks from these guys. This farm's gonna be more of a slow trickle of resources, so we should just need a double chest on either side, and then these two upper sections I've built out are gonna be where all the pointed dripstone goes. Starting with a ton of hoppers running down the entire line, and on the other side. On top of our hoppers, so no pointed dripstones grow down here, we're just gonna put some slabs. Then I need a little circuit where that observer is gonna trigger this piston. Does that work? It does. Perfect. Mostly just because I have a ton of it. Does it work with Skulk? Yes. Okay, we're just gonna use Skulk here. This is the entire technical aspect of the farm, and now we just need to get our pointed dripstone in so it starts to grow, and we can start by raising this up a bunch so that we can gather a little bit more with each time that we harvest it. And this should be a good height. I can't go up much further as we do need to have water over the top of these. Pointed dripstone goes underneath the dripstone blocks. There goes the water on the first side, which means the farm's complete. It's just gonna be very, very slow. That is the road right there on the second side, and we are cutting it very close here. Last step on this guy is the pointed dripstone going in, and that is everything complete for these incredibly ugly. Ooh, the first one grew already. Wow, they're not that slow. They're gonna be really slow. I don't think I've ever built such an ugly farm before. I think this might actually look worse than cobblestone farms, but we're just gonna leave it because it's done and it works. Hey, it could have been magenta glazed terracotta, which I think would have been even worse. So at least this way it's not that terrible. It's just really small on the inside, but at least, yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna move on. That's a pointed dripstone farm. Wow, it works. Look at this really cool build. Okay, let's go do other stuff. There it is, my beautiful cocoa bean farm that I probably should have torn down about a year ago. Ow. I forgot he was there. He's been there forever. But we have a stack and a half of cocoa beans, so that should be plenty to get a good farm started. With the jungle logs acquired, I spent some time in the lumber mill putting together quite a few different materials to build a jungle-y themed city building. Okay, I've got everything I'm gonna need here, except a little bit of copper that we can throw on the roof of the building. And by a little, I mean a lot. Down into the copper factory we go. I'd like to use the second stage of copper, so I need to axe it all down before we wax it all. I've added in a new deep slate foundation here for the building, and we can start to work on the front right over here. Working from a little tough, we can move up into some of our cobblestone, and I think the foundation will come up to about here, and we can continue this across with some of our stairs. Working beyond the cobblestone for a little bit of a lighter texture, I wanted to incorporate some of our gravel. Then fill in some big old windows right in here with our brown glass and ladders in front, and we can add a little window shutter out in front with our jungle that I want to incorporate a ton of to kind of sell the cocoa bean farm aspect being related back to the jungle. Mirrored over to the far side, and that should be pretty good. Now to make it not so flat, let's add a little banister across here with some copper stairs, and we can throw a lantern in. Then to finish off the archway, we can incorporate a little bit of the spruce because I love this so very much for my doorways. And then right in here, let's throw in a door with even more of our jungle. I added the other walls in place, this little sign out here, which I love, and a dark oak staircase to access the second floor where the farm is going to be on this level. But before we can get to that, I should probably add in the 2 remaining floors for the building. Now for the roof, I recently picked up a new idea from Germsy Boy that I want to try out here, where we can start with our full blocks and then bring some slabs here along the edge, and we can start stacking this up a little bit further. On top of all of these, we're going to incorporate some more of our slabs, and this is where it's going to get a little fun in here, as I want to extend this up a little bit further. Instead of being a full block, we're actually going to build this out as a slab here, and then on top of the slab, we're adding in another one of our full blocks. This creates a roof that goes up by a block and a half, which I think is really cool. Stacking it all the way up to the top and adding these 2 windows in right here, I think it gives a really cool feel. And of course, we've got the chimney. Now for the functional part. Nailed it. Now for the functional part. I want to start with a bunch of pistons down here, as we need to create a system that's going to be able to push a bunch of jungle logs up and then push them back down so that it pops off all of the cocoa beans. And I believe if we run repeaters into all of these, a redstone line coming all the way down here, and another connecting up behind all of these repeaters, clicking this button should activate them all. Yes. Then we just need to stack up all of our jungle logs. 5 tall should be perfect, so I can place everything in from down below. Then for the little bit more difficult part here is I need pistons facing down. Now the top is a little bit less intensive on the redstone if we just need a bunch of our deep slate here in the middle, then redstone dust on top of all this, as they will power the blocks below, which power our pistons. We do need to add a tiny bit of delay though, so we will need a few repeaters here set to 4 ticks, and I think 3 ticks should do it on that. And we need to loop some redstone down to an observer that will be looking at this log right there. If we take a redstone line out the back of that, we can connect that up here. And I believe this system should be functional. Let's test. Up and back down. Perfect. Does double fire, but that's fine. How many cocoa beans do I have in here? Not too many. Okay, well, we'll put them in now. This is why we're building the farm. We just run around and place in all of our cocoa beans along here and this side. And I did leave space here along the back to be able to add in even more. It's a little bit of a squeeze though, and I'm all out. But we also have this other side, and look at that, what already grew? Wow, that was quick. One issue we're gonna run into here, unfortunately, is that with all of these frog lights poking out for the windows, that's gonna cause a lot of the cocoa beans to get caught up along the ledge. So I need to build up these walls and make them a little bit flatter. Up to here should do. I don't think they'll go flying upwards. They're just gonna break and fall down. Now, lastly, above all of this mess in here, and you know, the mess up here, we're just gonna bring in a little bit of our spruce plank action and create a fake ceiling. Well, I guess it's not a fake ceiling, it's quite real, and it's 2 blocks shy. There we go, all fixed. A wee bit of a squeeze inside of here, but look at that, we've got ourselves a cocoa bean farm. I love it. And there we have it, the cocoa bean farm is finished, but the first floor is still pretty empty. What sort of shop do you think I should include here? Well, you leave your ideas in the comments. My goal with these new city buildings is to close off the sight lines when entering the city to make it feel more like a full completed environment, especially walking up from, you know, the non-existent harbor over here. But moving inside, this place needs a little love. We just added our dripstone farm in right here, and I love it. This way looks fantastic, but then not so much. And it's time for the dripstone farm's best friend, the lava farm, to go right next to it. Right here. Yeah, it's got a lava farm. Woo. We've seen a lot of city buildings coming together today, so to move things forward, here's a big tower on the corner. Attached to that tower, I am adding in a wing that's gonna hold the lava farm itself. And then for the decoration, I want this to feel like a large industrial zone, so we have a workyard in the middle and another attached building across with some large forges on it. I tried adding in this light gray terracotta right up there around all of our windows, and I think I like it. I also changed this out right back here to get a little flower planter, and we have a tree in place. Then coming around the backside where we have the armory itself, I thought we could have the workyard in here that we can work on detailing a little bit further. And then this is going to be a big forging zone. Speaking of the big forging zone, there's something that I actually wanted to try out right here, and I think we can make it happen in this little space. If I create a little bit of a loop right here with a minecart track, I think if we just throw a minecart in on this and move it, maybe we need a second minecart. I want it to make noise like it's rustling around as if it's like a machine or something. Okay, 3 minecarts in there now, and they do seem to be consistently moving and making a decent amount of noise. Okay, maybe not really. Maybe that's a failed plan, but that's okay. Moving on. If you have ideas on how to add ambient sounds to places, let me know. I've heard one from my moderator Blocky recently. Put a sniffer in the hull of your boat and it sounds like a creaky boat. So if you have any fun ideas to go along with that theme, let me know. Over at our stonemason villagers, we need to buy ourselves a ton of dripstone blocks to actually make this lava farm. No, maybe, just maybe, the point of dripstone farm actually ran. 8. Lovely. Why did you not fire? You should have fired. I'm realizing now this entire farm doesn't work, so I'm just gonna manually harvest. It's fine. I'll redesign it soon. I think all I should actually need to do is take this line out and move it up a block and take all of our observers out. Observers are gonna go on top now, and redstone will power the block, which will activate the piston. And in theory, this should activate it there, yes, and then that should change the state again. Perfect, it does. Ignore the previous statement about having a dripstone farm. Now we have a pointed dripstone farm. Ah, it worked. I've got 64 cauldrons, and we're just gonna see how many we can cram inside this space. To get started, I'm thinking we just bring ourselves around this or a little bit of an L shape, and then we bring it all the way around here too, like that. Something like this should work out. That is a ton, and I mean a ton of lava and cauldrons. We are going to block that window, but that's okay. Now from here, we need to go in and add all of our pointed dripstone underneath, which I don't have enough to fill it all in so far, so we'll just add what I can for now. Then from here, so we can see the lava, I thought it could be fun to just add in some of these acacia trapdoors. And I do have fire tick turned off in this world, so we don't have to worry about any of my wooden structures burning down. All of our trapdoors are in place, and now we just need to get a ton of lava to fill in above there. Thankfully, right in front of the city, I have this lava pool that I've just never filled up. So we're going to take as much as we can get out of here, and lava farms are pretty quick. So this should be able to lapse over and get enough that good part when that pool runs out, we'll have enough in here producing more lava that we can just wait for these to refill to fill in the rest of the farm. Speaking of which, the first one's already full. Now to make this a little bit safer and I don't just fall into a pit of lava, on top of the source blocks, we're going to be adding in a little bit of dripstone. And there we go. The last up, the lava sources are now in place, which means we have a fully functional lava farm over here. It is a manual one because realistically, I am not going to need that much lava, but it is cool to have. It is bubbling a ton out here, so I'm kind of wishing I built this into like a potion brewery or distillery or something like that with the sounds going on, but maybe we can just take that effect and use it elsewhere because my minecarts didn't work at all. Oh. Walking through the back gate here feels so much better now seeing the structure. And honestly, it's gonna be really excited about working on the harbor, but future projects, we gotta stay focused. Even if we wrap all the way to the fountain with our horse statue over here, it is looking a lot better, minus this little dead empty space. Where I think along here, we can add in a small retaining wall. Let's go to about back here-ish. And I just wanna pile up some of our polished deep slate with some polished slabs going along top. Then back in here, I've been really loving adding in some of our dead coral, so it's just, again, as a different gray tone compared to the road, and we can just fill this entire space in with it too. I am running really low on the stuff, so we might need to go visit the reef again. I don't really know what's gonna go back here, but you know, we're just gonna put the label of stuff on it. It's just gonna be stuff, and stuff will be back here eventually. For now, so it stays safer, it will be lantern. First off, before we build these next farms, I have to say, how the heck do I not have these already? It's been 2 years. Yeah, I'm talking to myself. I want to make dye farms for each of the 2 tall flowers in Minecraft. If you didn't know, you can just bone meal these, and you get a new one for every single time you bone meal it. So I thought it'd be fun to use the inside of this building here to create a new redstone farm. Let's start by replacing the floor in here with a little bit of our deep slate. Ah, that's a little cleaner. This farm is pretty simple as it's 4 farms tied together, so I need a few sticky pistons, observers, hoppers, 4 dispensers, and some storage containers. A very important item for making this as compact as possible, we need 4 pieces of mud. Of course, we need a rose, a sunflower, a lilac, and we already have the peony. Now this farm is so simple. All we literally need is that for the collection. Our mud with the flower goes on top of it. Repeated for every flower. We can add a little platform in here so they look a little bit more official. And then over here, I grabbed a few more of our crimson logs and I wanted to extend these up just so we can fill in the wall. Next step, I need a dispenser facing every single one of these flowers. Like that. Hopper's going to the dispenser with a barrel on top, and we can fill all these empty spaces with a little bit of glass. With our observers in place, technically what we need to do is activate them like this, but that's a little noisy. So we're gonna add some sticky pistons back here here a strip of dark oak logs coming across, stripped down, and levers so that we can activate and turn them on and off. Now, up on top, so this place is still kind of nice looking, and if we do want to eventually decorate the second floor, we can cover everything in here with the slabs in front of the barrels so that I can still put some bone meal inside. I missed so many materials while I was building, I had to fly back, and it still took less than 8 minutes to build this entire thing. Some bone meal in every single one that we have up here, and we can turn them all on, and with the mud, our hopper is actually able to pick everything up through the base, and it's producing faster than the hopper can grab them all. I love it. Look at them go. We might need to let that bone meal pile up a little bit more before we run them, but look at that. We've almost got a stack of each. Oh, this is going to be amazing. Think of all the things I can dye. Well, I love building all of these massive city structures. I also need to spend some time adding smaller details around the place to really bring it to life. Like this obelisk up here being a small statue on the corner. And I did throw a heart of the sea up there. Well, conduit. It has a heart of the sea inside of it. Now, the city streets are feeling a little too open for me currently, and an easy addition is to add some carts which show movement throughout the city. And this one here is selling some firewood that they brought into town. While walking around, I also realized that the bamboo farm is broken. There isn't enough light hitting the middle bamboo blocks for them to grow, so I'm adding in all of these frog lights down the middle. After that, I want to make sure all of our outdoor work areas are decorated. So I'm at the lava farm, building up the work yard into something a little bit more established, which I am pretty happy with how this turned out. It's really fun to be able to walk through here. And I did figure out how to make that factory sound work with some of our, our minecarts right under here. Just needed them moving back and forth. For another quick detail, I added in another cart on a connecting street as I was feeling a little too open. But there we go. This is looking so much better for our lower section of the city. Just a few little things added here and there. And now on to the main project today. To the upper city, where we need to finally tear down this villager house to make space for the metropolis. My goal today is to expand the upper city, nearly doubling the section in size with at least 8 new buildings. We're gonna do something a little different today and start by using just stone to create the rough shapes of all of our buildings. Starting with this first building here, where I want to really focus on the immersion of this section. As the city expands, I want it to really feel like I'm in a big city, and the stone outlines will help get that idea across in a very low effort way to see what the final shape of the building might look like. Continuing on, next I started to mock out the shape of a new guild hall and archway to connect to a tower on the far side. We already have a back roadway higher up the mountain, which we can now connect back to our main road here behind that new guild hall using cobble so it stands out apart from the buildings for now. This opened up more space for buildings, so I decided to add in an herbalist outline for now. Right next door, I want to tell a bit of a story. I want to build in a potion seller shop with only the strongest potions right under the Giga Tree for some extra magic being infused into the potions. Connecting back down to the main street where we have 2 more buildings coming in with a barber shop and a post office. Walking around the street right now feels so cool. Eventually I also want this to turn into a school of sorts, but let's focus on what we have for now, as I can't wait to get started on adding in all of the detail to these to really see this gray blob come to life. And I am so excited about this back road looping all the way up here. Oh, it's gonna be so fun. Let's start, well, here at the start of the street and work our way down the road to replace all of this stone. With the rough shapes in, we just need to add in color and bring it to life, which means time to get some materials. Ah, so close. I figured I'd start here first, as I usually need a lot from the lumber mill, and it's been nearly 3 weeks since I last logged into this Minecraft world as I was on vacation, so I'm not too sure what I really have left in the storage rooms around the world anymore. So for now, I'm just going to start by throwing together all of the materials I can get, and we'll see what's left to go after that. Gathered a few more materials from around the base, and we've got those laid out here in their different boxes, ready to go. But I need a few more blocks here out of the quarry. Woo! Finally using some of this orange terracotta. Woo! Regular terracotta, some granite too, dripstone blocks, which we got, a quick trip down into the villager trading hall to visit the fishermen and buy campfires. I've got a few extra emeralds here, so we can just buy ourselves some lanterns, and time to get building. With that, it's time to get into our first building of the year. We do have 2 clones here between these structures, being the same building shape. I want to make them look slightly different when we get into the actual texturing phase. The base of the right one will be made out of some mud and mushroom blocks. And the left is going to be a little messier here with some granites, terracottas, and jungle planks. Okay, this here is looking pretty good. Now to just carry this same idea all the way around the back of these houses. Jumping up to the next floor, I want the right to be red with mangrove logs and a small sandstone section sticking out. I am really starting to regret building out all of these shapes with the stone here as it's getting so in the way as I'm trying to build up. Ah! No! Okay, I need to get rid of it now. All of this needs to go. It needs to just be gone. Except you, the chimney marker, can stay. Kind of forgetting that I put almost 4 shulker boxes worth of stone into planning out all of these things, so we're gonna need a lot of blocks. The stone, though, I'm just gonna toss it away. Now, onto the front here, we can bring in a little bit of our acacia, a lot of our orange terracotta, and extend this over here. And I want to create space in the middle for a big old bay window, because I just love how these look sticking out over the street. And to keep it on theme with the windows down below, we'll just use our light blue glass here. I added in our sandstone section over here with a little door coming out the back. Before we get to that, it is very tight in this alleyway currently, so that's mostly just for like light bouncing off the buildings to come into the house a little bit. Back here, however, with the doorway, I thought it could be fun to include a balcony. My thought is that people in the city are trying to get light and their own little private spaces wherever they can find them, really. So the people who live here added on this little balcony as it wasn't blocking any of the streetways and they just wanted a place to get away from the hustle and bustle. We're definitely really hidden back here, but I kind of love it, and we still have some space underneath to do something. Now moving on to the 3rd floor. We start with a little bit of our dark oak coming up here along the edges, and then this is where all of our dripstone are going to be coming in. Using an oak trapdoor for a little window, and then we can do some of these and a ladder below. Then this is just going to stack up to our main point right there. And I think we're going to carry the dripstone along the side here too, where I want to add in a few more windows as well, just because we have the space. And I'm trying to think about airflow throughout the build. Does it really change anything for us? No, but oh, dang it. Stupid trapdoors. Why do I have to add so many trapdoors into all the builds that I make? So we can put some trapdoors right over here. And to frame it a little bit better, some more trapdoors right up here. And coming over to the far side of the building, get the base frame in. And then from here, we just need some more of our dripstone. With trapdoors over here. And of course, our trapdoors going along the edge. I never want to do the math to know how many logs I've just wasted on crafting trapdoors. For some fun, behind all of these windows that we've done on the 3rd floor, I'm just going to add a little bit of our glass in here. Doesn't change too much, but it does add a little tiny tint. And that is starting to look pretty good. Finishing off the first new addition to the city, I'm adding in a fairly simple spruce and deep slate roof. One building down, oh, hello. A lot more of them to go. Just on the roof. He's in the alleyway. Oh, God. But this is awesome to see another structure completed. Just excuse me, really quick. I think we should probably pretty quickly mob-proof this alleyway over here, as we definitely don't want to run into any more pillagers or a gang of creepers back here. A bunch of creepers? A gaggle? What would you call a group of creepers? A swarm? A death? I don't know. Right, onto this massive structure here, the Guild Hall of something. Yeah, it'll come to me eventually, or it'll come in the comments. For now, I just need a lot of blocks to come into my inventory. Once again, back in the lumber mill, getting a ton of wooden materials together for the second of many times today. But here I have 2 shulker boxes full of a bunch of different wooden materials and a bucket. Very important next step here. Do I have mud? Not really. That's not enough mud. I guess we're headed off to the swamp. Quick trip down into the nether. We can stop by and say hello to new papyrus. And I forgot I have all these jungle trees out here to chop. But this mangrove swamp is what we're here for. For all this delicious mud hidden under the canopy. I love packed mud so much, and I use a ton of it inside of the city. So I'd like to refill up my entire mud shulker box and fill up another box to help refill the coffers back home. So much delicious mud. Yay. Now for a quick stop down at the wheat farm, you convert all of this mud into packed mud. And I just wrapped up grabbing all of the stones out of the quarry. Going back nearly 1,000 days of city building ago. Oh, that's a wall. I built this wagon garage as the first building inside of the city. And I absolutely love the roof that I created with the raw copper and raw iron blocks. So with all of the ore blocks I have in storage, we can recreate the same style roof for the guild hall. Already had to craft down some of our copper, but hopefully that should be enough for our roof. And I got a little bit more in storage. From here, I just need to de-age a little bit of our copper and we can wax it down. Throw some wax on and use our stone cutter here to craft all this down into our cut copper. This right here should be plenty of copper to create a really cool roof. Now there's one more item that I really want to throw in for our little archway, as I think it's a good corner piece of our city, and I'm gonna need 2 of those, as I want to create a bunch of chiseled stone bricks to create 2 lodestones. Yeah, I'm using netherite ingots to decorate, so what? Now we can get right into the build with a massive tower coming together by tearing down the stone shape and rebuilding it with our mud brick and a sandstone top with a deep slate roof. See, you farm netherite to make tools and armor. I farm netherite to decorate my builds with lodestones. We are not the same, but we can get rid of these floor torches here with a nice little lantern hanging down. And I added this small lift to get items inside the tower, as we don't really have an entrance, and going through the guild hall up across the overpass to then be in the tower, that's a long way to get some supplies in there. Tackling the next section of the guild hall, we can tear down another big portion of our stone. The plan here is to have the base completely made out of our brick and granite, with a little bit of our polished granite going up the edge, kind of stacking every other. We're gonna fit in a few spots for some scaffolding windows that maybe can go like there, and we can line the inside just to make it a little bit different with our oak trap doors. And a little bit of a frame above these with some spruce, and that looks pretty good. To transition to our next layer, I want to continue our polished granite going all the way along. And then from here, we can move into a bit of sandstone stretching across with our smooth sandstone to kind of finish it off up here. For the end, we can break things up a little bit further here and increase our variety in the build, bringing ourselves all the way up to another layer of our polished granite. I thought the packed mud would fit really well here on the end, and a little brown mushroom block because it can't hurt. Then here, just for the corner, we can have a window, which will be our scaffolding. Behind this one, we can add a little bit of our color here with some cyan and light blue stained glass. This is looking decent for the end, but let's jump on over here and try and add in some more detail with an upside down stair, granite wall, spruce fence, and then a chain on top, which we're gonna do on every single layer as we step up. It's very late at night now, but that's looking pretty good. We'll just have to deal with actually lighting that place soon. There we go. Another section of the guild is done with our little dark oak roof and some chimneys with a few little buttons to kind of spawn proof it up here. But I really like it from down here, and it's not too tall to block the other section of the guild. Speaking of which, that stone is now gone, meaning it's time to finish off this building by constructing the large hall portion of this unnamed guild. One final step to keep this space a little safer. We can take some glow lichen and glow berries around the new builds to add some more light. I am so happy with how this new section of the city is turning out already. Oh, it's so good. But now it's time for a very important break away from the city. I need to plant a field. The first field of 2024 is finally here, and I thought today would be a great day to plant a good old wheat field, the classic Minecraft field. Just like today would be a great day for you to subscribe to my channel, as I do the classic YouTuber thing, asking you to support me by subscribing and clicking the like button. I wouldn't be here without all of your support, so thank you so very much. And here we have a brand new wheat field in the world. Not gonna lie, I'm running out of spaces to add fields around the main city. Uh-oh. Good news, though. I remembered there's always seeds in the flower stands. Look at that. Which is very nice, as I had completely run out back over here at the storage room. I'm very excited about this back street here, so let's get this fixed up next for the boys. Which means I do need a lot of blocks again. This is a very build-heavy episode so far, so let me know what you think of this and what parts you might want to see more in depth moving forwards. I'm really trying to show the entire process here and all of the different steps I have to go through, even if I'm repeating them, but it is difficult to show everything. And I'm always trying to learn and improve my videos, so any feedback you have is honestly super helpful. Just a few more bits of copper here to craft down and de-age, and then we can get right into the build. I've been really loving the third stage recently. It's just so fun. I think I've realized I love the middle two stages of copper the most, which is kind of annoying because they are the most painful to get. I do need a little bit more copper, so I'm just gonna throw some in here that we can smelt down for now. And when did I make these? That's been a while. About 2 hours later, and I've got pretty much everything I'm gonna need for all these in the various boxes here to complete 1, 2, and 3 buildings. But first, a quick problem. My elytra is breaking very quickly. So a quick trip into the nether, all the way down to the Wither Skeleton Farm to quickly repair up the elytra, and we can do the tools too while we're here. Why not? Let's start with the herbalist here first by tearing down the stone mold to get that out of the way. We can start here with all of our deep slate in for a base, and then I'd really like to bring in a lot of glow lichen to give it that overgrown feeling. And above our windows, maybe a little mangrove to add some additional color, and we could do spruce trapdoors here as some shutters around those. And then I was thinking down in this spot, we can throw some dirt and turn it to farmland eventually. I've got a sign up once we figured out a name for the shop, and for now we can just throw some crimson doors in and a second one right up here. I really like the moody colors we kind of have at the base, so I was thinking about extending that up here with some of our crimson. We have a little bit of our magenta terracotta, and then to darken it even further, we can bring in some of the crimson. That right there is starting to look pretty good, and I think it's mostly ready for the roof. But first, let's come back in with our mangrove to add that in, because apparently I'm just throwing all the color in. Okay, I am really liking how that's turning out. I've got the other walls in place now too. And before we start on the roof up there, I want to replace all of this cobblestone with our dead brain coral blocks just to set it apart a little bit more from the road. And I think I like that. That's pretty good. I threw a carrot and a potato in here as well. Time to move forward with the roof. Copying one from the lower city, merging mangrove planks into soul soil. I'm getting stuff ready for the next build, and I keep hearing mobs underneath here, and ooh, it is getting a little dark. Okay, let's just get a few torches in, and just for the future's sake, let's throw some in here too. I've done a few things for this next area already, including adding a little well in the middle. I got the floor turned into some deep slate, and the start of the entrance into this building, where I'm thinking we just do a little bit of a warp door like that. And then over here, let's clean this up, and by clean it up, I mean get rid of the stone. As instead, I'd like to bring in a lot of our muddy mangrove roots and some regular mud. We can use these little gaps in here for some windows of sorts. Somebody's grumbling right underneath me, but we can add in a few of our stone buttons like this, and I like that. Then we can start working on a frame going to the next layer, where along here, let's just do some spruce trap doors and slabs. And then spruce stairs on top of this to bring out the shape. I'm thinking for the next layer here, we stick with our mangrove theme and just bring in a bunch of the logs and not stripping them down. Then maybe we come in, what, 2 blocks? And we can do a window right here. We did the ladders down below, so let's invert it on this one, and we can do the trapdoor in there with the ladders around. Ooh. And I'm thinking from here, we somehow have a pipe going across those big tubes I have on the far side. Since this is a corner piece here, I just threw in a much more subtle spruce roof on top. And where is this mob? He keeps just screaming at me from down below. He's there. No more. I'm filling all of this in. Oh, that was driving me crazy. And now for the main potion brewery building. I want to add in some tough acacia and jumping up to some warped additions. With the walls in, we can really start to sell the idea of this being an apothecary, first and foremost by bringing in our polished black stone to create the roof going all the way across. With the roof in, we have these 2 open gaps where I was thinking we could bring in some of our copper and create some giant tubes of sorts, working from the different stages of copper all the way up to our oxidized copper all the way up here. That's gonna go all the way around. A little wax cut copper on top for the different color. And I think we can throw these in here, probably with another one of the oxidized copper on there. And then we can connect it using some of our red sandstone into another one I can build here. Excuse me, I'm very busy right now. I really gotta light up this area under the tree. Oh, it's very dangerous. It's a spooky. Where I just threw some honey blocks with a small frog light and some prismarine around it. Now to really sell this one, I've got a brewing stand and I think it could look really cool hanging from the hanging sign. Yeah, I think it kind of connects. Almost Minecrafty enough. We've just got one more building on this corner left to tackle. Before we do that, however, take a look at how much we've already created today, transforming this open space to definitely something that fits in well with the city. Moving on into our barbershop build, where I've got some brick and terracotta down here at the base, and then I've stacked up a little bit of our mud right over here. For this bottom layer, I'd like to surround the entire thing with some of our oak planks, just going back into the wall here. Stacking up our stripped oak right after that, and we can bring in some of our scaffolding and oak trap doors on the back to create some windows, with two more coming over here that I think we can just make one tall just for the little bit of the variation. Flowering azalea bushes down below just to pop it out a bit further, and then from here we can incorporate some acacia trap doors to be some shutters. Above that, I want to start bringing in a little bit of our spruce, and this probably is just going to go all the way back, making sure it's all going the right direction and then stripping it down. And we can carry this one back over here too, to the point where I think these are all just going to pop out on this one, and some spruce trap doors to help transition to the next layer, where for this I want to bring the spruce up again on the corners, and then for the middle I wanted to do light gray concrete powder, but I had an idea. Do I have any extra wood lying around down here? Oh, we have some stripped spruce already. Right, I've got some junk oak logs in here that we can use to break these down and craft ourselves 15 looms. As I've done this a few times before and I love it, just as a little bit of a transition block, and then we can bring our light gray concrete powder, stacking this up to a point with another window in. Starting to prep things for the roof here, but we can make this feel a lot more like a barber shop in here if we just throw in a little bit of the traditional colors. I think it goes a little bit longer, more, but you know, it's blocks and this is the best I can do. Then above this guy, we can just throw in a campfire, and the wall still feels a little flat, so maybe some buttons can help with that before we get the roof on. I don't want this house to feel too massive, so I think that's a good presence here leaning out over the street. To help this city not feel like a giant blob, I have created semi-colored districts, with the red at the upper district and some more earthy tones dotted around in the industrial district. As we finish off the upper district, I want to transition the roof colors to more orange, moving into the next region of the city. Yes, I put pumpkins on my roof. They look great, especially when we look back from a distance. I'm really happy with how that one came together. But the most important point, when we're walking around inside the city, definitely gonna have this giant mess of shulkers in here. That's kind of fun to see the little pop of color up there. Definitely kind of clues me into wanting to walk up this direction, just seeing the bright color. So that's fun because you can explore the whole back street here. I have no idea what I'm doing with this one, and honestly, I'm kind of scared to even start thinking about it. I think this will be an inn with like an archway that you can walk underneath, leading into like a horse stables. We're gonna figure it out as we go. I'm starting to get a little lost in the blocks of what's inside all of these boxes here, so I think I need a little reset before we start working on— oh, I'm flying. Before we start working on the 3 remaining buildings here. So let's just repackage all of these up into our shulker box, pick up the ender chest, and the rest of this mess is coming with me for now. And with me, I mean putting in front of the starter house to grow the shulker monster. Don't look at it. Don't. No, we're moving on. Just kidding. I spent a half hour cleaning them all up. You're welcome. Just in time to fill up a ton more shulker boxes with different supplies, starting with another trip to chop spruce trees down. Then another mandatory lumber mill session, crafting down and stripping a bunch of logs to get ready to more easily assemble our next builds. I do want to have a primarily copper roof for the post office, so we're going to need a lot of stairs, and my copper supplies are starting to run a little low, especially on the oxidized stuff. I am splitting up the items into what I need for each build to be a little bit less confusing as we go, so we can leave these packages here in front of our post office as we're off to gather a ton more materials materials out in the world, starting with a few decorative ferns because they're pretty, and a trip into the nether, taking the iceboat road out to my froglight farm as I'm starting to run pretty low on all of these, so I was needing to pick up some extra supplies. Where it's time to drop some new shulker boxes off at our school, where I'm definitely going to remember to pick them up on time in the evening, but I have more errands to run while those shulker boxes are learning and getting all smirt, so this time we're down in the quarry as I need a lot of different stone materials to assemble the inn and stables. They'll be rounding out the corner of the street. I've gotten most of the materials together at this point, and I decided it was time to place some blocks down instead of just sorting them together, and I've been meaning to change out the alleyway from our cobblestone into our packed mud mix to not stand out so much, and I'm really happy with how this turned out. Ignoring the stone building right here, check this out. The road feels so much better back along here, and I really love how the dead coral kind of pops out against it, and it shows this almost as its own little cul-de-sac of sorts. All the way up here, since we do have the mud structure there, I added the brick just to make it a bit different. Right now I just have the stone over here. Do you think I should change it or leave it? But for now, on to the post office we go. For this, I want to make the build look like it's been around for a while. So we're using tough, mossy cobblestone and cobblestone for our base, capped with some stone brick moving up into the upper layers. These doorways over here with this one and that one, I really love for a space for a cart to be able to come in and be loaded or unloaded in this dry spot eventually. And we need to close this room off a little bit more. Jungle planks at the bottom, and then we're gonna come up 4 blocks here so we can create some really large entry archways. Now, with big surprise here, using some more of our spruce, but at the bottom, dark oak. Wow. To create some taller doors behind our archways here, let's bring in some of our planks, trap doors below that. And then we can close all these, and from here we can just throw in some of our mangrove doors to complete it. Trying to make sure that they, nope, that's actually even worse. Yeah, there we go. Now they open the same way. Let's grab some of our planks and our spruce slabs in here, and I'm thinking we can just fill in a really simple ceiling with slab and plank alternating all the way across. Yeah, probably need a light in here. Do I have lanterns? I do, and much better. I've got the rest of our base walls in here going all the way around, and I think from here the easiest way is just gonna be to tear out everything up above. To help smooth out a little bit of the chaos we have here down below, I'm thinking we can wrap out around with some of our spruce signs that'll add a little bit more structure. Nope, no letters. Just a touch more structure to the building. And then up here, as the structure gets a little bit taller, we can make the signs go 1 up. Then for this side, so that we're not losing that weird little wrap, we can bring it down another one. I'm not too sure how we can do that one because up here might look a little weird, so I think I might just skip the end and we can continue wrapping around on this side. Not sure how far back it's gonna go with detail along here, so we'll just do it to there. On to the second and third floors. I want to use some jungle for the middle floor with a ton of windows to bring bright light inside so that they can work throughout the day. And then we can break it up going into the attic level using some white terracotta stepping up to the middle. I've added in the backside here as well, and a few little bits kind of connecting them together. Down here though, we can start on the roof, where I want to work from this lovely block being our weathered into our exposed, going all the way up into a little bit of cut copper for the shine. And then to add a few more supports just to make it, I don't know, just a little different, I guess. No other reason beyond that. I want to bring in the spruce along here before we start working our way around with the rest of it. And then I think along this point right here, we can add a small window. Oak trap door for the little window inside, and then we'll just do some spruce, nope, slabs coming back. I just need to carry this whole pattern going around the entire space without making it too repetitive, but still being sure to work from that greener color into the more orangey copper up here, which I'm really liking the look of. Let's see, we were 3 blocks in over there, so that would be 1, 2, 3 for another line of our spruce right here. That should be everything up here. You know what? I think that gradient's gonna work out really well. Sounds like a great thing to throw on top of the build, but it was a little bit too much, so I broke up the center and added in a tiny addition with some frog lights. I've got one more thing I want to add right down here, and I want to prep for adding in a market stall in the future. So we're gonna bring in a little bit of our stuff along here with some of our red sandstone and our smooth quartz just coming all the way across. And to connect these back in, let's add some levers. Nah, maybe we'll flip that around like that. Perfect. That way they kind of connect a little bit. That's fun. I swear they connect. It's so close. It's Minecraft. It's fine. But there it is. Our entire post office is now finished. Oh, I really love how this one turned out. That looks so cool coming through here and just being like, bam. Or you know what? Like, bam. But with shaders on. Wow. You know what? I realized I couldn't pick up the boxes or... You know what? I realized I couldn't pick up the boxes from school until we actually, have a school. So let's fix that problem here real quick by building up a school to finish off this corner, incorporating some deep slate, beehives, and terracottas just to make it a lot more fun. Here is the school fully equipped with our little pathway coming around the back with all of our beautiful flowers that I love so very much, and our double tall ferns, which are a pain to get in here. But we've also got space for a little playground of sorts behind the school where our shulker boxes can hang out. We'll have to build them a little playground soon. Looking back up the street towards our first square though, I love it. Let's get these shulkers out of here. I can't help it. Have a few more cinematic shots of the build so far. Everything is in shadow from the massive tree overhead, but I absolutely love the atmosphere we've created already. Okay. One more building, then we decorate. And I've got almost all of the materials we're gonna need inside of these shulker boxes here, which yes, it's almost 4 shulker boxes full. Minus 1 expensive block. I need smithing tables for a ceiling. A quick trip back to spawn to visit the iron farm, as I need 2 stacks of ingots. And back into the lumber mill yet again for 2 stacks of logs to turn into 8 stacks of planks. To make ourselves 2 stacks. Okay. I guess I have extra planks now. Right. Okay, those will go in there. Trapdoors in the waiting. Right into the build. I want to try going layer by layer on this build to make it a little bit easier with the inventory management, focusing on really detailing the front, as I'm not too sure what'll happen on the back of the structure quite yet. So I haven't textured it at all beyond just stacking up the different layers of blocks. This is a pretty good start in here, and I'm really enjoying it. Especially, I love the underpass going through here to a future fWhip problem. For now, we can just jump right up here to where this section is already sticking out with some spruce, and I wanted to bring in a touch of our sandstone and smooth sandstone to create some windows, where we can end with something a little like this. Let's grab ourselves some mangrove leaves, and we can drop them right down below to give myself a place to stand on. And this is a very expensive window, but I've been loving doing it recently with our scaffolding on the inside. And then we can bring in some of our oak trapdoors here to be a little, we're looking at it from the ground. Wow, look how great that is. But we have the oak trapdoors as our window shutters, and then coming behind to close it out and be even more of a window, I'm adding in more oak trapdoors. I just love the look of having the frame of the scaffolding and then our little tiny window frame in the back there with the oak. Now for this next section, to change things up a little bit more, let's bring a bit of our mangrove leaf action going across. And then for this one, I want to change it out for some jungle. At the end, we can create some supports right here with using our jungle planks just to frame it in a little bit better. And we'll just alternate windows every other because I think it'll fit pretty well in here. Again, with our scaffolding on these, and far too many oak trapdoors on the back. If you've ever wondered why I'm always gathering wood, it's because I do stupid things like this. Yeah. Now to change up the shutters on this, just to make it pop a little bit more, we can add in some of our acacia, and then we can just throw these on top, and I have repeated it all to the backside as well. And I think that looks pretty good. I'm thinking just like spruce slabs coming up at a diagonal there to meet in the middle could be pretty good. Back to the start, I'm extending up a cyan terracotta wall to stand out against the mud brick tower next door. And I think that fits here pretty well so far, especially with the small jungle plank attic space over there to kind of tie back into what we have on that end. Now to throw the roof on and complete this section of the inn. I did have a weird open corner on the back, so I just threw a small tower in to fill it. All that remains is this coarse dirt platform right over here. Just ignore what's underneath. For this, I want to build a horse stables over here, and I think we could come up probably to like here and then maybe bring it out. And then if we start thinking about some archways, this will come here and then maybe we bump it back one to there. And at this point, I think we're just gonna have some spruce planks coming up above and then send it over here. But that 3 wide gap. I don't know if I want another wooden pillar here or not. For now, let's just leave it empty and see where it lands. And then we can use some trapdoors. And maybe this one comes all the way down with our acacia fences right up there to fill it in. Yeah, I like that. All right, this is going to be a little wonky, but I think it'll work up here. And then we can bring some more of that sandstone in, tying it again back to our original structures. And maybe just a little bit out here with like a window on this section. And we end with something a little like this. Let's do gray glass in there. And then for a little bit of fun on this one, I'm thinking like magenta, a little pink, and another magenta. And the same right here could be pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. We just need an actual structure around it. I don't want to encroach on the next market square too much, so I'm just throwing in a big stone wall here to end off the building. Which is looking pretty gothic with all of our spikes up there, but I kind of love it. I think that leaves just enough space to throw another, at least tiny building in here. Maybe we push this back this way a touch, but I didn't want to cut this off too much here. Maybe we do a tree? Yeah, I'm not sure. With the first wall done, I knew what I wanted to do for the remaining two sides. Since this is very open to the street here, I can't just leave the interior empty. So I have started prepping it with the ceiling going in for now, and we'll finish that up a little later. As I want to make a few horse stalls for ourselves, we can bring one in like right here. Maybe another goes to there, and then just getting the base spruce trapdoors in for now. And I think eventually I want to just put oak trapdoors on top of all of them to make it so the horses can't jump out. That'll be 2 stalls, and then we can finish this one off to kind of create another one right back in here, where maybe this comes out like a so, and then we have another one right there. Yeah, and I have just enough oak trap doors to make it happen. And then for the actual doors to the stalls, let's use some jungle so they stand out a little bit more. This one's gonna be a little tricky. Oh, very tricky. I put the full blocks in here. The door should open against those. And then we put the trapdoors back. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. And that'll do for the last 2 stalls. Perfect. Now, you've probably been wondering what all those smithing tables are going to be used for. Well, I said they were for a ceiling, and I think we can just fill in this entire space with them and get the cool bottom texture underneath. Honestly, doesn't look too bad from up here either. To keep it a little safe, though, because we're going to throw a roof on, let's shift place a few torches in. And I make it... Ooh, I did it. Wow, look at me. But anyways, I love the bottom texture here. That's kind of that square look with the like burgundy tones to it. Oh, it's so good. It's a little dark, but it's fine. It's fine. Hey, wow, look, I really got to put the roof on right now, not as a distraction whatsoever. No way at all. Wow, look, okay, we're going to bring in a bunch of our deep slate tiles, and then we're just going to wrap these all the way to the top. Here we are all the way up at the top, and I'm going to change this up just ever so slightly to get that bit of a connection in there, and then we could just finish off these stairs to the end. And then across the top, we'll just run our iron bars and move it onto that block, so it kind of looks like it's resting on something instead of floating, and that'll do it for the stables. Looks a little fancy on top for what we have underneath, but yeah, it's fine. Totally fine. Yeah, really completely fine. I have condensed all the remaining tidbits here into these 2 shulker boxes, meaning we can clear up the rest of the shulker monster here in the streets. So much better. And now we can see all of the completed buildings here inside of the world looking fabulous. But it needs more life, which in Minecrafty terms means we need random stuff all over the place. But first up, we should fix the road itself, which means I need some stone slabs, andesite, and andesite slabs. On this main road, I'm sticking with the same theme from above, so it helps guide people throughout the city, meaning stone and andesite on the outside and cobblestone more towards the middle of the road. This helps to show it's a pretty heavy traffic area, as the carts would be moving down the middle and they've crumbled up the road a ton. I need to figure out how we're going to merge it better into this section, but I like it so far. Jumping off the main road, however, we need to move up here to our herbalist, as this little garden is it's a mess. We can start by bringing a little mossy cobblestone here into the middle, and then we can surround this with some coarse dirt, maybe extending the pathway out a bit further. Along this back, we can just do some of those. pods and maybe pitcher pods in front. And then back here, let's add in a few campfires and our slabs and get rid of the actual fire portion. Quick pit stop back at the foliage building because I forgot I have none. I have none. That's why I forgot them, because I don't have... I wanted those. I wanted those. Okay, into the nether. That'll be worth it, I promise. Here we go. Thankfully, right inside, we have the Crimson Forest right here. It's just gonna depend on how many hogs are around. Ooh, there's a hog. And thank you, sir. I just here for some local foliage. Does this silk touch work? It does. Yes. We're just gonna grab a few of these and head back. I shouldn't need too many for right now. I hate Crimson Forest. I'm leaving. I got enough. We're fine. Reason I wanted these is I want this herbalist to be a little wacky. So they're kind of growing a big variety of things. Like this very, very wacky wheat seeds. Yeah, those are gonna go there. Probably gonna need some stuff. So I can put some stuff in. Around the stuff, we can do some flowers. Yay. More stuff here with a little water spigot, deadly flowers, warp fungus, and non-glowing flowers. Now for the tree, I really want to do some cherry leaves coming out here, and we just need to slowly like work this up as a vine growing on the wall. And it can like inch its way around maybe to, no, there, that, I want that one. Ow. Nobody saw that. Okay, to move all the way up to the top, maybe we can do one there, and there. Ooh, I love the vibe with the falling leaves coming down. That's kind of fun. Yeah, I think this will work for our little garden. I do have some open spaces in there. Ow, 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 dead flowers, right, deadly flowers. I put those there. Yep, you think I'd remember. Maybe we grab some poppies and throw those in, as they were used for a lot of medicine back in the day. Ow, again, the deadly flowers. Okay, those are gonna go there, and we're calling it quits, because otherwise I'm gonna kill myself. On the flowers, the flowers would kill me, just to clarify. But maybe more glow lichen, ooh. I really hope I don't regret this later, but I wanna try filling this space right here with some vines and hope that they don't go too chaotic. Yeah, we're just gonna send it there too. Let's see what happens. We'll come back in like a week and everything will be covered, but it'll be fine. It'll look great. With the herbalist yard done, I jump back down to the main street to build a small produce stand with some veggies, a cart selling some flowers across the street, and a small workstation back up the road, then moving in front of the post office to build a wagon carrying some hay. I really want this road to feel walkable and to easily move around in-game, so I don't want to fill it too dense with carts, so I think the one will do great there. But I did also come down here to add in this small stand, which I love so very much. I don't really know what it's selling. I guess plants? I don't know. Everything in this city seems to be selling plants, and it's not really a problem, more just like an observation. The little courtyard right up here is finished up as well with these hanging signs going across, and I added in a little bit of seating back here as well as some flowers and plants and stuff around. And I did hide an ender chest back here in case I need to get some stuff out of it. I added in the little window there too, just because I felt like that was a very flat wall and it kind of makes sense having it there. Next steps, I am currently working my way around, just adding in some glow lichen and glow berries where I can to make this space a little bit safer than it is. You'll see as we get into the nighttime right now, which just so happens to be ticking over, is it gets very, very spooky. I'm not too sure what I want to do in the schoolyard back here, so I think I might leave it for now, but we can at least get a little bit of spawn proofing going around with some of our berries. As the next step, I'd like to move a farm. Thankfully, a small one that for many thousands of days I've had hidden inside the world tree with the entrance right here. My glow lichen farm. I want to gather up all of this and relocate it inside of the herbalist. This is currently very full of bone meal, so I'm gonna pick out as much as I can and hopefully we can craft it all down into blocks. There we go. And now to just tear everything down here. Thankfully, this is small, so a quick rebuild in the shop. Right, this here should be everything we need for the farm, so if I can just grab the bone meal back out again. I probably need to refill this anyways, as it looks like it was a little bit low. And we got plenty of bones in here. Does it work? Yes. Yes, it does. I don't really move farms, but I'm very happy I took the time to do this. Ow, that's stupid. I'm gonna regret putting those there, I'm sure. One final addition to this region, I want to extend a new waterfall strolling down the mountain and bring it into a sewer to just disappear underneath our main road. Mostly as I don't really know what to do in this small space, but I do know that I want to incorporate more water into the city build itself to support all the trees and greenery that we have all around. And yes, it definitely fully disappears down here underneath and goes all the way down to the ocean. Yeah, just don't go look. You can just trust me on that one, okay? Just don't go look under there. It's fine. I also added these little candles here and a little decoration, and we got some more greenery along the back of our post office, and I kind of love it. We'll fix up this as we're going because I do want to bring a large theater building in here. But we've already done 8 buildings today, so for now we just get a little bit of decoration. I am so happy with these new buildings here in the city. 8 new awesome additions that fit into it so well, bringing the total time spent on this project to just over 1,000 days of the nearly 6,000 days I have survived in this hardcore world. And now I think it's finally time to give the city a name. This here is the capital city of the entire world we know so far. For those of you still watching, you get to hear it first. I've decided to name this city Path. A Minecrafty version of all roads lead to Rome, all roads lead back here to the city of Path. Let me know what you think down in the comments below, but I'm honestly really excited about it. I wanted one word that's super simple and still stays in the Minecrafty theme, and I think this is it. Thank you all so very much for the support. Please leave a like on this episode if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to my channel so you don't miss out on future videos, and we can work towards that 2 million subscriber goal. And with that, my friends, I'll catch y'all on the flip side.